Some of them were facing waves up to 3 meters in height and just weren't equipped for it. Everybody thinks that the Mediterranean, nice, flat, calm, the sun shining down, bimbling around the Greek islands, it must be a dream job. But it's not. The Eastern Med is very choppy and can be very inhospitable. And there were times where we couldn't move out of our cabins because the boat was rocking that much. And the smaller boats, the first day they set sail, there was a storm, and some of the smaller boats never left the harbour in Barcelona. They were just too small. They were 7-man crews, and so, as I say, we waited for the whole flotilla to sail past Tripoli, and then we came in behind them.
Mm-hmm. And then once you arrived there, and you had drones over the boat?
Well, I'm going to tell the viewers about this. The night before we were boarded, we were really worried because there were drones coming overhead. And one person on the boat said, "It's okay if they're showing a red light, that's fine. If they're showing a green light, that means they're carrying weapons." And I'm looking up and I said, "There's green and red lights. What does that mean?" "Oh, I don't know." So, we're all tense. So I contacted you for words of wisdom and comfort. And I said, "We've got 3 drones overhead and it's getting a little bit leery, a little bit scary now." And can you remember what you texted back?
I said, because of your size, 1 drone is not enough.
Yes. Charming. Well, I've lost 3 stone since then, some of it in an Israeli prison. But it was really scary because none of us were military experts. We don't know if something's loaded or not. We've seen the damage that drones can do to the people in Gaza, and I remember the Palestinian journalist who was wounded and he's lying in his bed and a drone flies into the hospital ward and goes up to him and assassinates him in his bed. So, it was quite scary. The next day...
I knew that is very frightening movement on the boat. Mm-hmm. And I was in contact with some other people on other boats, and they were equally frightened. And
I hope you were more sympathetic with them than you were with me.
They sent me voice message, for example. You sent a written message, but they sent voice message, and I could hear their screams and so on. So I had to say something to calm them down.
Well, I suppose it worked because it certainly took the fear out of me. I was, what is he sending me that for? So, yes. Then we were followed up by a visit by the Israelis in their Zephyr boats, and they said, "Clear off, otherwise we're coming back in the morning and we're taking you to Ashdod." And then we, like some of the other, not all, but some of the other boats decided, let's just make a run for it. We're so close to Gaza. We were about 2 hours away, and so close. And, this is what the mission was about, to deliver aid. So a lot of us ignored the Israelis. They had no right to stop us anyway in international waters. And so there we were. Off we went, and the next day the Israelis came and they boarded us and said that they were taking us to Ashdod. Now then, when we arrived in Ashdod, what is interesting, Ashdod should be quite a busy port, you would think. It was dead. There was nothing coming or going other than the flotilla boats, which told me that the Italian dock workers had kept their promise. Lay one finger on that flotilla and we're going to shut down every port in Europe. So nothing was getting into Ashdod. And this was really great solidarity at work. And they shut down Ashdod and other European ports. And of course the Italian government, which is leaning towards fascism again, got quite a shock, and ordinary Italians realized that if they jumped on the train lines they could stop the network, so they did their bit as well. Everybody was doing something, and it was quite amazing when I came back and found out exactly what people had done, and it was really heartening. So, but I saw this in Ashdod, but the moment we stepped on the quayside at Ashdod, the mood changed. There was a mixture of hundreds of IDF, prison officers and other different sections of the military all running around. No one seemed to be in charge. It was very chaotic, and I stepped onto the quayside and this IDF woman came up to me and she screamed at the top of her voice, "Take that off." And I said, "What?" She said that, and she was pointing at my hijab, which was also a keffiyeh, Palestinian keffiyeh. And I said, "No, I'm not taking it off. It's part of my faith. I'm a Muslim." Well, that just sent her even more crazy, so she's shouting even louder. And I said, "If you don't like it, you come and take it off my head." And I said, "All these people around here who are watching will witness what you've done." And while I'm arguing with her, this huge slap came on the back of my head, and my arm was twisted up my back, and I was frog marched away. And that was an IDF soldier, and he just pulled my scarf off and threw it on the ground. And that was
You were marched away at another occasion when you saw Bin Gavir over there.
Oh gosh, well, we were taken into this huge, vast aircraft hangar type building that had all these makeshift officers set up and station points, I would say. And as we were being led around this area, I saw Ben Gavir, that horrible, vile, illegal settler, just crossed my path. He was about 10 yards away, and I just went running towards him and started shouting, "From the river to the sea," and then took a breath to then say, "Palestine will be free," but I didn't get the words out. 5 soldiers just jumped on me. One grabbed me by the neck. If I wasn't wearing so much makeup, you'd still be able to see the mark that he left. And another one put his hand over my mouth, and another one grabbed my nose, and 2 others pulled my hands back, and we went flying backwards. So I looked back on that and I just thought, what were you going to do? Because, as a peace activist, but that man, he would have tested Mother Teresa. He's just so vile, and he was shouting, "You're all going to prison for 18 years, you're all terrorists, you're all filth." And, this is a government minister absolutely joyous at our situation. One of the stations, they checked our clothes and they went into our rucksacks, and one of them pulled out a t-shirt that I had deliberately pulled inside out and wrapped up, and she took it out and she pulled it up and she went like that to me. It was a t-shirt with Layla Khalid, the 1970 hijacker, with her trademark Kalashnikov, and it's big words underneath said, "A woman's place is in the resistance." So she's, you know, like this.
You don't miss a chance to be on extreme side, isn't it?
Well, I did think that I should turn the t-shirt inside out, and I thought surely nobody's going to...
I don't think any women in UK, Muslim or non-Muslim, would have courage to wear a picture of Layla Khalid. But you did.
Well, yes. You know, we're supposed to have free speech, free everything in this country. We don't. But so she's holding this up, and I'm just sort of looking back at her defiantly, and this soldier just pushed past me, pulled out a knife, and I thought it was like watching something from the Psycho movie, the shower scene. He just went like that, and he slashed away, and he was really going for it, and the sweat was coming down, and when he finally stopped, my beautiful t-shirt and Layla were just ribbons. And I looked at him, and he looked back at me as if to say, there. And I said to him, all these years, and you're still scared of her. And, you know, I know Layla Khalid. She's 81 now, and she's been very ill lately, but I've tried to get her on the phone, and I haven't done so yet. So if anybody knows her, please call her and let her know about this story. And I thought she would love this, to know that, you know, 50 years later, they're still screaming at her. And I just thought it made them look so weak. There was no discipline. Nobody tried to restrain him. You know, this is a trained soldier, and he just lost it. Then they took my medication, threw it all in the bin. You know, none of it was life-saving, and that I could go a few days without being too concerned. But they did this with diabetics. They threw their insulin into the bin. 2 women had asthma attacks in prison, and their inhalers and nebulizers had been thrown into the bin. They really didn't care about our welfare at all, not that we were asking them to. But, you know, it's important that people know this, because the Israeli prison authorities say that their people are highly trained, and that nothing untoward goes on in the prisons. Well, we know it does, because Palestinians are murdered and raped and robbed and looted. And so this was my experience. The woman who'd held the t-shirt up then got out a jacket, and she started going through the lining, you know, just, and the hems of the cuffs. And I'm watching her, and I just thought, my goodness, I had read a story from a Jewish woman who'd been to Belsen, and she wrote an account after she survived her ordeal, and she wrote about how the Germans had gone through the linings and the cuffs, and because Jewish women hid all their valuables inside their coats and stitched them in, and, you know, just to keep the Nazis from stealing anything. And I just looked at this young girl and I just thought, my goodness, we have the grandchildren of the Holocaust survivors acting like Nazis. Now, I know people will be going, oh, you can't say that. Well, we can, you know, we shouldn't hide from the truth. We have to tell the truth. And this happened. And people will be saying, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. The reality is, this young girl was European. She's probably not even a Semite. You know, my husband from North Africa is Semite. So all this anti-Semitic cry for help it's, as Norman Finkelstein said, it's crocodile tears. But there were the grandchildren of the Holocaust acting like Nazis. Another station I went to, one cut my trainers up, cut the laces, and I said, what the hell are you doing that for? And they don't answer, you know, they just do these things. I was, after the Ben Gavir incident, the good thing is I was fast-tracked through, and when I got to the end, I saw Greta Thunberg, the little
Activist.
Swedish climate protester, and I really felt for her. She's just a tiny little thing, big heart and lots of courage, and they saw her as the enemy. All these 6-foot big buff Israeli soldiers saw her as the enemy, and they grabbed her. They made her hug an Israeli flag, and they made her kiss it. That isn't normal behavior. That is, to me, is the sign of somebody who's weak to try, and it was all about humiliation. So after I went through all of this, they then told me to put my back to everybody and stare at the wall. I thought I was back in school again. And then I was put in a prison van and locked inside in this cubicle, and I was left there for 2 hours before they drove us off to Kitsiat prison in the Negev desert. And again, that was all about ritual humiliation, strip searches, just really nasty stuff. And thankfully, I hadn't read about Kitsiat prison. I'd read about a few others, but I hadn't read about Kitsiat. And Kitsiat prison, it's in the Negev desert, about 20 kilometers from the Dimona nuclear complex, because all the prison staff take anti-radiation pills. None for us, but they, you know, they were taking anti-radiation pills. And this prison is full of murderers, thieves, rapists, looters, and violent thugs, and that's the prison staff. They had dogs, they were all heavily armed, they put us through sleep deprivation. Every night about 2 in the morning, they would just burst into our cell, which I was sharing with 14 other women, and they just burst in, and they had their guns pointed at us, and then one of them in Arabic would count us, and he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'd just shout back, "Occupation no more."
Right. That's why I say I feel sorry for them.
Well, obviously the first question people asked me when I got out was, how did it compare to the prison in Afghanistan? I said, I promise you this, I would rather spend 2 more months with the Taliban in Afghanistan than 2 minutes with these savages. And they were savages. There was a Jewish girl there, and she was told by the prison officers that if she didn't comply, they were going to gas her. You know, the children of the Holocaust threatening to gas another Jew. It was incredible. And then our cell number 9, we weren't let out for exercise. I think that they had red carded us. We weren't given access to doctors or lawyers or anything.
What about food?
Well, I went on hunger strike.
Majority of you did.
And that was easy enough to do, because unlike the Afghan food, this was stale, riddled with ants. It was inedible anyway. So that was quite easy. And no exercise. And we decided, you know, people are going out and exercising and we're not getting out. You know, maybe it's because of the songs that we'd been singing and the Palestinian resistance songs. And
you were doing that while you were in the cell?
Yes. And
what about water? I heard the water was contaminated also.
Oh, well...
it was rather sewage water?
It wasn't clear like that. There was tap water, and it tasted as though it had been pumped in straight from the sea. It was not very nice at all. And the tea was cold. The conditions were really awful. And on the second of last day, we decided that maybe we should just keep quiet and see if we get rewarded for our good behaviour. And the next day they came and said to us, you can go in the shower. And it was great. And then I said, hold on, we shouldn't be celebrating. And they said, why not? I said, look what the Germans did to the Jews when they said, come on, everybody's going to have a shower today. And they said, they wouldn't dare. And I said, look, these people are out of control. There was no one in charge at the prison. I should have been out after 2 days. And they came for me and they shouted, Ivan Annie. And that's all they shouted for me. And I said yes, and they said, Yalla, yalla, you're going home. So I thought, great. So I jumped up. You know, we had these little wafer-thin mattresses, like yoga mats to lie on. And I said goodbye to the girls, which took some time because there was 14 of us. And he kept shouting, yalla, yalla. And I said, just hold on. And then as I got to him, he said, come on, you're going home, yalla, yalla. And I said, I wish you were going home. And he looked and he just swung and closed the cell door. So I just thought, oh, me and my big mouth, you know. So off he went, and he obviously told no one. The other Scottish woman was saying, where's Yvonne? I'm not leaving without her. And they said, oh, she'll be coming in the next bus. So when she got to Jordan, she said, I waited for the next bus and you weren't on it. She said, so I started shouting, Yvonne Ridley's gone missing. And I hadn't. I was still in the same cell. Just this awful prison officer hadn't told anybody he'd left me there. So technically I was lost, although I'd never moved out of the cell. So there was a big flurry of activity over here, I think, when news came through that Yvonne Ridley's gone missing. And but when it came to get our shower, I stayed in the cubicle nearest the door because I thought, I'm out of here if it's not a shower. And there was only one tap and it was cold. So we all had a cold shower and went back to our cell.
And that's quite moving and touching situation you went through, and is quite enlightening for people to hear from yourself what you went through and so on. There's still quite a lot to talk about and to touch on, but we have next session coming up. So we'll go towards the break and then we'll have other guests coming in, and later on then we'll carry on with your topic. As far as I know, that the officers that interacted with Yvonne, all of them are going through counseling. Come on. So they are in trauma because of dealing with her and so on. So I pray for their guidance, and if not guidance, then for their removal from this world. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward everyone who is standing for humanity and justice. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept efforts of everyone, including yourself. It's my pleasure to interview Sister Yvonne, as I've interviewed Senator Mushtaq Hussain of Pakistan, who was also on board, and so on. So inshallah, we'll be playing repeat of this again and again, and you will be enlightened further with the in-depth stories about this ordeal. Inshallah, we'll be going towards break. After break, we'll be back. Until then, take care. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Against the desolate backdrop of a pulverized land, where the skeletal remains of buildings tear at a perpetually grey sky, and the very air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and memory, a singular, heartbreaking tableau unfolds daily. This human ritual, both ancient in its simplicity and searing in its urgency, plays out at the designated distribution points, vital arteries in a landscape starved of life. Here, in the heart of humanitarian need, Palestinians emerge from the weary waiting lines. Their faces, a canvas of sun-baked lines and unyielding resolve, bear the indelible marks of a suffering endured with stoic grace. The sheer, dead weight of the flower is a tangible burden, a physical ache in straining shoulders and aching backs, yet simultaneously, it is a profound, almost spiritual relief, the knowledge that for a few more days, perhaps, the most primal form of hunger will be held at bay. It is a collective ordeal silently shared, a testament to endurance in a world where the very act of securing a basic staple like flour transcends mere provision to become the defining, desperate measure of survival itself. In many regions, particularly in developing countries, women and children walk miles every day to fetch water from contaminated sources, exposing themselves to various health risks and hindering their ability to pursue education and employment. The Al Khair Foundation has launched the remarkable Water is Life project, aiming to change this narrative through sustainable hand pump installations. Each hand pump is designed to be user-friendly and maintainable by local communities, ensuring its longevity and reliability. With durable materials and thoughtful engineering, these pumps can provide sufficient water supplies for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. The installation process goes beyond simply placing a pump in the ground. It includes community engagement and education. Local residents are involved in the project from the beginning, learning about the importance of clean water, maintenance techniques, and hygiene practices. For just £150, a significant contribution can lead to the installation of a hand pump that serves an entire community. This amount may seem small compared to the impact it can create, but it emphasizes how collective efforts can lead to monumental change. Every donation contributes to a ripple effect of health, education, and economic stability. By supporting the Water is Life project, donors are not just funding a hand pump, they are bringing hope and creating a lasting legacy of improvement in the lives of community members all over Asia.
Life was always difficult in Gaza. October 2023 made it worse. About 500 trucks carrying essential aid entered Gaza every day. Post-October 2023, that number plummeted to an average of 42 trucks entering Gaza. Within weeks, Gaza's entire population of 2.2 million people was facing crisis levels of acute food insecurity. By December 2024, 96% of women and young children were not getting the nutrients they needed to survive. Nearly 1 in 3 children was acutely malnourished. This wasn't just hunger, it was a systematic dismantling of a future. On August 22, 2025, the Integrated Food Security Phase classification officially declared a famine. With the healthcare system shattered and aid blocked, the mechanisms for survival were systematically erased. As of September 2025, 440 malnutrition-related deaths, including 147 children, have been documented. But even in the face of the conflict, humanity fights back. In the shadows of the blockade, Al-Khair Foundation has been delivering humanitarian aid into Gaza for long. Since October 2023, over $90 million worth of essential aid has reached Gaza. We have distributed over 2 million hot meals, 100,000 food packs, 39,000 fresh vegetable packs, 50,000 bread packs, and 29,000 flour packs to families struggling for survival, 60,000 Ramadan food packs, and over 800,000 iftar hot meals were served to help locals celebrate Ramadan. Our teams have also distributed over 30 million litres of water and helped construct 40 water wells. But this is not enough. While we will keep delivering aid, Gaza needs more. They need you to donate, to believe, and to support in every possible way.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inna alhamdulillahi wa kafa wa salatu wa salamu ala nabil Mustafa wa ba'd. Welcome back to the second segment of 9/11 of Humanity program, mashallah. This is extensive program, and I hope that the viewers at home, they are glued to it and you are giving good hearing and good watching to it. In this program, we're discussing, as the concept and the title says, 9/11 of Humanity. 9/11 obviously is emergency number, 911 for America, equivalent to our 999. And when the initial 9/11 happened, basically 11th of September, according to American calendar, that was 9/11. where Twin Towers and building number 7 and this and that, and jets coming into even American institutions and so on, Pentagon, without any trace of any aircraft contents or material or any bodies and so on. So since then, the you can say the gloves came off, and there was active agenda to attack Muslim countries and Muslim personalities around the world. There are many people and many organizations that got directly or indirectly affected by this, and there are personalities whose families' lives were torn apart from this, you can say, step and so on. It was called that either you are with us or without. Right now, you can say 24 years later, we are asking same question, either you are with humanity or without humanity. It's coming to 25 years. Next year it will be 25 years since 9/11. What have we learned in these 25 years? What have we changed in our policies and in our approach and so on? And how much basically we fall for propaganda and for false information, and how much narrative of enemies we carry forward. So this program is preparation for that, and until next year we want to basically discuss this in depth. And while it's 25th anniversary, we want to make sure that British audience who deserve to know the reality and the truth and the situation behind the scene, it is in public interest to know these things, are well educated by next year, inshallah. In this segment, I have very amazing personality who been through a lot, who have sacrificed a lot, but stood for justice and for Islamic values and human rights. Mashallah, he's with us, and in next 35 minutes, 40 minutes, we'll be discussing some key aspects of it. Brother Muazzam Beg. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are
Pleasure
you?
to be here. Alhamdulillah.
It's my first time, I think, one-to-one session with you. It took 20 years, but nevertheless, we are here. Pleasure to have you on IQRA TV, and pleasure to have you on this 9/11 of Humanity program. I mean, it's whole ocean, isn't it? It's
It is
a
indeed.
lot to discuss.
It is indeed.
From 2001 up to now, and anything that has happened since then up to now, we want to touch a bit on it. We've been discussing Fortila situation. There has been most recent one is the Gaza situation, which has basically effects on Syria, on Lebanon, partially in Jordan and so on. And Qatar, Iran, and Iraq became victim of it, launching and waging war against 7 countries at the same time. So many people know a lot of information about it. Many people know about the atrocities and this and that. But are there any key factors that needs to be discussed and need to be brought to the light of public? That's what this program is about.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. I think one of the things people perhaps, you know, we're talking about 9/11. It's the 11th of, or rather the 9th of November. But as you said correctly, the 24-year anniversary happened on September the 11th. And whilst 2 anniversaries of this attack passed, the invasion, occupation, and destruction of Gaza was taking place. I want people to think about something that happened very early on, and that was there was a series of young girls from America. Their videos went viral, and they went viral because they said, oh, now we understand why the war on terror happened and why there's this enmity regarding Palestine and Israel. And you know what that video was about? It was a letter written by Osama bin Laden in 2002. It's called An Open Letter to the People of America. And that letter was published and was on the website of the Guardian newspaper for over 20 years. And that letter mentioned in it the reasons behind 9/11, which most people never talk about. And it mentioned in it Palestine and Israel 20 times. So if you want to understand why 9/11 actually happened, whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, whether you don't agree that it was done by them, whatever, this is the person accused of being the mastermind of 9/11 saying this is why it happened, because of Palestine, more than any other place mentioned in that letter. When these girls were reading this letter and making these videos on TikTok, it became totally viral. Girl after girl, teenage girls got no connection to the war on terror, no connection to the Muslim world, is saying, oh my goodness, now I've understood. The effect of that video was so powerful that The Guardian, which is a liberal, pretty liberal newspaper, removed the letter that had been on the website for 20 plus years. And this, I think, Imam Qasim, is when we look at things at the height of when something's happened, people are afraid to talk about things because there's a period of fear. So people are being imprisoned, people are being tortured, they're having their, perhaps their livelihood chased after, bank accounts being closed down, new laws are being passed. In the UK, a new law almost every single year has been passed under anti-terror laws, which doesn't say in the legislation this is for Muslims, but in practical application, it applies mostly to Muslims. Things like Schedule 7 being stopped and questioned and being forced to give your password at an airport, even though you're not suspected of committing a crime. And so these type of things are now normal. It's kind of a normal thing. It happens to me all the time. On the occasions when I can travel, passport removals, nationality revocations, we've had all of that happen to Muslims. So the fear creates this atmosphere where people don't want to talk. They don't want to say, well, this is why X, Y, Z has happened. You don't have to agree with something to explain why it's happened. You may even oppose it. There's many non-Muslims, many CIA agents and analysts who've said, this is why it's happened, but I'm hunting them down. I'm hunting down the perpetrators. But to suggest that you can't say why it happened is to endorse it. And that, I think, as they say, all roads lead to Jerusalem. In the case of 9/11, that's completely true. That's completely true.
I mean, exactly, because it goes back to Benjamin Netanyahu's speech about nearly 27, 28 years ago, a few years before 9/11, where he was asked about his wish list, which countries he would like to bring down. Literally, he was asked to give his wish list, that which countries he wished that needs to be targeted. And he mentioned very same countries in that: Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya, this and that. He obviously has slightly bigger wish list now, but within few years all this was orchestrated and was following, you can say, fulfilling his desire. Anyway, you carry on.
One of the things, Imam Qasim, that has been amazing for me is that in the past 2 years, I have gone to two places that I was imprisoned either in or because of. I was imprisoned in the Bagram prison by the Americans for 1 year before I was sent to Guantanamo in 2002. And I was imprisoned here in the UK in 2014 for connection to the Syrian rebels. And I remained in Belmarsh for 7 months as a Category A prisoner, and I was released, my charges were dropped, and I won my case before it went to court. Both those places, in the space of within 2 years, have been liberated. And now when I go to those places, especially in Afghanistan, I am with people who were imprisoned with me. Only these people now are the leaders of the country, the heads of different departments in the government. And you couldn't have imagined this. In 1,000 years, you couldn't have imagined that I couldn't have imagined that you could go back to a place like that, where I saw American soldiers murder Afghan prisoners, one of them with his hands tied above his head, being punched and kicked, beaten to death. And I walked into Bagram prison with an Al Jazeera camera team, and they were filming every little aspect of returning to this, what I call the scene of a crime. And alhamdulillah, this time now, there was only ghosts and cobwebs of what remained of the Americans and their presence in Bagram. And as you've heard, Donald Trump has said, I want Bagram back. Now, you can only have something back if it belonged to you in the first place. Bagram is part of the region of Bagram, the city of Bagram, and the Americans have built a base.
If anyone has a right on it, then it must be Russians.
Well, not even them, because they may have, yeah.
If anyone.
Yeah, they built it.
They are the one who built it.
But nobody has a right on it.
Yeah.
Nobody has a right on it. This is Israeli language.
Yes.
We were there for a little while, and therefore, because we were there for a little while, we have the right to have it forever. You can't do that. That's not how it works. If that was the case, the Romans and the Italians could claim Britain, and the Islamic world could claim Spain and Portugal. So we can't get Israel, as they call it, and certainly that's not going to happen in Afghanistan. But for me, as you said, I think we spoke earlier on, I went to Sednaya prison also. I went to Farah, Palestine, in Syria, in Damascus. Now, Farah, Palestine, as my organization, Cage, we were doing investigations on that prison long before people in the West knew about it. And that's because people were being detained by the Americans in Pakistan and elsewhere, and being sent to Farah, Palestine, that was run by the Assad regime, meaning there was intelligence cooperation between the Assad regime and the United States. Now, who would have imagined that when they're the axis of evil, but when it came to, let's just say, the vision of certain types of Muslims, they were ready to work together. When I went into Farah, Palestine, you'll be shocked what I found, books, registers. We're reading through these registers, and this is from around 2004, 2003, 2004, 2005. It's got names of people from Pakistan, from India, from Iraq, from Sudan, Somalia, all over the world who've been imprisoned. And it says, so I'm reading it, it says Al-Ism, the name, it says then Al-Jama', Intima' Ma'i Jama', which group they're connected to. Well-Ism Al-Jama'at Al-Irhabiyya, the name of the terrorist group, and do you know what it was? That I found repeatedly? Jama'at al-Tabligh wa Dawah. Tablighi Jamaat, in other words. So they regarded the Tablighi Jamaat, which is a totally apolitical, non-violent Muslim organization, they regarded that as a terrorist organization, and they were imprisoning people and torturing them in Farah, Palestine, as well in Sednaya. So that was all part of, when we think of the war on terror, it's not just America. America outsourced its terror program, its torture program, to places that even America wouldn't do those things, that what they did in Syria and they did in Libya. I went to prisons in Libya and saw torture chambers there where people have been murdered by the Gaddafi's regime. And they had been sent, individuals had been sent with British complicity, American complicity. There's only been one case in the whole of the war on terror in which a British Prime Minister has ever apologized, and that's the case of a Libyan. His name is Abdul Hakim Bil Hajj, and that's because they found the documents that the British intelligence under Mark Allen had sent alongside Abdul Hakim Bil Hajj, which said to Gaddafi, this is a present for you. And so when they discovered these documents, when the rebels liberated the intelligence building, they found these documents. And through litigation, Prime Minister Theresa May was forced to apologize to this man because the evidence was in the hands of the clients, not in the hands of the British. Yeah.
You touched on Bagram prison and airbase, and you've been there obviously, and you've been in Guantanamo. But what I heard is that Bagram was far more severe than Guantanamo.
Indeed.
It's true.
Yes, it was, and there's a reason why that, because Bagram prison, it was amongst the first prisons. It was Kandahar prison and Bagram prison. They set that up before they set up Guantanamo. And the processing, it was really a dehumanizing process before somebody goes into US custody, being stripped naked, beaten, tortured, spat upon, dogs salivating over you, being forced, your beards shaved off. I mean, that was one of the things you found the American soldiers laughing at, because they're all prisoners are Muslims from all over the world. And you'd see old men stripped naked, Afghan men, Pakistani men, many men from Arab world.
And mostly in front of others.
In front of everybody, yeah. And shaved off, the beard shaved off. And then photographs being taken. Now remember, this is 1 year before Abu Ghraib scandals. And what's important that people don't understand.
Abu Ghraib of Iraq.
Yeah, Abu Ghraib, the prison where they had infamously the naked pyramid of prisoners and the torture of prisoners. So the person that was responsible in Guantanamo for running the enhanced interrogation technique program, which is another word for torture, was General Jeffrey Miller. He was in charge of that. In 2003, that's where he was based. I met him. After that, he was redeployed to Abu Ghraib. And he said, and I quote, "I'm going to Gitmo-ize, mean Guantanamo-ize, the detainee treatment process in Abu Ghraib." And this is so important for us to understand the cycles of violence, because Abu Ghraib is the place, Abu Ghraib and Camp Bukka is the place that eventually, after several years, ISIS was born. The organization called ISIS was born in the prison camps run by the Americans, where they had begun the torture program that they started on us. And you torture anybody enough, you'll turn them. Even if they were the most peaceful of people, you'll turn something in them. You'll switch, that's normal human nature. You'll either break them or you'll twist them. And that's what happened. And so what results then, ISIS comes along and it makes Al-Qaeda look like kindergarten.
Yes.
And that is the end result of torture. 17 members of ISIS, 25 leaders, were held in Camp Bukka and Abu Ghraib. And again, there's no correlation and there's no attempt to hold to account those people from the leadership of the Americans and the British who were involved in setting that up. And that's one of the things we try to do in Cage, is to try to make people remember. They may have forgotten, we haven't forgotten.
Yes. I mean, US aid, you touched on basically ISIS and like that. US aid was shut down recently by President Trump. Not recently, but as soon as he came in, soon after that. And a lot of information came out about US aid, how they were spending money or wasting money and this and that. But it also came out, and very quickly it was covered and controlled, that US aid funded setup of ISIS and Boko Haram. It was funded through US aid.
It's quite possible. I mean, America, if you recall, they provided the blowpipe and the Stinger anti-aircraft missile system to the Afghan Mujahideen against the Soviets in the 1980s. There's a reason why they did that. The British first tried. They brought Afghan Mujahideen to the mountains of Snowdonia, and the SAS soldiers who were training them said that it was easy to teach these mountain warriors, and they taught them the use of the blowpipe anti-aircraft missile system. And being British, it just turned out to be useless. So it was ineffective, and that's when the CIA brought in the blowpipe, the Stinger anti-aircraft missile system, which had a 7 to 10 kill ratio of the helicopters. My point in mentioning this is that America will support Mujahideen whenever it suits them. America will support Sharia law whenever it suits. America will support Islamic banking whenever it suits. Britain will do the same. They supported the Islamic fighting, the Jama'at al-Islamiyya Musallaha, the Libyan Islamic fighting group in Libya. The RAF was bombing sorties, sending bombing sorties against Gaddafi's positions. And the Libyan Mujahideen, some who had been imprisoned in the UK under anti-terrorism laws, were fighting there. So what that tells you is that you can call somebody a terrorist, you can create laws and so forth, but what tops all of that is your interests. And so when interests suit, they would forget supporting Muslims groups, they'll support groups that are against themselves. Because you had this famous statement by Lord Palmerston, who was I think the Foreign Secretary in 1852. He said, "We have no perpetual enemies," he's talking about Britain, we have no eternal friends. Only our interests are perpetual and eternal, and we shall follow them. 2 years after saying that, he became Prime Minister. And it tells you everything you need to know about how policies work.
That's right, yes. So, going through all this filter and all the process, what solution you look at? I mean,
for me, I become more and more aware that the solution for mankind is within Islam. How does that look? Because everybody's saying that we have the solution. Everybody's saying that everybody can talk that talk. But you know, in the famous words of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who writes Sherlock Holmes, what he does to solve a problem, he says, when you've eliminated the impossible, then whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the solution. Right? So what we have to do is take out everything that simply fails humankind, fails society, and then come to realize that very, very few places in the world, if at all, implement Islam as a complete system. And I don't mean by, you know, people who talk about the Khilafah and so forth. I just mean that Islam as a way of life, a simple thing. You can call it what you want, but we have solutions for mankind. You know, take a simple one here in the UK, where, you know, the cost of living crisis. If Islam was implemented, and we can't take the Gulf as an example of Islam, right? But if Islam was implemented, you know, Prophet ﷺ said, you can't, going to sleep with your neighbor hungry, that's not from Islam. Islam rejects this. And so the concepts and the precepts of morality and ethics and all of these things, I could tell you, Sheikh, one of the most beautiful things that happened in Guantanamo is several of the American soldiers became Muslims.
yes.
And one of the reasons why is because they saw our behavior. It wasn't through debates. It wasn't through standing on the corner in Hyde Park. It was watching us as prisoners where everything's been taken away from us. But there's one thing they couldn't take, and that was our faith. Black or white, Asian, brown, Arab, Turkish, Pakistani, Afghan, Bangladeshi, Nigerian. They couldn't understand, why are these brothers, why are these people so connected? They're the most diverse group, and I think it's even in the UK, the most culturally diverse people in the whole of the UK are the Muslims. And you can see that if you go to a masjid. Everybody equal in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Malcolm X famously said, right, you know, when he had this racist view, he believed that black people were gods and white people were devils. Then he embraced Orthodox Islam. He went for the Hajj. He changed his old views. He said, I prayed next to the whitest of the white, to the blondest of the blonde, and they're my brothers in Islam. He comes back, and what he says becomes a threat only to those who want absolute power. He said that if America could embrace this faith that sees no color, then it could rid itself of the plague it has called racism. So, in short, the answer for me is that Islam offers wonderful solutions for mankind. And first, they need to be, one of the reasons why we're unable to engage people is because the media, the politicians, and our own personal fear. We're all too afraid to talk about Islam as a solution for people, as having answers. We just want to keep our heads down. We don't want to get put on the front page of the Daily Mail or the Sun or any of those other tabloids and be called a radical. But if anything this country can teach us, Britain, and it has taught us a lot, is that it was the radicals that changed everything. Radical politics, the suffragettes, the civil rights movements, everything that was radical. And now you've got a new radical movement. And the new radical movement is the pro-Palestine movement, which in and of itself, and alhamdulillah, I'm honored to have been at least a part of a little bit. My organization now is not defending mostly Muslims. It's mostly non-Muslims who've been arrested for Palestine activism, who've been, and I was part of this protest that took place outside Parliament, where we just sat with a placard. It said, I oppose genocide and I support Palestine action. And Palestine Action, of course, as an organization, has been prescribed as a terrorist organization. But this time round, it wasn't Muslims being arrested. It was hundreds and hundreds of non-Muslims who were taking a principled stance, saying that to defend against genocide, to even cause damage, because that's what Palestine Action is accused of doing, causing criminal damage to the Israeli weapons factories where they have broken into, that's not terrorism. You can call it other things, but it has a history. There's a history of radical activism in the UK with Greenpeace and many of the other organizations the Greenham Common people and so forth, who carried out acts of protest based on conscience. And what this movement now is doing, and it's mostly the people who were arrested, I think I was amongst the youngest, are in their 60s, 70s and 80s. Old professional white people.
Majority of them pensioners. And
majority of them pensioners, yeah.
I believe there are nearly 2,000 people have been arrested so far.
That's correct, and I have to say I was one of them. But I was in the minority in the sense that it wasn't, we as Muslims, it's a Muslim issue. Palestine is a Muslim issue. But to them, to everybody else, it's not a Muslim issue only. It's a human issue. And I said to my colleagues, I said, look at this, subhanAllah. Thousands of ordinary Middle England, sometimes well-to-do. There's been people who've been arrested, include a former advisor to Tony Blair, a former colonel in the army who was also the ambassador, British ambassador to Egypt at one time, vicars and priests, surgeons, some of whom are still actively working. All of these were being arrested one by one, and all of them were saying, I'm prepared to go to prison. I said, Ya Rabbil Alameen, look at this. This is, we couldn't have imagined something like this.
It's a total shift, isn't it?
It's a complete shift in narrative, and it's come at the cost of the most honorable people in the world, and that's the people of Gaza. And they have shown, the people of Gaza have shown us faith, connection to Islam, humanity, strength, steadfastness, all of those things that we think that they're imprisoned, but actually we're the ones imprisoned, and they're the only ones that are free.
Yes.
Actually, their minds are free, and their lands are occupied, but they're free, and they're teaching us something I think that couldn't have been taught by any number of scholars, any number of du'at. What the children of Gaza are teaching us, what the women are teaching us, what the old men are teaching us, cannot be quantified.
If we really want to do justice with this program, we need to go maybe 150 years back, nearly 200 years back, and study how the movement started to destabilize Islamic Khilafah system and like that, and to study what atrocities took place at that time. When that happened, in reality, the Western concept and dream was that they will control the finances around the world, they will be the wealthiest, they will control the media, intelligence, businesses, communication, travel, holiday, weaponry, literally the list goes on. So they had whole catalog where they were not they were basically hoping, they were sure that from now on we will control all these things, and rest of the world will be beggars in front of us for these things. Even cruise holidays and this and that, and holiday destinations and holiday flights. All this started after that as part of that agenda. Right? And literally, subhanAllah, Allah plays in His own ways. Oil started to discover, and that was first blow that money found somewhere else. Okay, be it in the right hand or wrong hand, in rulers or whatever, but still it created another part of the world as a leader in financial hub, and table turned round, and these guys became beggars in front of them. In terms of media, we are still very behind, very, very behind. In comparison, we have only Al Jazeera, for example, only one you can think of.
Yeah.
There are others, Arabiya and like that and so on, but they are very small. IQRA TV is nothing. It doesn't come even in the list of top 1,000 or 10,000 channels. So we are very minor.
Inshallah, it will one day.
Yeah. But when you look at it, it's only Al Jazeera. Right? When you think on the other side, then you have Fox News, you have Sky, you have CNN, you have basically GB News here, and list goes on.
Yeah.
Right? And we, because we are British, so we speak English, so we only know English channels. There are many European channels, there are many Latin American channels.
Indeed.
Who are exactly the version of this. There is BBC in different languages and so on.
Yeah.
So on media still they have their superiority. But
They do. I would say, Imam Qasim, is that whilst you're correct about mainstream media, the newer generation doesn't really care about
the social
anymore.
media has turned
it upside down.
away.
Yeah. And there was this, I think back in 2014, I believe, or maybe even earlier, there was a program done in Palestine, in particular in Gaza, to make Palestinians into citizen journalists. So recording their own stories, telling their own stories, and
headed from Cairo. And
yes. And so this concept of citizen journalism has turned everything upside down.
Yes.
And this is where I think Muslims play a strong role here. If you look, for example, you'll know this in the Arab world. In the Arab world, there are people who have followings of millions of people. They may not be known here, but in the Arab world, they're known very, very well. And so
I know that program quite well. It happened under the, you can say, silent leadership of Ambassador Atal Mannan. He was keen for it and so on. And the idea was to make to shift Gaza from conventional data to iCloud and so on.
Yeah, and so you see, as a result of all of this, you'll find, I mean, my first wife was Palestinian, so...
How many you have?
I only have one, but my first one, we're no longer together.
Right,
yes.
Okay.
But
the way you said first wife.
Yes, I'm meaning like previous wives, yes. But Palestine has a diaspora amongst probably the most intelligent and educated of all the Arab peoples, right? You find that. And so, and I found it's not just in, of course, secular studies. You find, I had a brother-in-law who was a professor of mathematics at Warwick University, but also in Islam, as examples, as teachers, as people who connect to the Quran, and especially at this time. You probably saw also when that TikTok generation, so many of them in the early days, young girls again becoming Muslims because they were looking at the Palestinian children, Palestinian men, arms are getting amputated, legs are getting amputated, and they're reciting Quran as an anesthetic because there is no anesthetic. They think, what religion is this that gives such strength, inner strength, peace, and anesthetizes your pain, which you couldn't bear? And I'd seen that before in Syria, with people reciting Quran whilst an amputation is taking place, where there is no anesthetics. And again, subhanAllah, it was these types of things that started to change a lot of the younger people's view and vision. They're not tainted by the mainstream establishment media. They look at it from the source. And that's where the change is coming. And that's why now, if you think about it, mainstream media hasn't played a big role in changing the shift of how people see Israel. Social media did that. Yes. You go on the streets, ordinary streets, ask an ordinary person, what do you think of the state of Israel and what it does? Most of them will oppose it. Even people from the far right who don't like Muslims, but they're seeing what's happened and they can't stomach the idea that this genocide is happening for the sake of a foreign nation. What's Britain getting out of it except losing finance, losing their reputation, etc. And that tide has turned, and I don't think it's ever going to change back again.
Because whole new generation, their mindset has been changed. They have been reprogrammed now.
Indeed.
Indeed. Their software has been updated.
Indeed.
Right? And they know the reality, and they will be the future. They are the future of governments in many different countries. They are the academia.
Yeah,
So-
and you know, you've seen things happen. You know, the ICJ case in the International Court of Justice by South Africa, but it's backed by European allies. It's backed by Belgium. It's backed by Spain. It's backed by Ireland, and you know, two of those nations are NATO allies. So is Turkey. So now the way that this has shifted. You know, it's upset the balance completely. So what's coming next, I'm not sure, but the new generation, we can at least remain hopeful that on the issue of Palestine, most of the younger generation recognize who the aggressor is.
We have last 1 minute and 30 seconds. So on that topic, do you think Israel losing the grip?
Absolutely. My belief, and I say it absolutely clear, I hope to see the day Israel is dismantled, just like the Soviet Union was, just like apartheid South Africa was. It is an apartheid state, it carries out ethnic cleansing, it carries out genocide, and that has been labeled by Israeli human rights groups like Beit Salam, let alone others, and no state would be allowed to continue that way. And so Israel, I think it's the pages of the dismantlement of Israel have been written in the blood of the people of Gaza, but that dismantlement is going to happen, inshallah.
Inshallah. And you see, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, any country opposing Israel was death sentence for that country.
Indeed.
And now so many countries recognizing recognizing Palestine. And American president is still having to stand up with them.
Yeah.
And having to negotiate with them and understand eventually why they are recognizing it.
Yeah, indeed. And there's people in America now asking, what is it about Israel that American interests are put above the people of America?
That's right.
And that's a question that's being asked across the board.
Yes. Thank you very much, Brother Mozambique. We will be back in another session later on. We have other guests lined up at the moment. So we'll be going again to a short break. Brother Mozam, everyone knows what he went through, and he stood fast, he stood remain straight and firm. Ihdina Salat al-Mustaqim, that dua came true for him. He's been through prisons in Afghanistan and then Guantanamo Bay and so on. So there is a lot to learn from him and to study his personality and his case and his journey and so on, which I'm sure cannot be covered in this one evening, but this is the beginning. And inshallah, as I said, that by 25th anniversary of 9/11 of America, we would like to be much better informed and well equipped with knowledge, with evidences and with reality. We'll be going towards break, and I'll see you later on towards around maybe 8:30 p.m. or so. And we'll discuss at that time in reality the actual situation in Guantanamo Bay and things surrounding it, inshallah. Take care, fi amanillah. See you shortly. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
The rumble of trucks, a sound that promised more than just metal and engine. It was a beacon of hope, the Al-Khair Foundation's convoy arriving like the dawn breaking after a long, dark night. Families, faces etched with hardship, emerged from makeshift shelters, a flicker of anticipation replacing the weary resignation in their eyes. Each food pack, a simple collection of staples, was a lifeline, a tangible symbol of compassion reaching out across ravaged landscapes. The desperation of watching a mother, her hands trembling, accepting a food pack filled with rice and lentils. In those moments, amidst the ruins, the distribution wasn't just about sustenance, it was about restoring dignity, about whispering to broken spirits that they were not forgotten. It was a testament to the enduring power of human kindness, a memory etched in the very fabric of survival. This is our story of kindness, and you can make a difference today. Join us in spreading hope. Discover how small acts of compassion can create lasting change. Call now or visit alcare.org. Be the change. Support Sudan.
There are places where silence speaks louder than words, where the past screams like a nightmare and future feels like a distant dream. This is Gaza. For many years, the world has witnessed a catastrophic situation unfold, a humanitarian collapse that has left a scar on the conscience of the world. Since October 2023, the very fabric of life in Gaza has been torn apart, with over 190,000 buildings damaged and more than 102,000 demolished. Homes that once filled with laughter and dreams now stand as monuments to a devastating conflict. These are not just numbers, they are lives that lost their shelter. Over 2 million people in Gaza now survive in the ruins of their own lives. Even with the ceasefire announced, 90% of the population is still displaced. Many are living in makeshift tents that offer little protection from the weather, from overcrowding, and from conflicts. But Gaza is synonymous to resilience. Ever after so much suffering, humanity has found a way. For over a decade, the Al-Care Foundation has been delivering humanitarian aid into Gaza. With over $90 million worth of humanitarian aid and 11,000 tents being delivered since October 2023, Al-Care Foundation is well charted on its mission. Our emergency response teams work tirelessly despite personal risk. They make sure your generosity travels across borders and reaches Gaza. But the road ahead is long. Rebuilding Gaza is a task of monumental proportions. It would take clearing more than 50 million tons of rubble, laced with unexploded ordnances, remains of loved ones, and millions of memories that were once a home to some family. Gaza needs more than just bricks and mortar. It needs its schools rebuilt, its hospitals, its water and sanitation systems. It needs a future. Your contribution matters a lot. It is forecasted that without humanitarian aid pouring into Gaza, an entire generation could grow up without knowing the feeling of a solid roof over their heads. Look into their eyes, see the stories they hold. Your donation can help us rebuild Gaza. The people of Gaza are not defined by their suffering, but by their inner strength. They hope for a better tomorrow, and it starts with you.
Al-Care Foundation has launched critical operations in the Gaza Strip, actively working to clear vital roadways and remove extensive debris that has rendered many areas impassable. This urgent initiative addresses the severe infrastructural damage, a direct consequence of recent hostilities, which has left residential areas and humanitarian corridors choked with rubble from destroyed buildings and unexploded ordnance. Teams equipped with heavy machinery are tirelessly sifting through mountains of concrete, twisted metal, and shattered glass, meticulously opening routes essential for the movement of emergency services, aid convoys, and the beleaguered civilian population attempting to navigate their devastated communities. the scale of destruction necessitates a monumental effort to restore even basic accessibility, a foundational step in any broader recovery. The systematic removal of debris and the subsequent opening of previously blocked roads are proving instrumental in alleviating the immense suffering of Gaza's residents, who have been largely cut off from essential services and supplies. With access now being gradually re-established, Al-Khair Foundation can more effectively distribute desperately needed food, water, and medical aid to isolated communities, while residents are gaining the ability to reach hospitals, markets, and shelters. This crucial work not only facilitates the delivery of urgent assistance but also allows for initial assessments of damaged infrastructure, paves the way for potential reconstruction efforts, and offers a glimmer of hope amidst the widespread destruction that has gripped the enclave, restoring a semblance of normalcy and connectivity for a population enduring unimaginable hardship. Al-Khair Foundation's steadfast commitment to these indispensable reconstruction efforts underscores its vital role in the ongoing humanitarian response within Gaza, demonstrating a profound dedication to fostering recovery and stability in one of the world's most challenging environments. By tackling the fundamental issue of accessibility, the Foundation is laying crucial groundwork for broader recovery and rebuilding initiatives, empowering residents to begin the daunting task of piecing their lives back together. Al-Khair's impactful work extends beyond mere physical clearing, symbolizing a beacon of hope and practical support that is absolutely essential for the resilience of the Palestinian people, paving the way for a brighter, more secure, and accessible future in the Gaza Strip.
In the heart of Africa, a catastrophe has been unfolding for long. Sudan, a nation already scarred by decades of conflict, is now facing one of the worst humanitarian crises of our time. Here, internal conflict has torn humanity apart. Cities like El Fasher have seen thousands injured in just 1 week. Over 1,500 civilians lost their life. Entire communities wiped out. House by house, over 9 million have been displaced. The largest displacement crisis on the planet today. More than 30 million people now need humanitarian aid. Children are starving. Hospitals have collapsed. In El Fasher, the last maternity ward has shut down, leaving over 6,000 pregnant women without care. Famine is spreading. Blockades and insecurity have made it nearly impossible to deliver food or medicine. Sudan is not a headline. It's a human tragedy. But it's not too late. We can still save lives. Al-Khair Foundation has been delivering humanitarian aid in Sudan for long. Over the years, we have delivered humanitarian aid to help affected families fight hunger, thirst, hygiene, sanitation, and above all, not lose hope. This was possible due to generous contributions from donors like you. Now, with the conflict intensified, Sudan is looking up to your wholehearted support. Donate generously.
Deep within the critical logistics corridor near the border, the Al-Khair Foundation's massive Egypt warehouse hub operates around the clock, serving as the essential staging post for immediate relief bound for Gaza.
Alhamdulillah, I am here at the Al-Khair Foundation warehouse in Egypt, and as you can see, we are preparing and packing the supplies to go towards Gaza. A ceasefire was announced recently, and all of this aid is crucial to save lives.
Under the meticulous oversight of Akhlaq Ahmed, a key figure from the foundation, the teams on the ground in Egypt assemble standardized emergency food packs designed to sustain families under extreme duress. These packs, containing vital non-perishable goods, are systematically catalogued and stacked floor to ceiling, reflecting the immense scale of the current humanitarian tragedy and the pressure to move aid swiftly. The atmosphere is tense yet focused, illustrating the high-stakes coordination required before the arduous journey begins, with every box representing a direct lifeline for a starving population awaiting assistance. As dawn breaks, the roar of diesel engines signals the imminent departure of the latest Al-Khair aid convoy, loaded bumper to bumper with the meticulously prepared food packs from the hub. With complex logistical checks complete and final border permissions secured, Akhlaq Ahmed monitors the deployment, underscoring the Foundation's commitment to direct and effective delivery into the besieged territory.
Alhamdulillah, as you can see behind me, another food truck is ready to go towards Gaza. This is at the Egypt warehouse, and this will provide life-saving food to the people who need it. Jazakallah khair for your generous contributions, and I hope that you can continue to support us. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
This convoy represents more than simple tonnage. It carries life-saving provisions for thousands suffering acute hunger, navigating perilous routes and bureaucratic delays to reach vulnerable families who have been displaced multiple times. The sight of these heavily laden trucks pulling away emphasizes the urgency of the moment, carrying the hopes of international donors and the immediate necessity of intervention across the final difficult miles to Gaza.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back to our show of Islam in the West after 9/11. Before the break, we had very interesting discussions with our panelists and Imam Qasim Saab. I'd like to introduce two new guests that I have in the studio with me now. To begin with, Barrister Saab, Barrister Mahmood Khan. He is the chairman of Pakistan Khidmat-e-Khalq League, a political party registered in Pakistan, as well as a barrister and the principal of a London-based law firm and internationally based Nationwide Law Associates. Barrister Saab, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, giving me this opportunity.
No, the pleasure is all ours. And secondly, I'd like to introduce our guest on the screen. They've joined us all the way from America, Mr. Akbar Salahuddin Ahmed. They are a Pakistani-American academic, author, poet, playwright, filmmaker, and former diplomat. They also served as the Pakistani High Commissioner to the UK and Ireland, and presently they are a professor of international relations at the American University, the School of International Service in Washington, where they also hold the title of Ibn Khaldun, which is the Chair of Islamic Studies. Akbar Saab, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for joining us today, Akbar Saab. I think there's been a slight signal, but we'll proceed with our guest who's in the studio with us, and we'll wait for Akbar Saab to reconnect. Barrister Saab, the first question that I wanted to ask today is the day itself, September 11, 9/11.
Yeah.
Now, there are many people watching and many people in the West who are not familiar with the events of the day and the aftermath, the immediate aftermath and the reactions, how life was before and how life was after. Perhaps they are too young, bearing in mind this event occurred 24 years ago. So anyone in their early 20s or teenage years, they won't be well acquainted with this incident, except for what they've read in the history books. So the first question that I'd like to address today is, what was your lived experience of that day? What do you remember?
I clearly remember the day because I was in my office and it was a lunch break. I went home for lunch. On the way back to the office, my radio, the car radio was on, and when the first plane hit the Twin Towers, it actually gave that news. And it's all fresh in my mind as if this happened, yesterday. And it was a strange feeling because it was unbelievable what they were actually saying on the news, that Twin Towers were hit. And then I think while I was driving, I didn't reach the office. By the time I reached the office, I think the second plane also crashed into it. And then obviously we went into the office, switched on the TV, and saw the whole incident clearly screened on the news. And what really was crossing my mind at the time, that obviously this incident happened out of blue. So how comes that there were so many cameras actually catching the footage of the airplanes going into these Twin Towers? That was something, either, if you already knew beforehand something's happening, so you get your cameras ready. And remember, today, day and age, with the mobile system that we got, it wasn't like that in 9/11, in 2001 we're talking about. So having cameras in a position where they can actually catch the planes going into the Twin Towers was the thing that I still remember, that questioning myself, that how is it possible that they actually captured those footage so clear. And clearly, as a Muslim, because slowly the reports start coming, who were behind it, what was the reason behind it, and clearly as a Muslim living in the UK, we started to worry because the whole blame is coming on the Muslims. And the other thing which I really wasn't, even this day, I don't understand, whoever was the master plan behind it, whoever was carrying out this, and if for the Muslims, I don't understand what they gained from it. What would they gain from doing such an act of terrorism? They were the one who were going to lose if anything like that happened. So that always lingers in my mind. Who actually benefited from this terrorist act? And if we look at it, and analyze it from retrospectively looking at it today, the way the world is actually moved on from 9/11, it appears that there was some kind of planning in advance how the world order is going to be in coming futures, in a coming time.
Indeed, these are very, very insightful questions, and this was the experience for yourself in London. And Akbar Saab, thank you for joining us all the way from America. Were you in the States at the time of the incident?
Fizan Saab, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. So I was in class. I had just joined American University in Washington, D.C., and I was teaching my first or second class when the planes hit New York. And don't forget, there was one plane that flew into the Pentagon. The Pentagon is a structure which is very central, very symbolic of America and its military might, just 4 or 5 miles from my university. So this was something very, very close. And I saw the impact on my students, who began to scatter, and people didn't know what was happening. Was this an attack? Were there more planes coming in? There were all kinds of rumors. And what worried me straight away, because I had already spent the 1990s in England, and I had made many major projects, including Living Islam for the BBC. It's a 6-part series in which I tried very, very much to counter the assault and the allegations against Islam, that Islam is a religion which promotes misogyny, it doesn't promote education, it's violent, it's a worthless civilization. So I was already involved in that debate. And I knew now in America on 9/11 that this is the debate that is going to emerge in America. And I knew there would be a huge chasm between Muslims and non-Muslims. And I decided then and there, I was at the university as a professor, more or less retired, and looking forward to a very relaxed kind of tenure as a professor. But I realized that unless every Muslim played the role of an ambassador and a bridge builder, Muslims will be very isolated and they will be blamed, and that blame will not go away, it will just magnify. So I threw myself into, straight after that, into a very, very hectic round of meetings, seminars, White House, Pentagon, State Department, think tanks, universities, and also the media. So I was in mosques, in synagogues, in churches, promoting dialogue so that people would have some idea about Islam, because Americans were asking, including, if you recall, the President of America, President Bush, who asked, and this was then picked up by the media, why do they hate us? And of course, the answer came from the media, because at that time, and again coming from before 9/11, was the thesis popularized by Samuel Huntington, a professor at Harvard, that there was a clash of civilizations taking place between the West and the world of Islam. And that theory, which was a theory, it was marginal, now became a popular mainstream theory. So I, as a Muslim scholar, and I hoped other Muslims would do this, had to challenge that and engage with that. And that's what I tried to do after 9/11.
MashaAllah. Akbar Sahab, I have to say that excellent work that you have been doing and you are doing, and you even published a recent book, America at the Crossroads, which I've not read yet, but I'm very keen on reading when I do get my hand on it. So Akbar Sahab, thank you so much for all the hard work that you have done for the Muslims and the Ummah in reshaping the narrative that's been spread against Islam ever since 2001 and even before that. Now, something that Barrister Sahab mentioned, which really struck me, was what did the Muslims gain from this incident? What was the motive behind it? So I just want to take some time to discuss that a little bit, Akbar Sahab. In your mind, and Barrister Sahab, is there any gain that the Muslims got from this so-called attack?
It's a very interesting question, Faizan Sahab, and remember, I am studying all this as a scholar, as a Muslim social scientist. So I saw two things, the gain. I found, and it's in my book, Journey into America, and in the film, I made a film on this whole discussion about Muslims in America, that a lot of Americans had begun to convert to Islam. So it was a paradox, because there was so much negative rubbish and nonsense in the media, but with that, people had access to the Quran, the people had access to the life of the noble Prophet, peace be upon him. So suddenly, Americans who knew little about Islam had access to Islam, and people were converting. Secondly, a lot of women were converting. I found that fascinating, because American women are, I think, the most free in the whole world, and yet they were prepared to give up that freedom and to accept Islam and live in the Islamic way. That was the big plus. The minus, Faizan, I'm afraid there's a very big minus. We must not overlook that. Maybe you and I didn't face that, but ordinary Muslims right across the Muslim world, whether in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, in Yemen, they faced a terrible blowback. So there were hundreds of thousands of Muslims who were killed, disrupted, destroyed, their families broken. And that cycle of violence which we entered, I'm afraid, and I have to say this with great sorrow, that cycle is still in revolution. It hasn't come out. And here's where the Muslim world has to and needed to respond in a much more vigorous way, a way with which they reflect the vision, the wisdom, the compassion of the Islamic vision of the world. And that hasn't fully come through. So we are still seeing things of a crisis in the Far East, or in the Middle East, or in Yemen. And that is that big picture question that I'm raising in the new study that I'm doing.
That's brilliant. That is very interesting. Barrister Sahab, would you like to add?
Well, clearly what I want to add is that every action has a reaction. Now this incident, in a way, as my colleague mentioned, is that he actually introduced the West to Islam. I don't think so that was the planning behind it. If whoever carried out that act were Muslims, I don't think so they were actually thinking in those terms. But what he actually did, he helped Islam to be introduced to the West. And having You see, this planning itself, because to my mind, a plan of such kind actually fires back. So whatever the purpose or the actually hidden purpose was, it actually introduced Islam to the West, and in some extent it helped Islam to expand. A lot of people converted to Islam or reverted to Islam. And obviously what comes to my mind in these kind of situations is that human plans, God says in the Quran, there's one planning by the humans and there's God's planning. So clearly it was human planning, but God's planning is different. And maybe that was the way God planned for Islam to be introduced in the West. And whatever the evil forces were trying to do, in fact, clearly, God will is planning something different. So I think that in a way helped, and it's a process that actually started in 9/11, and it continues. And I think with today's political situation in Gaza, it actually, again, it's a genocide. But that genocide is actually introducing the humanity to Islam. And the West and non-Muslims are learning more about Islam. The more they learn about Islam, more of them are actually coming into Islam. So even though there's evil is happening, people are being murdered, killed, but at the same time, it's actually helping the non-Muslim to learn more about Islam and understand better Islam. My overall thought is that it was a beginning, 9/11 was a beginning of a new world order. Obviously, whoever planned it 50 years ahead or 100 years ahead. And that is, if you look at it now, the present situation, how the 9/11 actually affected, or the rules and regulations which were brought in, especially the laws to control terrorism, is gone to a stage where I was listening to Mozambique that now in UK you cannot have a peaceful demonstration. They will arrest you. They have arrested so many people for actually standing with the people of Palestine, because there's clearly a genocide committed. But people of this country, when they come out against that, now it's actually classified as you're supporting the terrorism. In fact, they are supporting the humanity. But this is part and parcel of what was started back in 9/11, because they started to basically scrutinize everything, and the security and the protection, airports and everywhere, it actually increased. So that actually started then, but now it's gone to a stage where you cannot stand up for your rights or others' rights. You cannot say nothing. If you say anything for the human rights, you're being classified as a terrorist or troublemaker, and for that they can arrest you. This my assumption with the way things are going and what will happen in future is that we are in the Dajjal system now. The Dajjal has totally controlled the world politics. But this is a fight between the humanity and the Dajjal. It's not a fight just purely between the Muslims and the Dajjal. Actually, this is a fight between the humanity, people who will stand up for humanity, and the Dajjal. The powerful people in the world, they all think alike. You look at every Muslim country, you look at the Western countries, they all think the same way. If America says something, the rest of them, regardless they're Muslim or not, they will follow them. So this actually slowly is heading towards the end of times. It will be a clash between civilization and humanity with the evil forces.
Definitely, and some very interesting assessments there, Barrister Saab. And one thing in particular you mentioned was that the right for peaceful protesting is slowly being taken away. Many rights have been slowly taken away over the course of the last 24 years, and these seem to have stemmed from the events of September 11, 2001. So, Akbar Saab, Barrister Saab, what I want to ask is, do you feel that these policies or laws that come into force, do they indirectly or directly impact Muslims more than they tend to do anyone else? Do they tend to silence Muslims more than anyone else?
Certainly do, Fazan, because they are in a sense, they are the direct target, whichever way you shape it, whichever way you package it. Now, sitting in Washington, the nation's capital, I was acutely aware of these arguments. People were writing books, they were making comments in the media. I was invited to contribute whatever I could from my point of view. And I was alarmed because, again, there was very little thinking coming from the Muslim world. There was a lot of emotion, a lot of ideas, a lot of theories, but little solid academic presentations, which is what impresses the West. Western societies, Muslims very easily condemn them and dismiss them, but Western societies pride themselves on being very fair and neutral and basing their arguments on research and on evidence. So I decided, I said, all right, I'm hearing so much nonsense about Islam in the media. Islam is this, Islam is that, and people in the media, there'd be 4 experts, all 4 of them talking negatively about Islam, and none of them really knowing much about Islam. So I decided to launch a series of high-level projects based in fieldwork. And I took with me 3 or 4 of my students from campus. And this was a remarkable project and a remarkably ambitious idea that I would travel throughout the Muslim world and come back and write it up after questionnaires, interviews, and an idea of what the Muslim world is really thinking, what they're really like. Does that image match with what the West is saying, or is it very different? And what are the solutions for moving forward? Because Faizan sir, for me, and I want to emphasize this, for me it is critical that the Islamic vision of harmony, of compassion, of peace prevail, and cannot prevail in this mood where we are constantly going through this cycle of acquisition and counter-acquisition. So I launched 4 projects. The first project was called Journey into Islam. So we went through the Muslim world, the Middle East, South Asia, up to Indonesia. And remember, these are long projects, traveling for months and months, and very tough. The second one was Journey into America. I traveled to 75 cities and towns in America, 75 over 1 year. And I went to 100 mosques, African American mosques, Arab mosques, South Asian mosques. So again, we had collected a lot of data and we got a very good idea of the community. Then I took a project which took me to Europe, and it was called Journey into Europe. And there I discovered that they constantly, the propaganda was Islam has no role to play in Europe. Islam had a very big role to play in Europe. And I would have wanted every Muslim to know about Andalusia and the contribution that Islam made for 1,000 years in Andalusia. And very few Europeans know about this. And then the Ottomans and their contribution in the Balkans. And I met these wonderful communities in the Balkans who were Muslim, among the Bosnians, for example, and very good Muslim, decent Muslims, very proud of being Muslims. They said, we are Europeans, but we're also Muslim. And then, of course, my 4th project, which you'll be interested in, Faizan Saab, as an intellectual, was called The Thistle and the Drone. The thistle meaning that little prickly flower. And as you know, it's a flower that Scotland has adopted as its symbol. It's a prickly flower, meaning that if you pull it out, it may prick you in your finger. And it comes from Tolstoy's famous book. He wrote a very famous small book, a novella really, called Haji Murat. Murat was this Chechen warrior. And while he was there with the Imperial Russian army, Tolstoy said, I plucked a thistle and it pricked me. And he said, the tribes are like the thistle. And that's why I picked the notion of thistle and the drone. And I took 40 tribal societies, Muslim, right across from Morocco, North Africa, Middle East, into Central Asia and South Asia. So South Asia, from Pakistan, you have Baloch, Pathan, Afghans. So these were the thistle. and then the drone was modern technology. The drone was being used to bomb them, kill them. Waziristan was, where I served as a political agent in charge of Waziristan, was the most bombed place on earth. Non-stop they were being bombed. Now when you end up by bombing people, you're going to disrupt them, you're going to kill them, and for every 5 people you kill, you'll have 50 people who'll join people who are going to fight the establishment or the West or NATO or whoever. So again, the notion that you have a world situation where my job as scholar was to take a snapshot, and then my job as a peace activist was to try to promote ways to improve relations between Muslims and non-Muslims. And I found, and I'll conclude with this, Faizan Sahab, that a lot of non-Muslims would constantly tell me, we know nothing about what is your history. What do you say about women? Do you treat women badly? What do you say about non-Muslims? Do you want to kill us all? Does your Quran say that all non-Muslims should be killed? What about the notion of jihad? So a lot of my time went in explaining this, explaining the basic fundamentals of Islam. And I think that is the greatest service a Muslim can do in this environment today. Anger, emotion will take you only that far and not get you much further. We are discussing what's happening in England or in America. There's a lot of tension. Do not fool yourself. There's a lot of tension and Muslims are in the crosshairs. Crosshairs means you're like that. There's a gun pointing at you. Now, how do you get out of that? You get out by having dialogue, make friends, build bridges. That is the most essential thing. And again, I go back. Go to the Muslim world today in Yemen, in Afghanistan, in Syria, and look at the condition of those people. You mentioned Gaza. I can't see the news anymore. I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. This affects me. And therefore, I feel guilty that I'm sitting here, I'm eating properly, I'm drinking water. There are children who don't have water to drink. Children who are being shot in the head just for being born Muslim. That is a situation that's unacceptable to me. So all I can do as a scholar is my research. I want to use my knowledge as a tool. And I have, as I told you, done a lot of research recently, particularly on the golden age of Islam, to show the world that there was a time when Muslims are contributing research, science, astronomy, literature, medicine. In all these arts and these sciences, Muslims were at the cutting edge. And that is a time that should inspire us. But if, and I say this with regret, Muslims are not aware of it, we are just chasing money and we want buildings and we want big cars and big houses, we are going to suffer. When we constantly compare ourselves to this community or that community, as a scholar, I always point out that that community is doing well because they're investing in education for their children. Their children are becoming doctors and lawyers and entrepreneurs. What are your children doing? Anger and yelling around is fine, but that's not going to take you anywhere. Invest in education, invest in the future. And that, again, I want to end by repeating what Quaid-e-Azam, what Allama Iqbal, what Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, the great giants from South Asia. I come from South Asia, I'm very proud of that. These were the giants who gave us this vision. They all emphasized education, education, education. And I'll end with that, Faizan Sahab.
Akbar Sahab, thank you very, very much. And for very long, you have been doing excellent work. And one of the biggest fights in this battle is actually the narrative. And you've been doing a lot of work to compete against that narrative, to fight it, to spread the goodness that Islam brings, to talk about Islam. Akbar Sahab, thank you very, very much for your time and your insights and for all the work that you do. Thank you so much.
I'm grateful. Thank you. I'm grateful that I do want to point out, Faizan, that there's a cost in all this, because when you are taking this position, you're also then attacked. There's a lot of counter-attacks. And I have been attacked, for example, when I was in England. I remember a pamphlet written against me, and I won't mention which group wrote that, but they accused me and they said, this man is a very bad man because his heroes, you can judge him by his 3 heroes. And they said his 3 heroes are Quaid-e-Azam, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Aurangzeb Emperor, and the Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him. Because of that, he is a bad man. And Salahuddin, yes, Sultan Salahuddin. So I used to be amused, I used to laugh, I used to say, these are some of the greatest figures of history. But because I was out there in the media, you attract this very negative media, and I'm sure you face the same thing, and Khan Sahab may have faced the same thing. So thank you, Faizan. Thank you.
Yes.
As a sub, that was Akbar Saab all the way from America, and they're doing amazing work. Akbar Saab, thank you very much for joining us. I've really enjoyed speaking to you, and I'm sure the viewers have too, and I hope to speak to you again soon.
Thank you, Vedantam. Good luck to you and good luck to your viewers.
Thank you
stay
very
out of harm's way. Stay out of harm's way.
You too, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
The thing that I basically picked up from Dr. Saab's discussion, obviously it's very important that we teach Islam to the West, make them aware of Islam. The problem which we face is in fact, if the West was fully informed of their own Christianity religion, our job would come a lot easier. Problem is, religion has been taken out from the West. Not Islam, Christianity has been taken out from the people of the West. If you question and take a survey, go on street in West, ask them simple questions to the local people about Christianity, they will not be able to answer those simple questions. In fact, you go to a Muslim and ask those same questions relating to Christianity, they will know the answer that they actually will know far more than that. Now that's what happened in the West. The West basically, when they separated their religion and politics from West, what they did, they actually brainwashed people into politics and get rid of the Christianity from their mind altogether. The teaching of Christianity, if that was basically up to date and people were fully informed about their own religion, then the task of understanding Islam would have been better, and it would have been easier for the Muslim scholars to explain to the Christians what Islam says. But unfortunately, this is how the West has turned out to be, especially in the last 50 or 60 years. The Christianity as a religion is actually taken away from the Christians, ordinary Christians in the West. And what I often say when I do our own campaign with regards to our party, we tell people that there's a hadith of Prophet states that Islam will rise from the West. And I often say to people that what does that mean? It doesn't mean that the Christians or the non-Muslims will actually introduce Islam or Islam will rise because of them. No, the Muslims who actually settled in Western countries and the Muslims who had reverted to Islam. One thing you must have noticed, that the Muslims who reverted to Islam, they have a better understanding of Islam. Yeah. And this basically then helps this West will, in that sense, the Muslims in West will help the Islam to rise again, but not the Muslims back in Muslim countries, because they, as I said, the political forces are far too strong. Wrong Islam has been preached to them, and it will not actually help them. So people from the West, the new people who come to Islam and the people who moved away and settled in these countries, they will basically the one who will bring Islam back to the world stage.
That is a very interesting assessment there, Barrister Saab. And we've got another guest joining us in the studio, which is Dr. Piers Gregory Robinson. Dr. Robinson is a British academic researcher in the field of media studies. He's also the co-director of the Organisation for Propaganda Studies, and he has previously been a lecturer in political communication at the University of Liverpool, as well as a senior lecturer in international politics at the University of Manchester. Dr. Robinson, thank you very much for joining us today.
Good to be with you.
How are you doing today? Can you hear me?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank you for joining us. With me in the studio, I have Barrister Khan, and as you read, the discussion today is on Islam in the West after 9/11. So, without further ado, the first question I wanted to ask you, Dr. Robinson, is in relation to the effect that 9/11 had on the Muslims and the Middle East So in terms of the war on terror, how was 9/11 used to lead to where we are today?
Well, 9/11 primarily, it was an instigated event. I mean, most of the work that I'm involved with now is working for the International Center for 9/11 Justice, and it's examining critically the circumstances around 9/11. And what 9/11 was, I mean, primarily we'll go back to sort of the events of the day, but primarily this was an event that was instigated in order to initiate major wars in the international system. And this is quite well documented now. We know from the 1990s that the PNAC, Project for a New American Century, were planning on a robust military engagement in the international system. And their primary concerns, and just taking oneself back to the 1990s, and this is the end of the Cold War. America comes out of it, apparently victorious, and the kind of concerns that the neocons and in the United States had was that, in the coming 21st century, American dominance would be brought to an end with the rise of China, with the rise of significant competitor states. And war was seen as essentially the option to be pursued in order to try and shore up American hegemony. And 9/11 primarily as this instigating event to kick off the global war on terror led to conflicts, obviously, straight away in Afghanistan and then Iraq. And then that segued into conflicts in Libya and in Syria. And of course, the overall sort of pattern here is still in play, in the sense that Iran was always one of the key targets for the neocons in the 1990s. And clearly Iran is still in the crosshairs. So what this is, and this is a difficult thing for a lot of people to get their head around, although, I was just checking some opinion polls on Muslim opinion. It's widely understood globally, but also in the UK context by a lot of Muslims, that 9/11 was not as the American government explains it, i.e. that it was a group of Al-Qaeda terrorists who carried out the attack. There's far higher levels of skepticism towards that official narrative. And that's the work that we do at the International Center for 9/11 Justice, is primarily sort of bringing together a body of work which has been done by academics over the last 20 years in order to demonstrate precisely that. This is an event that was instigated. It was, false flag is a term which is used by the military. It was blamed on Muslims, but it was essentially a self-inflicted wound. And it was a self-inflicted wound in order to mobilize a constituency support amongst the American public, but also in the West, to support the wars. And the way your starting question was the consequences of this, well, we see very clearly the consequences of this. The wars, I think it's the Brown Institute in the US documents the kind of death toll which is associated with the conflicts which flowed from 9/11 and the global war on terror. You're looking at millions of people either killed or displaced. You're seeing now in the international system, in terms of where this has ended up, and I suppose another way of thinking about the 9/11 event is that it's there to create regime change wars, and it's also there to creative destruction, to reorder the Middle East. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And of course, that mechanism of reordering the Middle East has been playing out in the last 2 years in a genocide against the Palestinians. Obviously, the Syrian government has now been overthrown after a 14-year essentially regime change operation by multiple countries, with the US very much leading the way. And we see a reordering in the Middle East, and it's a reordering which is, going to lead to possibly war against Iran again. It's very difficult to predict exactly what direction the Palestinian plight will go at this point. Because it's such a fluid situation that there is a rebalancing of power in the region. But essentially, this is all through destruction and through the use of warfare. And so the consequences for Muslims, but also many other people in the world, has been death and destruction on a huge scale. And I guess for some members of your audience who perhaps have difficulty swallowing the bitter pill that 9/11 was instigated and then blamed on the Muslims, Well, it was as false flag operations, and of course, false flag operations are quite common in war and conflict situations. It's a unprecedentedly large and bold false flag. But then, if you look at the wars which it had to try and help to instigate, these have been massive wars which have been going on for 25 years. So you needed an event of that kind of scale, and that was actually what the PNAC documents and the people connected with PNAC were saying in the 1990s. They were saying the American public doesn't have what it takes to do the necessary deeds in the international system. They need a wake-up call. They need another Pearl Harbor. And so this is essentially what the neocons did. They went and instigated this event to scare the American public into supporting the wars which we've been seeing going on since. So, I mean, maybe just to wrap up on this initial response to your question, the consequences have been disastrous for populations, for Muslim populations and many other populations. Quite, connected in with that, obviously, has been, the huge levels of Islamophobia that we've seen. Are you still hearing me?
Dr. Robinson, that is a very insightful assessment there. And just wanted to kind of go into a bit more detail in terms of the prior to 9/11 and after 9/11, of the last 24 years, what has the media portrayal been of Muslim countries, especially the Middle East?
Well, essentially, 9/11, and can I just check that you're hearing me properly, because you're getting quite broken up, but are you hearing me properly?
We can hear you.
Good, okay, I'll go ahead. So the question was, so repeat the question, please.
So the question was, how has the media portrayed Muslim countries or Muslim majority countries since 9/11 and prior to that?
Well, obviously, because the blame was placed upon Al-Qaeda, Islamic fundamentalists, the impact on the perceptions in the media is essentially been an Islamophobia, which has run riot since 9/11. But of course, that was building up before that. The kind of negative portrayal and hostility towards Muslims was there. You have Edward Said's Orientalism talking about this. And you could see it sort of growing through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And obviously, it would be remiss of me not to sort of talk about the connections of that with Zionism and with Israel. That has played a significant role in fueling Islamophobia. And one of my colleagues, Professor David Miller, who works extensively on this, can attest to that. But, Islamophobia has been used and leveraged in order to help mobilize the populations in support of these wars. And the media, because the media has, to a very large extent, accepted the narrative that was presented on 9/11 and prior to that of Muslims, have reinforced that. It's been, to be blunt, a dismal performance by Western mainstream media for many years. Of course, for those of us who study media and communications, it comes as no surprise. Mainstream media in the West, as well as in many other countries in the world, but certainly in the West, where it's supposed to be independent and objective and truthful, is actually highly deferential to political power. And this has been documented for years by communication scholars who look at media and how media cover wars and conflicts. So the media has been towing the line and fueling the Islamophobia for a long time. We're only now at the point of, it's going to be interesting to see where things go in the coming months and years. We do, of course, the election of the New York mayor. We have Zionism, and Israel's reputation globally is flatlining. Obviously because of the genocide. And you can start to see sort of some real sort of shifts, I think. The fact that New York was willing to vote for a Muslim to become mayor, despite the sort of the official narrative, the deception over 9/11, is interesting. If you look in the US at the moment and you look at the huge fight going on within the MAGA movement, with people such as Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, who are, really coming in hard against Israel and Zionism, this is quite remarkable to see this occurring. So I think that, in the coming months and years, we will see some shaking up of mainstream narratives. And one of those mainstream narratives, which is essentially demonized Islam, demonized Muslims for so many years, there's a potential for that to be changed and improved. Obviously, if there becomes wider acceptance of the reality of 9/11, and that's the organization I work for, that we work very hard to raise awareness about that, realization and understanding of that, which is increasing significantly. We had a big conference in Washington, D.C. on the anniversary. Senator Ron Johnson was there. And, he's committed to producing a report into the events of 9/11. And this all could be a huge game changer. So there is an opening up, I think. And at some point, there might be a full realization about what happened on 9/11, that Muslims were not to blame, as it were. But also this kind of recognition of Israel and Zionism and the problems which we've seen. We've had a genocide for 2 years, and that is even disrupting, the conservative Christian right in America now, with a lot of them pushing back against that. There's an opportunity here. Whether the mainstream media is going to help in this, I don't know. They not doing a very good job of waking up to a lot of the big deceptions that we've had over the years. But that might start to come. There is some scope for, I think, optimism there. But at the end of the day, it's a long time coming. As I'm sure you and your guests have been talking about tonight. There's been a huge degree of prejudice and against Muslims, and horrific conflicts, which, as I said at the start, are rolling on and will possibly continue. And so, this has been I guess in summary, or to sum all of this up, I mean, this is a very dark period for Western liberal democracies. It's, as some people argue, this is the end of the Western Empire, and this is the kind of corruption and criminality that you get when empires come to an end. But it's a very dark period, and I only hope that we're moving into a world, and maybe I'm being a bit too optimistic on that, but moving into a world where the kind of hostility and hatred that we have seen is going to dissipate when people understand better, essentially, what the West has been doing in the international system. I can't hear you at the moment. I could not hear you then.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, brilliant. Yes, so Dr. Robinson, the question I was asking is, what do you think the public can do at large to narrow the division between Islam and the West, or the misconception and the misunderstanding at the least?
Well, I mean, on multiple levels, in terms of the area that I work on, I think that sort of people properly learning and informing themselves about the realities of Western foreign policy over the years, how we have leveraged, for example, extremism, how events such as 9/11 are in fact self-inflicted wounds, false flags blamed on Muslims, educating oneself about the reality of Western foreign policy immediately takes people to a place where they suddenly realize we've been told and propagandized into hating an entire religion, and it's essentially been a deception. So I think that kind of awareness raising and education can go a long way in starting to take away the sort of immediate drivers for this, instinctive hostility which you see amongst a lot of people. Again, the example of what we've just seen in New York with the mayor is, that's an indication that sort of maybe things are beginning to change on that front. I suppose, beyond, as it were, understanding geopolitics better, which I guess is the simple way of putting that point I just made. Obviously, we live in a world where hatred is used by a lot of political forces in order to mobilize and control populations, fear. I think the politics of fear is something which has dominated Western liberal democracies for a long time. And I suppose, this doesn't just apply to sort of, the issue of Islam and Muslims. This applies just generally. Sort of, we need to try to move towards a political culture which is more empathetic, which is more respectful and tolerant of all religions, and that should be just a basic norm which any society should be committed to. We should be committed to living in this world and living in a way which we recognize and respect differences and so on. And that's something which we should always be trying to educate our children about, and is fundamental to maintaining peace. Of course, we're in a world where there is so much hatred. Sometimes it's difficult to think, is that really possible? But I think, most people at the end of the day, most people on the street, their blood can be put up to boiling point by events such as 9/11, false flags. They can be manipulated. But most people at heart are good. Most people, want to live their life. They want to have a family, have a home, and have respect, etc., and don't want to live their life hating. So I think that's where most people are. I think sort of Archbishop Desmond Tutu talked about sort of the basic goodness in all people. But the problem is we're manipulated, and propaganda, powerful actors, events such as 9/11 are used to manipulate our minds and to play upon our fears. So, awareness of that and awareness of those tools which are used against us, I think can really help people to step back. And again, I think despite all the hate that we do see, I think that, most people at heart, when they understand the truth of things and what is going on, they will do the right thing, and they will live respectfully and in harmony with other people.
Robinson, and thank you for joining us this evening, and we hope to hear from you again soon.
Okay, good talking to you.
Thank you. Rasta Saab, that was Dr. Robinson. Would you like to discuss on anything that is just...
There's two things which I like to actually mention. One is that 9/11, to my mind, it was a start of the greater Israel planning. And that was one of the reasons when they recently tried to get Tony Blair involved in the agreement between the Palestinians and the Israelis. I was totally against it, because he was the person who actually lied that Iraq had got weapons of mass destruction. And as a result of that, so many people died. This person is a war criminal. He should be hanged. But they're using him once again to basically settle this peace agreement between the Palestinians and the Israelis. You have to bear in mind that this was the actual person who was behind, strongly attacking Iraq and the idea of greater Israel. He supported that from starting from this 9/11 false flag, as Robinson said. And my opinion is actually the same. It was a false flag. And West is actually, if you look at the history, you'll find that these kind of false flags, many times they have used this. And I think this was the whole purpose behind it, was to actually create a greater Israel. If you look at since then and now, how they slowly, one by one, they actually got rid of the Islamic or Muslim countries and what stage they are at the moment. So this actually, I think, is part of that, part and parcel of that. But as I said, Allah Ta'ala plans and the human plans. What has happened actually now, because of their evil policies and total and absolute control over media, Zionism has been exposed badly. And this is one of the reasons why the mayor in New York has been elected. What these people don't understand is that because of the social media, ordinary human beings have become more aware of it. And they now know what exactly happening and why the social media is quite on a genocide. children are being murdered, women are being murdered. A massive, if you look at the history, this kind of genocide never existed. It did exist, but not to this scale where actually people get the chance to see this with their own eyes. Whatever happened in the history, it's written in the history book. Nobody actually was viewing as the things were happening. But now, for the first time in the world, when this genocide is happening, the whole world is actually watching. And that, the mainstream media and the people who control politics in the world, they are quiet about it. People are simply questioning themselves, what is happening here? We all are human beings at the end of the day. We all have, as the doctor said, we all have, we all want to live a peaceful life. We don't want to hate people. We want to carry on with our life. Mm-hmm. But this is not what's happening in the world. We've been actually exploited. And people are beginning to realize that just like 9/11 was a false flag, and they used that. And now they're actually still using this. And this is why the mayor of New York was elected. Despite the billions of money they actually invested to defeat him. But he is a very clever man. What he did, he looked at the general opinion of the public. Public are beginning to question Zionism and Israel. Why is it that, regardless of what happened, our countries are supporting this Israel genocide? And what he did, he actually took their opinion and he said, look, it's about time that we think about ourselves. We think about New York. We think about the people who are living in the New York, living standards, the inflation, everything is so high, people cannot cope with, expenditure that is growing. Why don't we concentrate in New York? Why are we worried about Israel and what's happening in Tel Aviv? Mm-hmm. Why are we giving so much money to them? Mm-hmm. Why can't we stand up and say, they committing a genocide? And when the mainstream media went to him and attacked him, they didn't realize that they are playing into his narrative. His narrative was exactly what is happening, what's going on here? Why are we supporting these people? And they were asking him exactly the questions which he actually created the narrative. For example, they asked him, if you become a mayor of New York, what is your opinion about Hamas? And he's saying, hold on a second, I'm standing in New York as a mayor, what I got to do with Hamas? They're asking him a question about what are your policies on Israel. And he said, hold on a second, I'm thinking about New York, and you keep asking me, what is Israel got to do? So this was his narrative, and this is exactly what the opinion of the general public was. And then the mainstream media, who was actually trying to bring him down, reality was that they actually were helping him indirectly, because their main line questions were all to do with Israel and the Hamas. And that's exactly what he was saying, that why should we be worried about Israel? Why we are investing in Israel when our own people are living in poverty? Yeah. And that actually helped him to win that elections.
It did, yeah. And to be honest, it was a very clever policy on his behalf. And he put the New Yorkers first and their interests first. And that was his whole narrative and his whole political campaign. And that's why, needless to say, the results are before us. Brad Saab, that is definitely a very interesting insight. And we've had very interesting discussions today from both panelists, guests that joined us on the live, and from yourself, Brad Saab. So I thank you all. And we're just going to take a short break at this stage. So viewers, stay tuned in and we'll join you after a short break. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
For years, Gaza has endured a quiet crisis, a slow dismantling of its healthcare. A system on the brink of a total breakdown, healthcare services are a vital link to rebuild Gaza. Since October 2023, critical shortages and blockades meant doctors were making impossible choices. Lack of fuel for generators, Anesthesia and surgicals meant doctors had to sometimes perform amputations with kitchen knives, operating under a phone light. Beyond the hospitals, the very fabric of public health was deteriorating. Contaminated water, inadequate sanitation, and constant stress further declined public health. Children in particular bore the brunt, with a staggering 80% showing signs of emotional distress. The healthcare system in Gaza has reached its lowest point, but the recent ceasefire has rekindled hope. Now Gaza needs to rebuild, not just in bricks and mortar, but with dignity, hope, and full access to healthcare. The path to recovery will open with unhindered access for humanitarian aid. Then, the massive rebuilding hospitals, clinics, and the essential infrastructure that would empower healthcare professionals to perform their best. And finally, rebuilding a robust mental health system to address the deep wounds of a generation. IQRA Foundation has been delivering essential aid in Gaza for long. We have provided vital medical supplies, ambulances, supported essential health services, and worked to strengthen public infrastructure. Since October 2023, we have delivered over $90 million of humanitarian aid into Gaza. But we believe our work is now more critical than ever. Gaza needs you, the donors who believe in restoring humanity. With your support, we will keep delivering essential aid. The people of Gaza deserve more than survival. They deserve a chance to heal, to rebuild, and to live a healthy and a dignified life. Their future depends on our collective action. Please stand with Gaza. Donate generously.
At the IQRA Egypt warehouse hub, activity surged as the logistics teams worked tirelessly to prepare emergency food packs destined for Gaza. Under the supervision of Akhlaq Ahmed from the IQRA Foundation, the warehouse transformed into a center of coordinated effort and humanitarian dedication. Stacks of essential supplies, including rice, lentils, cooking oil, flour, and canned goods, were carefully organized and sealed for transport. Each package represented hope for families facing severe shortages, forming part of a wider relief operation aimed at delivering immediate assistance to displaced communities across Gaza. The scale of preparation reflected both urgency and precision. Teams documented every item, ensuring consistent quality and fair distribution in line with international humanitarian standards. Forklifts moved incessantly between storage bays as the teams loaded pallets onto trucks, while logistics officers confirmed customs documentation and route safety measures. Behind the hum of machinery and the scent of newly packed goods lay the collective resolve of those determined to help sustain lives amid growing humanitarian distress. The warehouse became not merely a logistical hub, but a symbol of unity between Egyptian partners and the IQRA Foundation's global network. As dawn approached, the convoy engines rumbled to life, ready to cross towards Gaza under the supervision of Akhlaq Ahmed and his coordination team.
Alhamdulillah, as you can see, this is the second truck leaving the warehouse in Egypt. This is full of food supplies that will go towards Al Arish and then into Gaza via the Rafah border. Jazakallah khair for your generous contributions, and may Allah reward you very much.
The departure marked the culmination of days of intense preparation and the beginning of an arduous journey through challenging checkpoints and uncertain terrain. For the donors, witnessing the trucks roll out carried deep emotional weight, a reminder that humanitarian efforts, though complex and fraught with obstacles, remain guided by empathy, duty, and an unyielding commitment to serve those in need. The neonatal unit at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis serves as a critical lifeline for Gaza's most vulnerable population, premature Palestinian infants. Within this specialized facility, dedicated medical personnel diligently work to provide the intensive medical attention required for the survival of these tiny patients, utilizing incubators, specialized feeding tubes, and respiratory support systems. Despite the immense challenges often inherent to operating in the Gaza Strip, including frequent shortages of essential medical supplies and electricity fluctuations, the staff strives relentlessly to maintain the sterile, high-tech environment crucial for neonatal recovery. Each fragile life stabilized in the unit represents a desperate fight for survival, wholly dependent on the limited yet vital advanced medical resources available at this key hospital in southern Gaza. In the wake of devastating natural disasters and persistent socio-economic challenges, countless children across Indonesia found their educational dreams shattered, their schools reduced to rubble or rendered unsafe for learning. The very foundations of their future crumbled, leaving a void where classrooms once stood vibrant with youthful chatter and the promise of knowledge. Recognizing this profound crisis, the IQRA Foundation launched its pivotal Back to School project, an ambitious initiative designed not just to send children back to desks, but to literally reconstruct the very spaces where hope could be rekindled. Their commitment was clear: to systematically identify the most affected communities, assess the damage, and begin the arduous but essential work of restoring the physical infrastructure of education, ensuring that no child's right to learn was permanently lost to misfortune. This undertaking was more than just construction. It was an act of profound belief in the resilience of communities and the transformative power of education for Indonesia's next generation. From laying solid foundations to raising sturdy walls and fitting secure roofs, every brick laid and every beam fixed represented a crucial step towards a brighter future for hundreds of eager students. These spaces were more than just classrooms. They were carefully designed environments, equipped with essential facilities to foster an engaging and safe learning atmosphere, providing airy classrooms, clean sanitation blocks, and even small libraries where previously there was nothing but ruin. This comprehensive approach ensured that when the school bells finally rang again, they heralded not just the simple return to school, but the inauguration of a robust, inspiring educational environment ready to nurture young minds. IQRA's Back to School project stands as an enduring testament to the idea that with fundamental support and unwavering dedication, even the most profound setbacks can be overcome, paving the way for a more educated and prosperous tomorrow for Indonesia's youth.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مؤسسة الخير لا تزال تقف بجانب أهل غزة. ففي هذا اليوم 25 من أكتوبر تشرين الأول للعام 2025 ميلادي نعد ونجهز قدور الطعام. هذه القدور التي نقدمها لأهلنا في غزة برغم المآسي والجراح وحالة الردم الكبير التي تملأ الشوارع والطرقات. مؤسسة الخير تواصل عطائها، فنحن الخير لكل الناس. شكرا كل الشكر لكل المتبرعين عبر الخير فاونديشن، وتقبل الله منكم عطاءكم وسخاؤكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
In the heart of Gaza, where families have sought refuge within the walls of UNRWA schools, the IQRA Foundation stands as a beacon of compassion and hope. Each day, its dedicated teams on the ground work tirelessly to prepare hot, nourishing meals for those who have lost their homes and livelihoods. The scent of freshly cooked food fills the air, bringing comfort to children and the elderly who gather with gratitude and anticipation. Amidst hardship and uncertainty, these meals provide more than sustenance. They offer a moment of normalcy, a reminder that humanity's kindness continues to shine even in the darkest times. Every meal prepared is a promise kept to those depending on the support of strangers who care deeply from miles away. It is a powerful example of how unity and empathy can transcend borders, turning compassion into tangible help for thousands in need. Your donation today can fill an empty plate, bring back a smile, and help restore strength to a community longing for peace and stability. Together, we can help rebuild Gaza, one meal, one home, one act of compassion at a time. Donate now, or visit IQRA.org today.
جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى وتطرب نفس له طاعة ويبلغ سعد إلى منتهى فؤاد شغوف إلى ربه أحب رضاه أحب لقاه يظل يجيء إلى ربوة قرار ويسمو وذا مرتضى فلا لهو يثنيه عن سيره ولا جمع مال تغى الشهوى إذا ما ينادي منادي الفلاح تراه لذاك يحث خطاه تراه لذاك يحث خطاه جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى وتطرب نفس له طاعة ويبلغ سعد إلى منتهى يتم ربي أيا غافرا رجوتك عفوا ولا لي سوى ودمع يسيل عين
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته إن الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على نبي المصطفى وبعد. Respected brothers and sisters, ulama ikram, mashayikhin, children, assalamu alaikum again. We are in this session now, most probably last or second last session of today's conference. Conference is about to come to closure, you can say, in possibly half an hour. But still, a lot needs to be discussed. So most probably we will extend by another half an hour or so. We'll see how it goes, inshallah. We have received so far very positive feedback from viewers through the messages and so on, mashallah. People are enjoying it and they're learning a lot from this conference. We will be playing this as repeat, so if you missed any part of it, inshallah you will listen to this conference again as a series, as maybe 1 hour or half an hour daily programs and so on, inshallah. So far, a lot has been discussed, as I said, but a lot and more than what's been discussed is still remaining. see, with me is Sister Yvonne again. Gosh, I have to put up with you again.
You can't get rid of me. I'm like a boomerang. I just keep coming back.
Yes. You know, right now everybody praying for mercy for myself. They're feeling sorry for me. You know.
You're painting me out to be a really evil person, and I'm no bother at all.
No, it's not evil, basically. Shaitan still has a soft corner. So, no, mashallah, I mean, we do get along very well, alhamdulillah. So we can't resist but to pass remarks, even live on camera. Anyway.
Well, this is an excellent conference, and you've had some great guests on, but I think that a lot of our viewers will be looking and saying, what can we do to protect ourselves? Because there's an awful lot of trouble coming barreling down the line towards the Muslim community. I feel that anyway. You know, when you see the likes of Tommy Robinson becoming the poster boy of the far right, being, you know, given the red carpet treatment in Israel, a country that Sir Keir Starmer gives his unconditional support to. You know, we have to be braced for this 9/11 that's coming our way. And I'm really not sure how we do it, because we have a lot of support in the non-Muslim community, and we've seen that in the pro-Palestinian demonstrations, but we've also seen the ugly face of Islamophobia rise up, and we have to be prepared.
You see, what we have experienced recently, going back maybe another 10 years or so, when Kashmir Article 357 was revoked, and Indian Kashmir, rather than being kind of independent state or whatever, became one under the Indian government and so on. So it's just like another state of India. And straight after that, I went to Kashmir, and there were many businessmen who were committing suicide because internet was shut, and they had huge liabilities and deadlines. They had huge staff members, and their accounts were jammed, and they couldn't function and so on, yet they have to pay liabilities. So some of them were forced to commit suicide. So I went and met a business community, and away from that, I met the senior leadership, and I said, where is your risk assessment? Because when Modi, he campaigned in his election campaign, it was one of the mandate that he is going to make Kashmir part of India. He's going to revoke Article 365 or 357, whatever it was. So where was your preparation? You know, if you know the risk and you are prepared for it, then it becomes information. And if you heard of the risk but you don't prepare anything, then it becomes a disaster. You know, similarly, Trump, in his first campaign, he clearly spoke openly about his ideas towards Islam and Muslims, and how he's going to tackle them. And he banned Muslims, and well-educated and sophisticated Muslims, and liberal Muslims, just simply because they are Muslim, from even Middle Eastern countries like Kuwait, Qatar, and like that. I can understand if some of them are banned from other countries which are hotspots like Syria, Yemen, Iraq, African countries. Maybe Pakistan, for example, ideally not, but still there could be some reasoning. But what was the reasoning to ban liberal Muslims coming into America? You know, apart from simply that they were simply Muslims. So still people of America failed to have their risk assessment on that. Now we have seen basically far right coming into European countries, in France, in Belgium, and so on. They're coming into power and causing a lot of distraction to Muslims. Again, no preparation. So we need to learn from our neighboring and other countries around the world and prepare basically the future of Muslims in this country. We need to know the risks, understand the risks coming in this country, and prepare accordingly. In order to do that, you can't have that discussion in public or open platform. The think tank of the community, the leadership of UK Muslims need to go somewhere and lock themselves away for a weekend or a long weekend or so, and come up with a strategy to prepare for the future. We have over 3,000, possibly now 4,000 masajid and musallas. We have nearly 200 Islamic schools. We have hundreds, if not thousands of, possibly thousands of Muslim organizations in UK, if you include masajid and communities as an organization. We have community centers. We have basically Muslim personalities and so on. How are we going to safeguard that? So that needs to be prepared, and you rightly, spot on, you touched on that.
Well, you're right, and this program should be a forerunner to a conference of all the Muslim leaders, whoever they are. And it is important that people are able to look up to and rally behind solid figures who will support them. As I said earlier this evening, I was so disappointed with Recep Tayyip Erdogan, because I really thought that he could have been much more vocal over these past 2 years. We look to him for leadership, but it's only in the last few days that he's now decided to rubber stamp this arrest warrant for...
You see, I mean, I've had discussion with the leadership. I was, he spoke in our conference November last year, exactly 1 year ago. And that's why tomorrow early morning I'm going to Istanbul, because we have follow-up conference from last year. Last year was managed by Al Khair. This year is supported by Al Khair, but same conference after 1 year. So last year, basically, I was asked to visit the library he has set up, the presidential palace and like that and so on. And I had an open and frank discussion. So there are two things in that. One, whenever Western countries, they target one country, that is not the only target. They have one main target and one or two primary targets. So one main aim and other are, you can say, other targets. Now with Israel and Gaza war, you may think that the real target here was Hezbollah or Iran, along with Afghanistan, you can say. But in reality, the real target of this war was Turkey. And this is well known on that level of people, basically, that the main target of this war was not Iran, it was Turkey. It was expected that Turkey will jump in this war, and then they will do same thing to Turkey, what they did to Iraq and so on like that. And Erdogan, he understood this quite well. Now, I'm not trying to defend Erdogan, not certainly because he was our speaker.
No,
like
but
that.
he has set himself up as the emir of a very fragmented Muslim world, and he's been quite heroic.
Yeah.
And because of that, he's gone very, very, the silence is almost deafening.
Yeah, well, I mean, two things in that. One, there are many contracts. You remember that the previous government before Erdogan was very pro-Israel, pro-American. Right? They banned hijab, they banned beards, Islamic practices, and so on. So Turkey under Erdogan is a very different country to previous. But previous government had many contracts between Turkey and Israel, which were like 20 years, 50 years contracts, which is not easy for him to come out. Right? You know, if someone wants to be really brave, then they can definitely say, okay, I'm pulling the plug off, and so on. But at what cost, right? So, you know, in terms of basically certain consignments going into Israel was from previous government, and we need to see, and I want to see independently, if there have been any contracts between this government and Israel recently. If there are, then yes, I will have greater complaint with Erdogan. I'm not his fan in that sense, basically, that he stayed quiet. You know, all of us are hurt about it. But at the same time, if we put ourselves in his shoes, and when he knows that him and his country is the next real target of it, after Gaza, not Iran, but Turkey is the target. So he has greater responsibility. That's number one. Number two, they said, we need little encouragement. You know, we need our left and right muscles. Who can we look at? Is Saudi will support us? Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, are they going to join us if we take a stance? Nobody will. Not even Iran. Even Iran will not come to support Turkey if Turkey takes the step. So we need to look at basically situation from their point of view. And it's basically our failing as entire ummah, that we have failed, our leadership has failed. And that's what, I mean, this is a learning curve for us. So yes, Erdogan can do a lot more, and he was expected to do a lot more. Instead of just few steps he have taken, cancelling certain vessels or petrol supply or like that or whatever, and then recently now this arrest warrant, which nobody taking it seriously. But if he takes any step, then at what cost? You know, all of us, we will be happy. But what will happen to Turkish people? So they need muscles on their right and left who could stand for them.
Well, we need unity as well.
Definitely.
And the people are there, the Arab world are there, but I don't know what's happened to the...
You see, there are certain superpowers in the world. Soviet Union was superpower, but still Russia, in a sense, is superpower. I mean, power corridors, I can say, rather than superpower. America certainly is. China is emerging, right? And Turkey is getting very strong. Right? Now, if you learn from other countries, America, their initial attack or coup they created was over 100 years ago in smaller countries. Their target was Nicaragua, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and countries like that, basically. So they started slowly. But they took nearly 60, 70 years. They waited for 60, 70 years to become global leader. Right? And once they were, you can say, considered superpower in the world from 1950s onward, then they started dominating the far areas. Initially, they were just trying to control South America. Then they started Soviet Union, Iran, the change of regime in Iran. Right? I'm not talking about Ayatollah Khamenei. Before Ayatollah Khamenei, Mossadegh was the president. They didn't like him. They changed him. They basically scholars attacked in Iran and blamed Mossadegh for it. They got bombs in masajids and blamed Mossadegh for it. And that's how Raza Shah Pahlavi came about. And then in 1979, when people was fed up with Raza Shah Pahlavi, then Khomeini came in. Iran was being prepared as a bloc against Russia because America was very far.
But it was also cozying up to Israel. And we shouldn't forget that SAVAK, which was the Iranian secret police, had a very special relationship with Mossad. In fact, they were trained by Mossad.
Yes.
And that relationship is obviously still there. You know, we saw with the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh and how the top military leaders have been picked off in Iran. And it's because this relationship between the so-called defunct SAVAK and Mossad is obviously still very much ongoing.
Yeah, you see, if you go slightly back, we have Mozambique also. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry if we're getting off the track, and I'm trying to read my lesson to you guys, basically. That.
I just heard you talking about Turkey, and I can't help but to mention Turkey. We all, especially after the coming of Erdogan, had sensed that he's going to bring a change. My book was translated into Turkish, and I managed to get him a copy. But the truth be told, Turkey has played a terrible role. Mm-hmm. Not just in the war on terror, but even before that. Turkey has the largest standing army in the whole of Europe.
Yes.
It is the most powerful army in the whole of Europe. It is a key NATO ally. Turkish soldiers have died in Vietnam, in North Korea, in Somalia, and in Afghanistan, fighting on the side of the coalition. My own flight that went from the Bagram prison to Guantanamo had to stop off to refuel. Do you know where? At the Incirlik Air Base, just near the city of Adana, in Turkey. So Turkey was always a staging point, even for the bombers in the first Iraq War, the first Gulf War. So Turkey has a lot to make up for. It has a lot to make up for. And the argument that Turkey...
Just as Germany making up for...
Indeed.
For being
Germany
accused of
Germany did a
Holocaust.
lot worse. But what I mean is, in the Muslim world, when the leader, Erdogan, he organizes protests. Somebody like me will organize protests. He's the leader, he's the commander-in-chief of the military forces.
Yes.
Not just of the army, not just of the navy, not just of the special forces, not just of the air force, the entire thing. And you know,
this doesn't make sense.
And the other thing, I can say this, right? We've had this conversation about the recognition of Palestine. Britain became, what, the 149th country to recognize Palestine. It's just, it doesn't mean anything. But if anything, if it meant anything, they should have provided the Palestinians with anti-aircraft missile systems. At least shoulder-mounted ones, if not actual fixed S-400s like the Russians have. And any country that has those weapons could have provided them. They didn't have to physically take part into airstrikes. They could have done that. They could have said, we're going to maintain and build and maintain a no-fly zone, like they had in Bosnia, like they had in Kurdistan, and Turkish military could have taken part in that. The other Arab Gulf states could have taken part. They said, we are not going to allow anyone to take off in the skies, and if you do take off into the skies and bomb, some of these people will have anti-aircraft missile systems that's been provided to them. That is not a reason to attack Turkey. That doesn't become a reason then, because Turkish soldiers are not involved. They're just supplying the weapons because it's an internationally recognized body with who you can trade, you can have deals and so forth. But even in the space of international law and relations, they didn't even do that. And in fact, what you were alluding to earlier on is what Turkey was still trading with Israel. Morocco was still trading with Israel. Many countries were dealing.
Morocco is very close to Israel.
Yeah.
You know.
So it's the, you know, in Arabic they have this word, the khiyana, the treachery.
Yes.
And you know, there's this hadith, isn't it, of the Prophet ﷺ says, إِذَا فَسَدَ أَهْلَ الشَّامِ فَلَا خَيْرَ فِيكُمْ. If the people of this region of Sham, and that means Palestine and Syria and Jordan, if these people become corrupted, there's no good in you. And the Prophet ﷺ talking to the Sahaba. And then he said, وَلَا تَزَالْ طَائِفَةً مِّنْ أُمَّتِي مَنْصُورِينَ. There will always be a group of my ummah victorious. لَا يَضَرُّهُمْ مَنْ خَذَلُهُمْ. They will not be harmed by those who are treacherous towards them. حَتَّى تَقُومَ السَّاعَةُ, until the final hour. So that treachery, unfortunately, it's being done by all those countries. And it's very sad for me to say this because I have relatives living in Turkey who speak fluent Turkish. That Turkey was a massive letdown. We already expected Egypt to be a letdown because that has, I think, the second largest army in the whole of Africa. But,
and second largest funding of America after Israel.
And so that's we can't let Turkey off scot-free like on this one. It's just wrong. There needs to be accountability for them.
Well, I'm hoping that Erdogan has pulled himself from the brink because, you know, I'd invested so much hope in him to be that leader in the Arab world, because I look at the Arab world and I feel so sorry for the Arab people because they have been crushed and they have no hope. They need to rise up. And it reminds me of the lion and the lion tamer in the circus. Everybody goes to the circus to see this act. And the audience are all sitting there watching the lion tamer and the lion. And the reason why the audience is so hooked up is because they know one day the lion will suddenly snap and take out the lion tamer. He certainly has the capacity. And the lion tamer, who is at the center of the whole theater, he knows.
Apology accepted.
The lion tamer knows that if the lion turns on him, he's finished. Everybody knows it, which is why the act is so compelling, because everybody wants to see the lion suddenly turn round and attack. Everybody knows it apart from the lion. And I look at the people of Saudi Arabia, I look at the people in Jordan, and I just think, rise up and get rid of these dictators, for goodness sake. And they can do it. And they've shown with the Arab awakening or the Arab Spring that they can do it. But they won't. And you've got people in I mean, the Egyptians, every Egyptian I meet is so sad over Gaza. But at the same time, they won't rise up.
They've had an experience already, haven't they? Or they had the Arab Spring counter-revolution.
Well, yes. And
you know, the lorries of aid supplies that goes on behalf of Egyptian leaders, I will not name the name here, but Egyptian leaders, whole convoy of lorries, 100 lorries, 150 lorries. Do you know what is in there? In those lorries going into Gaza?
Well, I think it's the magician's trick. There's probably nothing inside them.
140-foot lorry, you will be lucky to find 10 bags of onion. 10 bags of onion. Each lorry will have 2 bags of onion. That's it. Is a slap on the face of Palestinians. You know. The lorries which are open top one, they keep 2-3 lorries out of 100 open top. Those have full boxes and like that. but the ones which are locked, because I'm in the field, I'm in that trade, and I know who is supplying what. You know. So when this is the stance and the level of mockery of those people who need your support most, if we ourselves, doing like this, then what else to expect? I mean, Zionist regime, Israeli IDF soldiers and authorities, they drop leaflets on people of Gaza that no one will come to help you, right? The weapons we are using against you is supplied by your own people, right? The only help they will send you is piece of cloth for your coffin. That's what they write on Hebrew and or in Arabic, and they do leaflet drops.
They're right.
Yeah,
they're absolutely right. It reminds me. It's a bit different, but when 9/11 happened and the invasion of Afghanistan happened and so forth, the countries that were taking part were all Muslim countries. So even myself, I was handed over by the Pakistani without any legal process at all, and they grabbed hundreds, in fact thousands of people. Including their own, Afia Siddiqui, which is a complete story.
And for what? Just $5,000?
For money. I mean, I was told I was worth a bit more than that, but who knows? They were offering bounties. You said they were dropping leaflets. So in Afghanistan, we saw the leaflets. Before they dropped the bombs, they were actually flying over and dropping leaflets. They looked like snowflakes. And when you found a leaflet, it had a picture of a person that's free, a person that's behind bars, and you can earn money, $5,000, if you hand that person over. And that's how they captured the majority of people in Guantanamo. It was that process, literally selling them. So I think there's a playbook here that's being repeated with some terminology, some slight changes. It's always hard to know who's learning from who, because some of the torture techniques that were used by the Israelis against the Arabs were then used by the Arabs on their own people, and then the Americans adopted them. Things like waterboarding and water torture and strapado and so forth. But it's hard to know who are the originators.
Probably the English.
Yeah, probably.
Everything that the Israelis have done to the Palestinians, the British Empire has done to one country or another. And so have the other colonies. Yes. And that's why the Irish are particularly vociferous, because they understand more than any people in Europe or any white people in Europe the dirty tricks at play by imperialists. And
there were actually 5 techniques. They're called the 5 torture techniques that were used on a group of Irish prisoners, 11 prisoners, called the Hooded Men. I remember one of them, he introduced himself to me. He said, from one hooded man to another, I want to tell you about the torture techniques that they used on us, which then became a template because it wasn't ruled in the European courts as torture. Therefore, the Americans, they carried that out on us. So it transferred from that and it went on to us. And one of the techniques that I didn't know that they'd used on, not me, but on us as a group of Guantanamo prisoners, is waterboarding, which came originally from the Spanish Inquisition. It's called tortura del agua. And that's when they tie a person's hands and legs and head, and they stick a cloth in the mouth and pour water into the nose. And you feel like you're drowning even though it's not submerged. That was used in the Spanish Inquisition against Muslims and Jews who were refusing to convert to Christianity. And then it was used throughout history. It was used by the Japanese against American soldiers in World War II. It was used by Americans against Viet Cong in the Vietnam War. And it was used by the British against the Irish during the so-called Troubles.
And the Americans took the Japanese
to court.
They
prosecuted them and convicted them.
And had them executed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's so many double standards and inconsistencies, and until we get a flat playing field for everybody, I'm really not sure. Before you arrived, we were just talking about the problems that are going to be facing the Muslim community, especially in the UK. And there's just this awful, you can feel it, this awful hate barreling down the line.
Yeah.
And so how do we go about protecting ourselves from it?
You know, Imam Qasim, I have this scar account, so you might be able to see. I got this as a teenager. And it was a time when we were fighting neo-Nazi skinheads. They used to be
I
prevalent.
thought it's one of those where, you know, you do something wrong, Allah puts one black dot on your heart. So there was no space left in it.
No, if only. No, it was, we were fighting neo-Nazi skinheads. And they would literally come in the streets of Birmingham, they'd do the Nazi salute, Sieg Heil, and then they would attack us. So we'd fight back. We were the first generation that used to fight back. But it was very much about being non-white. We even had some Irish with us at that time, because the Irish at that time...
This was in late 70s, early 80s.
Yes, exactly, yeah. The Irish were with us, actually, because they were the extremists at that time. It wasn't us. We were just dark-skinned people, the Asians, the blacks, etc., etc. As time's gone on, these groups, National Front, British Movement, etc., have reformed and come together, and they've focused on Islam and Muslims. And you can be a white Muslim. If you're white and you're a Muslim, you've lost your right of being white. So therefore, you'll be targeted. It doesn't matter if you're a Bosnian or a revert or a Chechen. If you're white-looking...
That's what I was told by one of these right-wing thugs, that I'd lost my right to be white.
There you go.
And I was laughing because I just thought, you know, I can't change the colour of my skin. No, you've lost your right.
I was saying earlier on, right, Islam has the solutions for society. You know this hadith very, very well. And it's the only one that's mentioned in any scripture in this detail. And that is, there is no difference. O mankind, your Lord is one, your Father is one. Aba'akum wahid. There is no preference of a white man over a black man, over an Arab, sorry, of an Arab over a non-Arab, a non-Arab over Arab, of a white man over a black man over white, except for those who have taqwa. And in the end, the taqwa, who knows taqwa? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we are literally, as a faith, no other faith has that in their scripture, to that extent, to that finite detail. And one of the hardest problems we have is talking to the racists, because they are already, their minds are filled in with certain ideas, right? That Muslims are backwards, Muslims are, our dietary laws are terrible, the way our women are is terrible, we're all terrorists, we're all backwards. Every possible trope you can imagine has been placed upon us. And the fear is, if you go to Warsaw, Krakow, there are still preserved cities, parts of the city that's preserved that used to be the Jewish quarters. And it's a warning from history, still alive, still being preserved, that this is what they did to European Jews who'd been there for hundreds, maybe over 1,000 years, right? Wiped out. We are even more distinct as Muslims, primarily because, you know, color, but also dietary regulation, just like the Jews, dress codes, just like the Jews, worship, burial separate, and all of that they had. And it became, you know, they couldn't tolerate it anymore. And that's our warning from history, that if we, you know, the clock is ticking for us. And it takes a few things like economic downturn, blame the migrants, blame the Muslims, and then what you saw happening in Southport could happen on a massive scale.
Yes.
Indeed, we've seen it happen in Bosnia. We've seen the indigenous, white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Slavic Muslims of Europe. That's the biggest genocide after World War II happened to Muslims of Europe.
And nothing is stopping that happening here.
No, it's just it will be just the state. And if the state says, you know, we've had enough as well, then what are we going to do?
Well, we have to watch out for bear traps, don't we? And not be led into a blind alley and...
pounced upon, yeah.
But I think that this government is capable of anything. After seeing the Metropolitan Police cuff and take away a blind, disabled man who was holding up a board which said, "I support Palestine action."
I was there, I saw it happen. I was there in Parliament Square, yeah.
Right. I mean, that was one of the most shameful days in history. And
But wouldn't police say that we just following the orders?
well, that's what they say.
Well, you know, whenever the police say that, my answer is, well, at Nuremberg trials, that's exactly what the Nazi concentration camp guards said. We were just following orders.
Yes. Anyway, there are 2-3 things more to touch upon. One is basically Guantanamo. I mean, people know about it and they have imaginary, or they know a little bit about it. But to study a bit of history of Guantanamo, number one, why in Cuba? Right? Why it was established, we know, but why in Cuba? Right? Number one. Number two, how many people came in? You were there, and I think you were still one of the early batch that came out, alhamdulillah. But there are, what is the latest situation now? You know, how many years it took for most of them or all of them to come out, and so on. So that side of situation, and a bit in between, whatever you can touch upon about, you have touched briefly about the treatment and so on. Yeah. So whatever you can enlighten us in relation to Guantanamo that we are not aware of it.
Okay, so why Guantanamo? Why did they choose that? You know, I don't know if some people, if they know their music or not, but I used to, when I was a kid, I used to hear this song, Guantanamera, and it sounds like $1 mirror. It's actually, the song is, Guantanamera is about the girl from Guantanamo. So Guantanamo is a place, it's a city in Cuba. But that's not the part that the Americans control. The Americans control a 45 square mile patch in the south east that they've had for close to 100 years, I think, or maybe as after the Spanish-American War. And Fidel Castro refused to take the money, which was like $5,000.
Do you know how that Spanish War started?
Tell me.
You know, one ship, it was destroyed in the ocean, so could have had accident or caught fire and it was burnt and destroyed, which was basically these 4 countries, their ship. America blamed Spain and took advantage of this, that the Spanish government has done this. And that's how the movement over there started, to kick out Spanish occupiers from that area. And then in early 19th century, these 4 countries, including Panama, Cuba, like that, they managed to create coup in there and replace the leadership. It was to do with bananas, banana trading, and which was controlled by Americans, and so anyway.
It comes down to economics and power, control of power. Yeah. So anyway, why did they choose this space? I found it odd as well. When I found out that I'm going to go to Cuba, why Cuba? Because that's think of the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? And that's World War III.
And Cuba's supposed to be anti-American.
Exactly, and it is. Because between Guantanamo Bay, where the military base is, and Cuba proper, there is a landmined area. And we would hear the landmines go off every now and then. Sometimes a donkey would walk over or other things, and you'd hear the explosions happen. So they chose that because, they chose it because they argued in law, they tried to twist the law to say that somebody who is an enemy, i.e. us, alien or combatant, which is what they designated us. They didn't give us prisoner of war status. They didn't give us the status of an ordinary civilian prisoner. They said, here, on this land, American law doesn't apply to you. Although it applies to all workers, Caribbean workers, Filipino workers, Americans themselves, the law doesn't apply to you. Therefore, you have no rights. And the first thing they said to us, you are now, and they took us into custody, you are now the property of the United States of America, and you have no rights. They actually use those words, you have no rights. And so what they did is they circumvented the entire military code of justice, the entire international code of justice, international law, Geneva Conventions. And according to Geneva Conventions, Article 3, you're supposed to have basic tribunals to figure out, is that person, is he a fighter? Is he a combatant? Or have you just picked up some innocent guy? They didn't do that at all. So that's why, to circumvent it. And this is really important because Dick Cheney just passed away a couple of days ago, but they were the architects.
Same day as Mamdani became mayor.
There you go, yes, that's right.
Yeah, he probably went.
Probably.
I was saying double the delight.
You have Alberto Gonzalez.
Dick Cheney, by the way, I mean, the first time I'm using these words for anybody because nobody's death should make you happy. But the reason I'm saying this about Dick Cheney, because he was the mastermind of Iraq war. He has blood of millions on his hand, and him and Rumsfeld
Indeed.
are the personalities that I cannot stand at all.
So there's a film, it's called Taxi to the Dark Side. It won the Oscar for Best Documentary in 2008. The reason why it's called Taxi to the Dark Side is because it was about a taxi driver who I saw with my eyes. His hands was tied up to the top of a cage and he was beaten to death by American soldiers. The reason why it's called To the Dark Side is that Dick Cheney said that we will now, after 9/11, operate in the dark side. So that's what this film is. It's essentially saying that the torture program that began came under the auspices of Dick Cheney and, as you said, Donald Rumsfeld. And the architects, the actual architects who gave legal cover to the government was Jay Bybee, Alberto Gonzalez, who are the Attorney General, the most senior legal advisor to the government of the United States. So when they use terms, when you take things like waterboarding we spoke about, that's clearly torture. In Spanish it's called tortura del agua, torture of the water. He turns around and said, no, it's enhanced interrogation techniques. It's not torture. Donald Rumsfeld said, for it to be, Jay Bybee said that for it to constitute torture, it has to include severe organ failure, severe physical impairment, or death. Otherwise, it's not torture. So in that, pull out a person's fingernails, that's not torture. Waterboard them, it's not torture. Keep them in a freezing room and douse them with water with the AC on, that's not torture. So what they did is they created these techniques, and then they said, it's cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, but that's very vague. What does that mean? But it's not torture. So this was the crafting of the legislation. That's why not a single American to this day has been held accountable for their role in the torture program. And it's been shipped out, right?
The neocon McCain, he said it was torture. And he really embarrassed the Bush administration because he was the one voice.
Because he'd been tortured himself by the Vietnamese as a prisoner of war.
Yeah. And I spoke to him about it because I did a thesis on torture, an MA, and he knew what torture was, having been tortured by the Vietnamese, and absolutely broken. And he just knew that this was torture, and that's why he had the courage, and it must have taken some courage to stand up in that volatile neocon arena and say this is torture. And
he tried to get a law passed, the Detainee Treatment Act, and we met some Americans, senior American figures who apologized in private, but never in public. So yeah, the accountability process, and it was because of that. And when Obama came into power, you see, he said, I'm going to close Guantanamo in 1 year, right, if you recall. As a constant lawyer of the Constitution, he didn't say the one word that was necessary. You know what that was? That we're holding innocent men. He never said the word innocent. Because according to the law, you're either innocent until proven guilty, guilty or not, right? There's no third space here, and that's what they created in Guantanamo, a black hole. And now, alhamdulillah, out of 779 prisoners have passed through those cages, there's only 15 left. Amongst those 15 are two sets of people who are really important. One is those who accused of masterminding 9/11, like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He's supposed to be the mastermind. Think about this, Sheikh Khalid, Sheikh Imam Qasim. In 24 years, 2 invasions, over maybe close to 2 million deaths. That was the reason why they did what they did, because of 9/11. The person that's supposed to have done it, he's not been convicted of a single crime. In all this time, the most powerful law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies in the world haven't been able to convict him. And you know why? Because they tortured him, and they tortured his children in front of him. And you cannot use torture-based evidence in court, not even in Guantanamo. So they've created a system that can only work for Guantanamo, and there have been so many US military lawyers, some judges, some prosecutors who've resigned from Guantanamo saying that this kangaroo court system that you've got going on here, I didn't study that at law school. I don't know what system you've created here.
But isn't Khalid Sheikh Mohammed suing the British government?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What I do know, though, is
And
that...
who is the second person?
So the other person I was going to mention to you is a Palestinian. And he grew up in Ramallah, but he's from Gaza originally. And the torture techniques they used on him, because they believed falsely that he was Osama bin Laden's right-hand man, as they did with many people. Eventually, they found out through his own handwritten diaries that he wasn't. He had no knowledge of the 9/11 attacks, that the intelligence they had on him was incorrect. Yes, he believed in militancy. Yes, he wanted to help to create an army of liberation, to liberate his homeland. So he went to Afghanistan. He wanted to be a part of an army of Sheikh Abdullah Azzam, who was the Palestinian scholar, who also wanted to create an army of liberation for Palestine. And right or wrong, that's what he was doing. That's what his focus was, Palestine. He was caught up in all of that, in the 9/11 and what followed, and then they created the entire torture program primarily to break him. So he was tortured in Thailand, and they used waterboarding on him 83 times. Then they sent him to Poland, Lithuania, and Romania. All these 3 countries have been forced by a European Court of Human Rights decision to compensate him. So he's received compensation of hundreds of thousands of dollars from these countries because they allowed the CIA to torture him there, and he's still sitting in Guantanamo. But there's another country I'm not going to tell you at the moment which country it is, but you all know it very well, that is also in the process of compensating him for their role in his torture.
Muslim country?
No.
Right.
It's not a Muslim country. Without me saying any more detail, let's just say that you know it very well.
Okay.
But this is the irony. The irony is that international legal systems recognize him as a torture victim, but they can't do anything to get him out.
What is this, Abu Zubaydah?
Abu Zubaydah. Abu Zubaydah.
Yeah. Well, his name is going to be on the front pages very soon.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
And it's again, these so-called civilized Western countries that have just thrown the law out and refused to recognize it. And this is why we're in the state that we're in, because the rich are getting richer off the backs of the poorer, and the rich are also no respecters of the law. And law is being broken in all sorts of levels. We've got a woman in the House of Lords, I don't know whether she's Michelle Mone, who spent or received over £200 million for protective PPE during COVID. And we continually see these fabulously wealthy people getting away with all sorts. Jeffrey Epstein, the Jeffrey Epstein files. Now then, I've just finished reading the book Nobody's Girl by the late Virginia Dufresne, the girlfriend of Andrew Mountbatten, as he's now called. Well, I'm saying girlfriend. She was trafficked and with him, engaged with him 3 times. And I've just finished her book. And the reason why she fled from Epstein's hands was that he had set up an encounter with her and a Prime Minister of Israel, and she was bruised, battered, raped, according to her account in her book. And she complained to Epstein, saying this guy is a monster and he's done this, that and the other to me. And Epstein just said, oh, it's just the luck of the draw, and wasn't at all concerned about her welfare. And she, like many victims who are groomed, thought that he would actually have some care for her, and he didn't. And a few months later, she was told to go to an airfield and get on a private jet and entertain whoever was on this private jet. And this private jet took off, was in the air for about an hour. And while the private jet took off, the door opened and there was this monster again. An Israeli Prime Minister who has been identified as Ehud Barak. So, you know, don't let your lawyers pass out at this. It's been verified. It should be a huge story, but it's barely made the news. And she was trapped on this plane with this monster, and Epstein knew what he would do to her. And once the plane landed, that's when she made the decision, I've got to get out of this. And the book is really worth reading because she's had a tragic life, this girl. I don't know whether she actually did commit suicide or not, but she was determined to get her story out. She claimed that people were out to get her because, of course, she created a huge embarrassment for the British royal family, now for the Israeli Prime Minister, or the former Israeli Prime Minister. And she also knew the names of a lot of very important men.
So, Yvonne, I've read and come across statements about the links between the Epsteins, Weinsteins, and Israeli intelligence and beyond. Mm-hmm. Some people have said those are just conspiracy theories, etc., but there's actual evidence of their connections to and working for and with Robert Maxwell, what's the name, Ghislaine Maxwell, setting it all up and being kind of the fixer. Mm-hmm. What do you know about that?
Well, until I read this book, I didn't know the full extent to which Ghislaine Maxwell enabled Jeffrey Epstein. And the frightening thing about this is that anyone who reads that book knows the full extent of this scandal, and nobody's acting upon it. Now, then Donald Trump is just one person who was on the passenger list, but he says, I didn't do anything. Well, he might not have done anything, but he will have seen all of those others who might have done something to these girls. These girls were 12, 13, 14 years old. they would go off on what was called Epstein's Lolita Island, because they were all underage, and they would, the detail is, it's just really graphic. And this is the reason why the British royal family have just said that Andrew is now completely beyond, his reputation is in the gutter, because he lied about his relationship with Epstein, and you know, when he was last in contact with him. And it's also cost Peter Mandelson his job in Washington as the British ambassador. And this is a huge story, and we need to know who did what to who. And if Andrew wants to salvage anything that's left of his tattered reputation, he needs to, the Americans want to question him in Congress. He needs to go to America and spill. And somebody sent me a copy of the flight manifests which listed the passengers on these planes. Now then, they might have been nothing more than passengers enjoying a freebie or some, you know, nothing illegal. We don't know. But Bill Clinton has been named. Some other higher-ups in the White House administrations have been named. This Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, has been identified, and there are others. Andrew was the jewel in the crown as far as Epstein was concerned. Now then, at the time, Andrew, when he was the prince, he was the business envoy, and he was dealing with sensitive business to do with the Chinese. And he was dealing with the Chinese at the same time that Ehud Barak was dealing with the Chinese. Now then, one can only guess the conflict of interests there. So this wasn't just about some dirty old men doing whatever. This was, Epstein's web was incredible. His contacts, his business, and we're talking the highest up in society. And of course, this is why Donald Trump and Elon Musk fell out, because Elon Musk had seen
the files against Donald.
The files, the Epstein file. I suppose if you're earning trillions of dollars a year, then you can buy anything. And he must have got the Epstein files. And it's, we need to, instead of people with no money getting all het up and marching to hotels where more people with no money are staying and fighting amongst themselves, we need to stop this, this focus and get into the real villains who should not be beyond the reach of the law. And it's really, it's quite clear that Epstein was filming and using these images as blackmail. And I suppose if you're the leader of a country and you've had illegal sex with a minor, and somebody comes to you and says, we've got this film, we don't want it to go out, but it will do unless you play nicely with whoever. But somebody else who also is said to have the Epstein files, and this could explain a lot, is Vladimir Putin. Now, if he is sitting on potentially explosive material, incriminating world leaders, you're not going to grab him by the jugular and threaten him.
You know, Yvonne, it kind of, I often think, and it was just like a conspiracy theory in my head, what is it that Israel has on the West that it can do whatever it likes and they simply won't act? And I kind of always used to think, have they got things on British leaders, like the entire system, the establishment, that, right, if you do this, if you dump us, we've got things we can release? I don't know.
Well, there's all sorts of things that we're not being told. Earlier this year, 3 Ukrainian male models were arrested and are awaiting trial in May next year for setting fire to property belonging to Sir Keir Starmer.
I remember that, yes.
And nobody seems to be bothering that much about these 3 male models. Now, there's a suggestion that the 3 male models are working for Russia. I don't know how true that is. But these 2 of them are quite young men, all good-looking men. And there's something going on there. But we're certainly not being told. And the public knows that something is going on. And they're thinking, why aren't we being told? And people are getting really angry about this. And only a couple of days ago, I was told about similar flights and similar shenanigans going on in the United Arab Emirates at a place called the Black Farm. And I just can't believe that these powerful men think that they can break the law, that they can run loose with young girls who aren't protected. Some are probably buried under the desert sands all over the Middle East. We just don't know. And it's really quite disturbing that all of this is going on in plain sight. And, you know, these powerful men are getting away with murder. And
it reminds you of, you know, what happened to the First Nations in Canada, Native Americans in America, and the Aboriginals. Kids, girls especially, were taken off to be brought up as good white citizens, but the amount of sexual abuse that was taking place was intense, and they were literally raped, tortured, and murdered, and then buried in mass graves, hidden graves, and not known for decades. And then, was it Justin Trudeau just apologized for that a few years ago? So it's this kind of thing, you know, could be going on.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's something awful going on, and one of the most depraved societies is Israel. And I mean, I don't know if you knew this or not, but I just read an interesting thing the other day. Incest is not illegal in Israel.
Really? I didn't know that.
So
DNA tests are.
yes, well, but it is interesting that
in which country in the world you will find that rapists are considered as heroes.
Oh, well, the celebrities in Israel,
Yeah.
those involved in the Sidi Teeman rape, which was videoed. In fact, the woman who released the video, the lawyer who released the video to the public has been sacked now. But we saw Ben Gvir and other Knesset ministers marching and protesting that this rape of the Palestinian who died was an act of self-defense. And I just thought, you know, when did rape become an act of self-defense? Obviously nowhere in the world but in Israel. And as you say, they're now paraded around on TV, they're giving interviews.
Every day they're going from one event to other event to other event, and being celebrated as heroes. You know, they still keeping themselves masked and so on. So they're into international community. They're, you know.
Well, they are worried about the International Criminal Court. All the Israelis who boarded our boat were masked. And a lot of them in Ashdod port were masked as well.
Yes.
And they don't want to be recognised. And that's something that you just won't see in an army, you know, masked men, but they all wear their masks.
And Muslim, can you enlighten us on a aircraft that crashed in Pentagon?
I can't tell you much about that because I was on a different aircraft. And I don't mean one that was flying into any buildings. Look, there are people who think that 9/11 was a conspiracy and they did it to themselves and so forth. I'm of a different view. And I'm of a different view because 9/11, like any other terrorist attack, happened for a reason. Just because, and just as I said earlier on, you don't have to agree with the reason. You may oppose the reason. You may vehemently oppose the reason. But to somehow to say, no, that reason doesn't exist. See, one of the things I know in the case of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who is allegedly the architect, the designer of the 9/11 attack, in his mitigation, they are putting together documentation that looks at 50 plus years of US foreign policy in the Muslim world. As I said before, it all goes back to Palestine. You know, Bin Laden's letter. Why did 9/11 happen? Palestine, Palestine, Palestine. Mentions it 20 times. But above and beyond that, Somalia. You know, there's a film called Black Hawk Down. It's a book as well. And it is about...
I mean, interesting, you have mentioned a couple of times about the film.
Yeah.
Do you know what is the latest film that came out?
About whom?
About one of the world leader.
Which is the latest one? No.
Okay, about Israeli PM.
Oh, no. I'm looking forward to it. I would like to see that.
It's called BB Files.
Is it really?
Yeah, BB Files.
Okay.
Was supposed to release on Amazon, but they managed to block it. And
it's not a Hollywood movie, right? It's an independent movie.
I'm not sure. It is from America.
Are we going to see it on IQRA TV soon?
I mean, I was looking into it. It's quite interesting because I couldn't find the film up to now, but I found some of the traces of it. And in that, basically, it explains a lot more about Netanyahu than people would know about him. Right? You know, like somebody 20, 30 years ago leaked the information about royal family and Buckingham Palace and like that. So it's that sort of information also.
So in 2006, there was an early day motion signed by 64 British MPs. And that early day motion condemned Benjamin Netanyahu for attending the celebration in the Knesset, the 60th anniversary of the King David Hotel bombing. Now, the King David Hotel bombing took place, I think, in 1945 or 46 in Jerusalem. It was carried out by an organization called Irgun, and it was the biggest terrorist attack in British history other than the Lockerbie bombing, and it killed 91 people. And Irgun went on, the leader of Irgun, what's his name, Menachem Begin, they carried out the Deir Yassin massacre, the famous, infamous Deir Yassin massacre, killed over 200 people there. And that village now no longer exists. It's completely wiped off the map. And he went on to become the 6th prime minister. So Benjamin Netanyahu sees and saw and continues to see Menachem Begin as a role model. Now, Irgun was a banned terrorist organization in Britain. Them and the Stern gang were carrying out bombings. They attempted to bomb and kill Ernest Bevin, who was the foreign minister at the time. And you know why they wanted to kill him? They wanted to kill him because they were facilitating, now this is so interesting, illegal boats going from Eastern Europe to Jerusalem, and because the British government was stopping them or not allowing the movement fast enough, because British, obviously they helped to set up Israel, but they weren't allowing it fast enough. So therefore they said we need to give the British a helping hand by bombing them. And they'd attempted to bomb the Whitehall here. They sent 20 letter bombs to British MPs who were also supportive of that. They didn't go off, but they were, the Stern gang and Irgun were actually banned terrorist organization in the UK. And to think that...
Haganah and Leahy.
And Haganah as well. Haganah were doing the facilitation of the illegal boat crossings, you know. So you think about all of this. They were capturing British police officers and hung them in Jerusalem off eucalyptus trees and booby-trapped their bodies. All of this terrorism what they associate with the Palestinians, it was going on and happening to the British. And the fact that you've got the serving Israeli Prime Minister celebrating the killing of British soldiers and personnel, it blows my mind. And when they talk about British nationalism and British values and British interests, that you put Israel first. And that's why I was saying earlier on, what is it that they've got on them? There's something they've got on them that makes them present Israel more than your own national values. How is it that, how can a British fighter like Tommy Robinson, he's the, you know, how does he become a supporter of Israel and have a mass street following, knowing that Israel was built on the back of illegal immigration and terrorism? It doesn't make sense. Against the British.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon Musk paid for his legal fees and got a top-dollar lawyer to represent Tommy Robinson. And so, you know, he was able to walk free with the benefit of...
And that's interesting, because my colleague at Cage, Mohammed Rabbani, he was traveling back from Qatar a few years ago. He had sensitive information about a client of ours who alleged that he'd been tortured by the Americans. So when they stopped him at the airport under Schedule 7, he said, I cannot give you the passcodes because this is client attorney information. I can't give it to you, it's privileged. It's a trust. So they arrested him, they prosecuted him and convicted him for what?
For not giving
terrorism. Terrorism. He was convicted for terrorism, even though he wasn't stopped for a crime. The only crime he committed was that he didn't give the password. That's the same thing that Tommy Robinson did just now. He didn't give his password, not because he was protecting client information, he just didn't want to give it. And he, for the very same thing, he got let off. So, you know, when they talk about two-tier Kia system and two-tier policing, that's exactly what's going on here.
Well, he was probably exonerated because he was probably as guilty or not guilty as Mohammed Rabbani.
Exactly, exactly.
But it is this two-tier system. One of the girls from the flotilla, Sarah Wilkinson, she was arrested when she flew back home from the flotilla. She flew back and the police were waiting for her, and she's now facing 3 or 4 potentially
Terrorism charges.
awful terrorism charges, which could see her go to prison for a very long time. The case they've got against her is spurious, it's vindictive, and hopefully it will be thrown out if it's heard by a jury. But of course, the governments want to stop jury trials because they, you know, ordinary people sitting there listening to this nonsense can see right through it. And
what they're trying to do is introduce, and they have already in some cases, a system whereby the jury can't adjudicate on the why, the reason why. So let's just say Palestine Action, right? They break into these Israeli weapons factories, Elbit Systems factories, smash the drones, etc. What they want to do now, and are trying to, I think they've succeeded in some cases, is that they can't, the jury cannot hear why they did it. They just want to know, did you break the law? And what's the maximum tariff I can give? Look at the mitigating circumstances. But the why is the reason. And it's the why that in the past has stopped the prosecution of people who broke into RAF bases and caused damage because they wanted to stop a greater crime, killing of innocent people. So that's a principle of the jury system, which is very good, but they're trying to get rid of that in the case of the Palestine Action activists.
the day before we were arrested, and 2 RAF spy planes flew over and circled above the Omar al-Mokhtar several times. And we're trying to find out at the moment, has my country given information to the Israelis to break the Geneva Conventions, come onto our boat and kidnap us and take us off to Ashdod. And this is what the British government is doing at the moment. It is not defending or sticking up for its own citizens. And I really felt this. I should have flown back to Britain when I got out at Jordan, and I was told I was going to have to pay for my own flight. And I said, hang on, I told the British consular officials, you know, why should I pay? I didn't ask to go to Israel. I was kidnapped and held hostage. And they said, well, you know that isn't going to work. And I said, but it's still Israel's responsibility. And I said, and if Israel won't pay, then Britain has to pay. They're your friends. And she started laughing and said, well, it doesn't work like that. As soon as the Libyan ambassador found out, he came over and he said, Yvonne, we will take you home. And he said that we've got a flight, we can get you onto the flight to Istanbul, and then the next day the Prime Minister is sending a private jet to come and pick you all up, and you'll go to Libya where you will be received by the Prime Minister. Wow. And I thought, can you imagine Keir Starmer doing that? He airlifted, free of charge, all the Israelis who wanted to fly to Britain when Iran responded to being bombed. So they were all protected, but not me as a British citizen and a taxpayer. And it's, you know, I feel like a second-class citizen because all I wanted to do was to go out and take formula milk for babies that were starving to death.
More likely third class.
Well, third class, who knows?
Yeah.
You know, it was...
They're supposed to have done away with that system now, aren't they?
But then we flew into Tripoli. There was hundreds at the airport to greet us, and there was only about 15 crew members on that flight out of the 17, and then we were taken to meet the Prime Minister, who then pinned a great big medal for, it's the highest award you can give anyone in Libya, and it's so important that it's like a get out of jail card, free.
Wow.
So I could commit a heinous crime.
Can you pass it on, or is name restricted?
Why? Are you thinking of committing a crime in Libya? So I could commit a crime in Libya, get arrested for it, and I just pop out this medal, and they say, right, on your way. Sadly, it doesn't work in Britain. And and the Prime Minister, you know, said, you're welcome to stay here for as long as you want. And you're thinking, my goodness, you know, you've got Tommy Robinson outside the asylum seekers' hotels, threatening all sorts. And here's this Prime Minister in Libya saying, you stay as long as you want. Mm-hmm. And it really does make you wonder.
Contrast.
Is British citizenship, is it really worth all that it's cracked out to be? It says in the passport, let the bearer pass without let or hindrance, because they have the protection of the British government. Mm. I had no protection. So I went to see the British consular officer in Amman airport, and I said, I don't want you to take this personally, but I'm not going back with you. And she said, well, how are you going to get back? You're still our responsibility. I said, well, that's been taken by the Libyan Prime Minister. I said, he's sending a private jet to pick me up. And she just looked, and of course, there's no way that they could compete with that. And then she said, Libya isn't safe, it's not recommended as a place to travel to by the Foreign Office. I said, it's a lot safer than Britain, where pensioners are being arrested. And of course, I didn't know. Poor Sarah Wilkinson, she was arrested. Mm. So you know, Britain used to be a beacon of human rights. People used to come to this country desperate, escaping all sorts of horrific events, and they were protected, and they were welcomed, and they were given every assistance that you would give an asylum seeker. Mm. And now they're being put up in awful hotels, and they've got yobs like Tommy Robinson standing outside leading chants and all sorts of aggression towards these people. Of course, it's bad here, but it's even worse in America, where anyone who wasn't born in America must be sitting now worried. You know, we've got friends who've been expelled from university and told to go back from wherever they came. You've got these ICE officers that are just arresting people and throwing them in prison.
British activist Sami Hamdi, just before I came here, I was on the phone to his family. He's been held now for 2 weeks. He was on a speaking tour. He was talking about Israel and so forth, and that was enough for him to be detained, not charged. So he's been held in incommunicado for 2 weeks now. He's a British national, and without charge.
And where is he?
He's being held still in the United States, still in New York, I think.
He's quite well-known personality,
yeah,
very outspoken.
He's very outspoken, very well-known, Sami is. And for them to detain him like this was, the only reason was they revoked his visa while he's in the country, because what he's saying, and he's talking about Israel, is not conducive to the good of the American people, apparently. So they've revoked his visa. But if they've revoked his visa, fine. He said, I'm ready to go back home. They haven't sent him back home. They've kept him in detention for 2 weeks. So that in itself is punishment. So we're hoping that he'll get a decision tomorrow, but if not, there has to be a campaign to get him freed.
Well, let's hope his lawyer gets his hands on the Epstein files.
Yeah.
You know, we are just surrounded by corruption. And in this country, in America, I mean, in this country there are, is it 24 people, the Filton
24, yes.
Filton 24, who are facing 2 years in prison.
Well, some of them have already been in close to 2 years in prison on remand for breaking into factories, allegedly, that make Israeli weapons. So they're Israeli drone factories that are manned by, run by, and staffed by ex-IDF soldiers right here in the UK. And they produce the armored drones. So these young people have allegedly gone in there and broken in, smashed the drones, and the organization they're with, Palestine Action, has been proscribed as a banned terrorist organization alongside, you know, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and all IRA. But they're not using violence for a political reason. They're not trying to change the government. They're simply trying to stop its a genocide. That's all they're trying to do.
I mean, their argument is we're having to commit a crime to prevent a greater crime, which is recognised in the British courts, and most people walk free.
Yep.
But
that's why they don't want to allow the juries to hear the reason why they did it.
Which is what they did with Dr. Afia Siddiqui as well. They made the prosecution case so narrow that there was no room to manoeuvre or give her a decent defence. And it's...
Anyway, there are two things I would like to highlight, and I made a note, so because I'm quoting somebody in here, or I'm mentioning the dates. Normally I don't make notes basically, but because this is sensitive information, you can say. 9/11 happened obviously from 2001, but in 1989, former CIA director John Stockwell, he said that he basically opened the secrets of CIA wars to change the regime and governments and this and that. He revealed shocking secrets on a stage. He said that we, CIA, set out to overthrow functioning constitutional democracies in many countries around the world, at least 20 countries, that they have overthrown. We manipulated elections, something they accuse Putin, right, of doing it. But they've been doing it, and this is in 1989, the former CIA director revealing this, that we manipulated elections in over 20 of the countries. We, the CIA, went into Nicaragua after Mosquito Indians. We gave them so much money that they have never seen in their life to turn people against their own people. We then formed an army who then attacked, killed, raped, burned villages. CIA used this technique in Nicaragua, in Thailand, in Vietnam, in Laos, in Congo, and these are not Islamic countries. And that's what I meant when they started from their own area, their own belt. And then after that, Iran, Iraq against Kurds. We, the CIA, created and funded the death squads, like the police in El Salvador. We, CIA, assassinated world leaders, including United States President in 1963.
Kennedy.
Yes. So former CIA director admitting that CIA is the one who assassinated American president. Now, if he was the CIA director, obviously he has first-hand information. He said that, there is quite long statement, so I will read just in summary, that it's very difficult to count how many people were killed in just 2 locations. Right? Forget all these countries that I mentioned. Nicaragua, hills of Nicaragua and jungles of Laos. Can you imagine how many people were killed by Americans in these 2 places?
I think it was about 200,000 in South America, because Bill Clinton...
Okay, how many people were killed by Hitler?
By?
Hitler. Jews.
Well, 6 million upwards.
In these 2 countries, in Laos, in the jungles of Laos, and hills of Nicaragua, only in these 2 places, more than 6 million people were killed. Yet we remember Hitler, right? Okay, that's one part of it.
I think just to add to that, anybody who reads just history, the most violent nation in the history of mankind is the United States of America. They've killed more people than any single nation in the world. And that doesn't even require you to be a student of history. That just can do a Google search.
Starting with indigenous Americans.
You see, certain things are necessary to mention as an identification of the illness, the problem. And then you need to find the solution for that. And that's what we're trying to identify here. America waged regime change coup in many countries around the world. First one was in 1893. The first ever coup was in 1893 in Hawaii, where the Queen was thread to sugar business, which was controlled by Americans in Hawaii. Hawaii was paradise for sugar production. And the Queen said that the local people, native Hawaiian, should be the first and primary beneficiary of this business, and then exports and so on, which didn't suit the American interest. So the Queen was replaced, and American puppet was placed over there. And once, if lion tastes a blood once, then he wants to go for it again and again. This was in 1893. 2 years later, in 1895, they went after Puerto Rico, and then from Puerto Rico they went to Cuba, they went to surrounding countries and this and that. In 1909, Nicaragua started, which I explained earlier, where basically between Nicaragua and Laos, 6 million people were killed. Why? Because of the coffee beans. Right? Nicaragua was the main source of coffee beans, and the president over there said that we want our own people to benefit first, and so on. Then they went after Panama Canal on Panama in 1909 itself. 1911, they went after Honduras, another country in South America, and then from there till 1950, they just focused on Latin America and South American countries and so on. And just 2 weeks ago, I was in Panama, by the way. By 1950, America was recognized as global superpower, and now they shifted their target towards Soviet Union. with the agenda of creation of Israel prior to that. And you touched upon Iran, basically. When Khilafah ended, they promised so-called Arab leaders the kingdom and so on. But at the same time, they introduced the idea of creation of Israel, and they promised Iran the title of Greater Iran. Right? So Iran was supposed to be another superpower. And so creation of Israel, the reward for supporting that ideology to Arabs was the kingdom, and to Iranian was to become Greater Iran. So even Iraq would become part of Iran and so on, this and that. But because of the coup or because of Ayatollah Khamenei coming in, that ideology then died down and so on. So anyway, in 1954, Guatemala was attacked and regime changed over there, and even now, 70 years later, they couldn't recover from that. In 1953, basically, Britain and Iran, they waged coup in Iran. Sorry, Britain and America, they waged coup in Iran. Why? Because there was British firm, Anglo-Iranian, which was British firm, was exporting the oil from Iran. And the president at that time, President Mossadegh, he said that this oil should be for the people of Iran. He wanted to make a republic rather than controlled by British. So Britain, along with America, they overthrew Mossadegh in 1953, and then...
Well, America has apologized for that coup, but Britain so far hasn't.
That's right.
They won't admit
Britain
responsibility.
Although it was because of Britain. Because it was, I mean, common sense is that it was Anglo-Iranian Petroleum Company, which was British company, which was the real cause of this regime change in Iran, throwing Mossadegh out, which was nice person basically, and then bringing Reza Shah Pahlavi over there, and then after that Khomeini came in and so on. In 1960, Congo, they shifted their target towards America and towards Africa, from South America to Africa. And Congo was attacked because of the natural resources and so on, regime change, American puppet was placed and so on, and that from there, African colonization started, you can say. In 1963, Vietnam war started, which was the deadliest and very costly to Americans, and possibly the only war that America lost, you can say in a sense. In 1964, Brazil regime change was done by America. In 1989, again in Panama, 27,000 troops were sent to Panama by Americans in 1989. Few soldiers by accident, Panamanian soldiers, they shot American soldiers by accident in friendly fire. But America took that as an opportunity and sent in 27,000 soldiers and overthrew the government, and since then made changes to the Panama Constitution. So according to Constitution of Panama, Panama cannot have its own army. Panama does not have army. It has police to look after local affairs and so on, but it is American army who defends Panama. In 1989, they backed Afghan Mujahideen against Russia. In 1989, Afghan Mujahideen, they funded, they weaponized Mujahideen and so on. Later on, they became Taliban after basically becoming victorious from Russia. And then second wave of problems started for Americans basically. In 2001, Afghanistan was attacked with the excuse of 9/11. And I cannot understand how can someone who is studying pilot manual while driving is capable to fly aeroplanes into Twin Tower buildings and so on, and then finding the passports of like Umar Sheikh and like that in the burning debris of the aeroplane. So many conspiracies over there. Israelis...
Just one thing, it's really important to remember this part. As I said before, if 9/11 is a conspiracy and they did it to themselves, then everything that followed is also a conspiracy. The attack on the USS Cole, the bombing of Nairobi and Tanzania, the bombings of Dammam, the bombings of Khobar, it was happening. Something was coming, and the Americans knew something was happening. And every time, if you look at from one bombing to the next, the stakes get higher and higher. The targets become bigger and bigger. And that's because America now became engaged in a war of attrition in one sense, but with Al-Qaeda, with bin Laden and so forth. And so 9/11, not only did 9/11 happen, it's believed that something bigger than 9/11 was going to happen, because that's what they were aiming for. They were aiming for something really big. They wanted, and again, it goes back to America's bombed Sudan, it bombed Afghanistan, it bombed right across the Muslim world, occupied Iraq, occupied, as I was mentioning, Somalia. In one day in 1993, they killed 1,000 Somalis in their own homes, around their own homes. But they make the film about the 19 American soldiers who came there. So the point is that if you take away the reason, if you take away 9/11 and we don't believe it happened, it must be the Americans did it to themselves, etc., then you take away the reason for it. And the reason is very real, because, you know, Madeleine Albright says, this is in the first Iraq War, as you remember, the deaths of 5,000 children every month as a result of sanctions was worth it.
Mm-hmm. The price was worth it.
Yeah, the price was worth it, right? So that many people are dying, and we're thinking, well, America knew it was inevitable something was going to happen. It's beyond the realm of possibility to think you can kill that many people and nothing will happen. So I think that's one of the reasons why I'm saying it's so important to understand because what the conspiracy theory does, it takes away any notion that these people have any agency at all. They have no agency at all. But as I said before, USS Cole, that was real. The bombing of the USS Cole, the American ship.
No, all these other targets are possible.
Yeah.
Right. If someone, any armed group or any fascist group like ISIS or Boko Haram, or at that time, if, for example, Al-Qaeda or like that, it's possible to attack American embassy, to attack a ship, to attack basically hotel and this and that. These are possible. How on earth is possible for most uneducated community to fly into America?
That's the first problem.
Yeah.
That's the first problem, you see. When you say the most uneducated community, right?
No, I mean...
This is a language that takes away agency and says, and it's exactly what the West says, savage, uneducated Muslims who have no... They only hate us because of our freedoms. No, it's nothing to do with your freedoms. They're not attacking you for your freedoms. They like your freedoms. They enjoy your freedoms. They're attacking you because you're attacking them. It's the law of physics, right? It's every action.
No, I mean by uneducated, basically, that you see, to fly an aeroplane, right, to fly to one new route, to one new airport, you have to be third supporting pilot, not even co-pilot. Right? You have to be observer several times, like 20 to 30 times on that route.
Yeah.
Right? Now with latest technology, maybe 12 times, you have to be third pilot. And then you become co-pilot, in which you have to do then a number, I mean, if there is any pilot watching, they can correct me on this. But whatever the number is, basically, let's say 30, 50 or 100, they have to fly that route as a co-pilot. And then they become main pilot. By then, they become expert on that route. Right? people from Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia or like that, who is uneducated in aviation technology.
I think you'll find some of them were studying aviation technology.
In the car.
Were studying.
In the car, studying the manual.
Studying in Germany, studying in Hamburg, studying in the United States of America, had taken courses, were fluent in English, multilingual, graduated from universities. There's a whole group of them, right?
You know, if I was in one of those flights as a passenger, wallahi, today I would have been the biggest, what do you call it, labeled as mastermind of 9/11, if I happened to be in those flights.
Well, the mastermind wasn't in there. He wasn't in any of the flights.
But
the mastermind wasn't in any of the flights, and that's the whole point. So they're a lot smarter than you're giving them credit for, I think.
I mean, I was looking through this second-hand sales thing yesterday online, and there is a flight simulator for sale for £6,000.
that's now.
Today.
After 25 years. 25 years ago, the mobile phone technology didn't exist as it is now.
No.
Yeah.
But
still, it was a lot of manual work.
But there was at least a couple of the hijackers who went to flight school.
They did, yeah. They went to flight schools, yeah.
And they said...
After 19 or so, several went... They only required...
You see, you can control the plane if you are on the plane, isn't it?
Well, the reason why the instructor remembered these two is because they weren't interested in landing the plane. They just wanted to take off.
I have a question. What is... See, this theory persists amongst a lot of our people, right? That they couldn't have done it. That they were not... They didn't have the education in aviation to be able to have done it, right? This theory persists, but it's against all the evidence. The evidence, I mean, that we know from guys who are in Guantanamo, etc., etc. And ask yourself this: what if they did do it? Put in yourself at the moment, right? Say,
who is the biggest beneficiary of 9/11?
The ones who did it.
Yeah.
The ones who did it, the ones who said we're at war with you, the ones who said that your Pentagon controls your defense ministry. Your Pentagon is your defense ministry. Your buildings, your Twin Towers, are the biggest evidence of your financial capital that pays for the wars in our countries. So it's a very real reason why it's happening. And they were also going for the Pentagon, for the White House, right? So those are the targets. And I remember I was discussing this and the reason why I'm so confident of what I'm saying is I was discussing with some people in Guantanamo, saying that you killed innocent people. My argument was about the killing of innocent people, that this isn't allowed in Islam. And his argument was that, well, what about our innocent people? And the fact that they're democracies. They voted those people in. And so, therefore, they knew who these leaders were, therefore, they're not innocent. That was his argument. And my argument back to him was most people vote on internal policy, not on foreign policy. But it was a back and forth. But that's why I'm confident that what they did, it was an intended target. Now, there may have been other things that they played off. They might have done different things. But if we feed into this thing that they
I think you met people who were trying to take credit for sake of nothing.
No, they're in Guantanamo serving. They're in time in Guantanamo. They're in prison.
Yeah, because the biggest beneficiary of this is Israel. Right? If you look at basically the insurance policy taken out for Twin Towers just days before. If you look at basically a group of Jewish was filming and documenting the Twin Towers attack. They were arrested and they were the primary suspect of having prior knowledge of this attack. And then on the request of Israel, the private jet was sent and they were sent to Israel.
So there's a famous dream that happened in Afghanistan. And I heard about this dream before 9/11. You know what the dream was? Most of the guys there, they know the dream. Have you ever heard of this dream? The dream is that there's an angel, a big angel, and he comes and he spreads his wings above 2 towers. And he brings down his wings on the towers and they're flattened. This dream was told before 9/11. Before 9/11. And it was
It should have been through act of God.
It was circulated within, let's just say, those communities who then ended up in Guantanamo. So again, I'm going to say to you that it's as if, there's people who were arrested and detained who were accused of having prior knowledge, and they didn't, like Abu Zubaydah, he had no prior knowledge at all. But he did say, I heard about this dream. So,
I mean, look,
so
there are people who've been talking about Sheikh Khalid Yassin, that he said 2027.
For the end of Israel.
2027 will be end of Israel, right? And if something happens, then would you say it is because of Sheikh Yassin?
No, I wouldn't say it's because of him.
No, it's because of Israel and its actions and Zionism.
But here in this case, Sheikh, here you've got a trajectory. We're talking regularly to the lawyers for Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. There's a whole group of people there accused of different aspects. There's a history of different people who play different roles, different parts. Some are innocent, some are not innocent. But my point is simply that it was going to happen. And to think that it wasn't going to happen goes against every side. It means here that the Americans don't know, Al-Qaeda doesn't know, but the guys who have this theory...
You're talking about dream here. Let me present a reality to you.
Okay.
Benjamin Netanyahu in 1990s, I think 96, 97, wrote in a book that if these countries are not controlled, then Twin Towers will come down. So who had more concrete and prior knowledge or aspiration about it?
No, that's not... 1993, Ramzi Youssef, who is the uncle of Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, right? He carries out a bombing, attempted bombing of what? One of the Twin Towers. 1993, I think that's after Benjamin Netanyahu.
Through a truck.
Yeah. Using trucks, right? So they try to bring down the towers from what people would think would be the natural explosive from the bottom. It doesn't work. So, do you understand? It doesn't work. Ramzi Youssef now is serving his life sentence in the United States of America. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is his relative. They try the opposite direction. Instead of using the bottom, they go for the top.
Well, whoever's right and whoever's wrong...
we will be able to convince each other here.
Well, whoever's right and whoever's
it's
wrong...
already a target, but the point is it's already a target.
You see,
1993, it's a target. It's a big target.
I know my Muslim community, right? And I know our timekeeping. We are never on the time. And you telling me that 11 or 17 deaths took place,
That's probably the most compelling argument. How on earth did 19 brothers wake up and get to the airport
departed from
in
different
time?
cities, from different routes, calculated the timing of impact to be at exactly same time. Right?
That's the most compelling argument, but whoever's right...
So I know my Muslim community, we are not that punctual.
I know it's a bit like herding cats, but whoever's right and whoever's wrong, 3,000 people died.
Definitely.
And it doesn't, if it was a black op, 3,000 people died. If it wasn't a black op, 3,000 people still died. That is a fact. And whatever has happened since then, there's the war in Afghanistan, and you have to wonder, is Trump going to go back into Afghanistan? He's demanding that America returns and takes control of Bagram again. He said, that's ours. And of course it's not. It was built by the Russians.
We were saying, talking about Erdogan, whoever it was built by, it belongs to the Afghans.
Yes,
It's not theirs.
So these conspiracy theories, I hate them, and I've looked at 9/11, not as intensively as you have, admittedly, but if it was all pre-planned and it was a black op by the Bush administration or whoever.
I think you guys need to sit down with Claxton.
Now you've knocked my train of thought.
No, you were saying if it was all planned.
Yes, if it was all planned, it would take a huge amount of people
to be involved.
And we're talking about 400, at least 400, because what happens if somebody stopped one of the hijackers at airport security? So therefore, airport security had to be involved to be able to get these people through security and onto the planes on time. Then there's...
and flight to depart on time. Normally flights are...
No, Sheikh, now it's been 24 years since that happened.
And not one of the 400...
Not a single person has said, from those who've been involved in the US military, in the government, everywhere, where everything's being written, books are being written, leaks are being done, not a single person is saying this was...
Not Edward Snowden types or anything.
You need to look at basically the censorship of the reports that was produced for it. The censorship...
Well, there was censorship.
Yeah.
Why, I don't know. But for instance, I know William Rodriguez, the last man out of the towers that day. And he said that he heard explosions.
Yeah.
And he said that he heard these noises which could only be explosions which didn't tie in. And that evidence was redacted and kept out of the report. But at the same time, he looked into that. And if they had hidden explosives in the Twin Towers, it would have taken about 20 flatbed trucks carrying explosives to get in to the Twin Towers and get people to carry them up the stairs or in the elevators, and too many people would have been involved, and nobody has broken their silence. No ex-wives, ex-partners who've fallen out and, you know, to say so-and-so confessed to me and now I hate him. But
maybe they were put on those planes.
Well, who knows, but...
It's difficult to comprehend that it's Americans who did themselves, right? But
no, it isn't.
No, because this is, you see, if Americans, they planned something like the way they did on Vietnam, right, attacking their own ship and then blaming, that's different. But attacking on their own soil and planning something like this, as you said, basically, that somebody then would definitely speak out. But if it's not impossible to think that there was possibly IDF or Israelis who are behind this.
Well, the Israelis have this thing called the Hannibal Directive, which they used on October the 7th.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people don't realize is using the Hannibal Directive on civilians is a big no-no. It's illegal. And but of course, as we know, Israel breaks the law. And it's the one thing when you tackle Zionists, whether it's on the social networks or face-to-face, and you say to them, why did it take 6 hours to get to the kibbutz, to get to the music festival?
And this is exactly, you can say, the clear reason what Israel is capable of doing.
Oh.
America might not be capable of doing it.
They're capable of doing absolutely anything.
One of the things why 9/11 happened, right, is because, you see, you said that the only time America's been defeated is Vietnam. Well, it depends on how you view defeat.
Well, the English burned down the White House.
Yeah, but Bin Laden wanted the Americans to come to Afghanistan. They wanted to do to them what happened to the Soviet Union. They knew it's going to be a long thing, and I was in Afghanistan at the time when it happened. So we thought, what the hell's going on? Are you guys crazy? Are you insane? But yet they wanted that Americans going to come, and America's going to get defeated here. Now, nobody could have known what would happen 20 years later with the Taliban, that the Taliban is replaced with a far stronger Taliban. And in terms of politics, that's a defeat. Yeah, 4,000 American soldiers died.
Yeah.
In Vietnam, 50,000 died. But in Vietnam, nearly 2 million Vietnamese died. And in Afghanistan, I think 150,000, 200,000. So it's not a numbers game. It's about who has the will to continue the fight, right?
Yeah.
So for America and NATO, that's a defeat. And it's a defeat because Afghanistan doesn't, now when they meet with them, when the Taliban meets with them, they meet with them as equals, or not at all, right? So they have prisoner exchange. We've got one of your prisoners, you got our prisoners, guy serving life sentence, we want him out. How are you going to get him out with a life sentence? We got one of your prisoners, that's how we're going to do it. So now they're talking on equal terms, which is something they couldn't have done before. Bin Laden didn't live to see that, right? But essentially...
How do you know Bin Laden is not there?
Oh, Sheikh, please,
no, come on. Prove it to me that he's dead. Prove it to me. That.
But you know, I have a theory about the...
Prove it to me that he's dead.
He's dead.
No.
He's dead.
Maybe.
From all of his friends, his people, those connected to him, the whole network.
Sheikh, he was taken on helicopter.
Indeed.
And thrown in ocean.
Where they took him, I don't know, but I know he's dead. I don't know where they took his body.
But not in that helicopter.
I don't know whether...
Not necessarily in that helicopter.
What I'm saying, I don't know where...
They're saying that basically that they killed him.
They didn't want his body to be a place of... You know, there were people killed in Afghanistan, foreigners, Arabs.
How come they couldn't film that? And say clearly that, guys, we don't want him to become a monument or something like that. That's why we're throwing him in the ocean.
They had photographs of him. They did put out photographs of his body.
Photograph of?
Of his body. We did see that, remember, they did put out photographs of his body.
I thought that
how can you tell, looking at photograph, that this person is alive or
today's
dead?
world, you can't tell. You know, AI can do anything, and I think they had...
No, AI can do anything now,
but even then they could have done it. You know, the first time I ever saw aerial photographs from a drone was in 2001 by the Americans. They showed me, oh look, these are photographs we're taking of these places. I said, oh my God,
definitely,
it looks like someone standing above a house, literally taking a photograph. The technology they had. The first ever video conference I ever had was an interrogation in Bagram. First ever video interrogation. They were miles ahead.
Internet, we got to know about internet after in this century.
Yeah.
But CIA like that, they were using it in 1970s.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So these guys are way ahead, and it's only certain things that we find out about. As you know, the military develops faster than anything.
Because as far as I know, it is Americans who created Al-Qaeda. We got to know Al-Qaeda through Americans, right? He was very close friend of Bush.
I think
Bush the senior, right? Lots of conspiracy theories here.
When you start to say all of that stuff, right? Americans created Al-Qaeda, the Taliban was created by Pakistan, and it gives no agency to anyone. It says, you know what, you're just all puppets and tools. And whatever grievances they have, right or wrong.
The problem with your theory is, with due respect, if for example, I had 10% confidence that it is Afghanis or Muslims or Arabs or Saudis who are behind this 9/11, I wouldn't have brought this argument or this topic about 9/11. I would have stayed quiet because 10% is a huge number, right? So first of all, let me make it clear that if I had doubt on it, even 10% doubt that it could be Muslims who have done it, then I would have stayed quiet and I would have prayed basically that okay, those people who have done it, they should be punished or whatever and like that. The problem with your theory, if it is inside job and we go by your theory, that means you're justifying every single war after that as a result of 9/11, every single arrest after that.
No.
Not every single...
no, that's a circular theory, that what happens then is that, you know, that's like October the 7th or any other thing. Even those things are a reaction to a grievance. They're a reaction to a grievance. So if somebody is invading your land,
you see, October 7th was obvious, and it was very stupid act. Right? I say, Ahlu Gaza kulluhum majaneen. Right, with due respect.
I wouldn't say that.
I know you wouldn't say that, and many wouldn't say this. But I was at...
They've taught the whole Ummah a lesson.
I was basically at Cairo airport when, you know, I was going from Libya floods to Afghanistan earthquake area. And it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I was in flight and I arrived in Cairo and this happened. And I could see so many people celebrating it. And I said, guys, you don't know the enemy. You don't know what will happen as a result of this. The enemy doesn't go by any rules or by any books. It doesn't go by... You telling me that after this 2 years of the war and complete destruction of Gaza, I'm not saying that you as person, I'm saying you as... I'm talking about people of Gaza, because they still believe that it was worthwhile, right? You telling me that the 7th of October was worthwhile and it was good price to pay with this whole distraction and so on. Yes, I know that now Israel is much weaker in the world, right, because of this attack and so on. But
see,
there is huge debate about that.
There is. But this, see, the problem with us, in all of us here, we have the luxury of privilege of safety, security, not being harmed when we're traveling. We don't have to go through checkpoints, etc. We have citizenship. We can travel. We are not expelled from our own lands. Our own lands.
I'm not talking about the action of it. I'm talking about the consequence of the...
So the consequences...
So action may have reasons.
But Sheikh,
it was not action, it was reaction. So 7th of October was reaction to atrocities.
But it was planned. It was very well planned.
Yeah, it was planned.
Yeah, so it's not just a reaction.
And it wasn't planned just over a year or two. You know.
But my point is...
You know, many years back, many years back, for the first time, one Israeli soldier was killed. And that's when they thought, oh, this could happen also. Right? Before that, they were very, you can say, demoralized or like that. So,
but see, you know, look, before, let's just take it for context, right? About 70,000 people have been killed. The argument could be it could be double or triple that figure. Okay.
Well, possibly
maybe.
quarter of a
million. We don't know.
Plus.
Our dead don't matter. You know, we know 3,000 people died. Actually, it was 2,976 people died on 9/11. The dead there matter. Our dead don't matter. A few million here, get it wrong by 10,000, nobody cares, right?
Yeah.
But in Palestine, over 55,000 people had already been killed.
That's 100% confirmed.
Already. So when we say that they didn't know the consequences of what would happen, you can't tell me that the Palestinians don't know their enemy. If anybody knows their enemy, they know their prisons, they know their weapon systems, they know their attitudes, they know them intimately. There's a bunch of them going in and they stab them. They know them they get that close to them. They know them intimately. I think the only people who might know them better is their wives. And in that case,
no, I'll tell you what I'll tell you what happened. Historically, whenever there has been exchange of prisoners, it's been roughly one Israeli prisoner in return of thousands or hundreds of prisoners.
Even so now, right? Even now that happens.
Now, basically, the situation is different, and I'll tell you why. So they were thinking that if they capture these 1,200 people, how many? 200, isn't it?
200, yeah.
200. If they capture these 200, that means that their entire population in Israeli prisons can be freed, right? So that's where their miscalculation was. Now, what happened as a result of this Israeli attacks on Gaza and West Bank and other areas, they captured maybe another 50,000 or more during these 2 years. If they're releasing 25,000 out of these 50,000, and we thinking that we are the winner.
No, nobody's thinking they're the winner. But you know, this is a state. They're in a state of war.
This has been a tremendous victory for Hamas. They are still standing. 60% of their tunnel network is still in existence, and well, they're still standing. They're still a force to be reckoned with, and obviously they've been depleted and the civilians have paid the biggest price. But Israel has been humiliated. This is
no doubt about it.
This is a military with, in terms of kit and weaponry, is the 4th largest army in the world.
And Hamas is still there. They couldn't be defeated. And I think basically the casualties of Hamas and Israeli soldiers are almost equal.
Well, that is interesting because Israel is running out of graves to put their own soldiers in. And we're not being told exactly how many Israeli soldiers have died.
I think I read over around 2,000 have either committed suicide or attempted suicide. American soldiers, 30,000 American soldiers committed suicide after the Iraq War. More than that were killed. So there is a
well, in Israeli, so far, the confirmed number, I think, is 18, 19.
Is it?
Yeah, and around nearly 300 attempted.
Attempted, okay.
Attempted to do, and I posted that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give them success in their efforts.
I mean,
why? Because if you kill babies, if you do these atrocities, and you celebrate that, right? One is, okay, we're following orders, we are army and this and that. But one is you boasting about it and you feel that, yes, this is justified.
And they're making videos about it.
Yeah. So if I feel, for example, that another person doesn't have right to exist, that means I do not have right to exist. You know, simply. Unless another person is clearly murderer or sentenced by the court, not by the public, by the court is being sentenced to death and so on, and then I say, yes, he should die as criminal or like that. That's fine. But if it is babies, right, what babies got to do with this politics and this and that? So if I feel that these babies, whether on any side, right, on Palestine side or Israeli side, if I wish same for Israel, that means I don't have right to exist. Right? So in that sense, I have lost humanity, and that's what I would apply to others who basically have lost humanity to that level.
I think the Israelis are like a zombie nation. They are flawed human beings. There's something that's missing. And I saw this by observing them. And I mean,
Israelis have sent many of their army personnels who doesn't have a brother, sister, father, mother, or children. There is no one to know, to care, or to mourn about. So, it's what, midnight?
Yep, it's midnight.
Oh, guys, 6 o'clock I have my flight.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. MashaAllah. Deep conversation.
So, thanks for your disagreement with the. But anyway, it's an interesting topic. As a conclusion, now, some of you may not agree, but let me conclude. The thing what we're trying to do, and what basically I'm trying to aim at. Can someone switch off this alarm? Yeah. There's this alarm going on in the studio.
Shall I do it?
Yeah, go on. Feel at home. Yeah. So
It's
what?
just after 11. It's not midnight.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it is 11:15. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, still, if 6 o'clock is my flight, then I'm sleeping at Indonesian time, by the way.
You went to Indonesia? Wow.
Like last week, and because of holiday season, I couldn't find reasonable flight from here. This was coming very expensive, economy class, very expensive. So I bought.
Have you got Al-Khair projects in Panama?
Yes, Al-Khair establishing there, inshallah. But I went to discuss the strategy for Latin America and Caribbean and like that, looking at basically new picture. And in my conclusion, I'm going to connect towards that also. So I went through Madrid. So Madrid is in opposite direction. So going from here to Madrid, and it was overnight stopover in Madrid. So I stayed at the airport and went to Panama. While I was in Panama, basically, or while just before I was on board to Panama, ceasefire took place, alhamdulillah. Right? So that should have changed my schedule, but Panama was quite important. So I went ahead with it. But because of the ceasefire, certain meetings were arranged. One meeting was arranged in Istanbul, not conference or seminars, but meetings of like-minded organizations. Guys, there is ceasefire now. What is our next strategy and what we're going to do for next 60 days or 90 days? So Istanbul was for next 60 days and Jakarta was for next 90 days. In Istanbul meeting, while I was in flight to Panama, the Istanbul meeting took place. Can you guess how much amount was raised for Al-Khair and Gaza project? About 40 people roughly.
3 million?
3 million.
I'm guessing.
Okay. Can you add 1 0 to it?
Mashallah. 30 million.
And add 7 to it?
37 million.
$37 million were pledged in that meeting. Mashallah, excluding Al-Khair pledge. And this 37 million, most of it being delivered by Al-Khair, and then there are certain programs inside Gaza that others have a strength in that. So we said, okay, they will deliver this. So, and within 60 days from that conference or from that meeting, all this 37 million should be done. So by end of this year, it should be delivered, inshallah.
Mashallah.
And we are ahead of target on that. So follow-up meeting was arranged as a result of this Istanbul meeting. Far East countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, those countries said that we want a meeting in this region. We couldn't come all the way there because it was short notice.
So you had to go all the way. You have to go to all
So while I was in Panama, I was asked to go to Indonesia.
Wow. You should have gone from Panama that direction, being closer.
Yeah, but that was one option. But I had to come to UK. It was necessary to sign certain documents. So took flight from Panama to Madrid, Madrid to London, with I think 5-6 hours stop in Madrid on the way back. Arrived in London, signed the documents, and literally about 4 hours after my arrival, I said to my wife, there is a flight to Jakarta in next 2 hours.
Ooh.
Shall I go for it? And she said, yeah, go for it. While I excused myself to Jakarta team that I will not be able to attend because of this flight and this and that, and I have to be in UK. How can I arrive in UK and catch flight in 6 hours?
Not just how can you do that, but how does your brain function with that little...
Exactly. Literally, I mean. So when I arrived here, within 4 hours, I said to my wife that, look, the flight is available. And because I'm the, you can say, gold member of Qatar Airways, so I have privilege to book flight even at last moment.
Okay.
Right? So Qatar Airways was available via Doha to Jakarta. And she said, yeah, go for it. Now, I didn't inform Jakarta people that I'm coming. I told them that I will come online and I'm sending, I'll send video message and this and that. So I landed in Jakarta, flight was delayed at 8 o'clock in the morning, Jakarta time. 10 o'clock conference is starting and it's about 1 hour plus from the airport journey. Right? Where the meeting is taking place, I haven't been there before. So I don't know which floor and this and that. So by the time I reached that hotel, it was time for my lecture. So I went online. Right? And now these are 40, 45 powerful people. Majority of them are much bigger organizations than Al Khair. And they're thinking that Imam Qasim is not taking us seriously. He should be sitting down and talking to us.
Wow.
And I'm just walking. I'm not even saying anything to them. So I walked and I then put my sound on mute and I asked one of the person that there is Al Khair meeting happening here in hotel, which floor? And he said 13th floor. Right? So I went to 13th floor in the left. Everybody could see it was loose connection, it stopped and this and that. And everybody uncomfortable. They're looking at each other. What the hell is going on? For literally 3-4 minutes, it continued like that. And I walked into meeting hall.
While you're still on the phone?
Yeah.
Gosh.
And everybody was shocked because they were expecting me to be in London. So that's how I arrived. So anyway, reached Panama. And then 2 days ago, day before yesterday, arrived in UK because of my hospital appointment. And early morning going to Istanbul.
May Allah make it easy for you, mashallah, and grant you.
I'm exhausted just listening to it.
Just listening to it. And I think me and Yvonne, we both travel quite a lot, but listening to you is just...
No, and worse than that, day before yesterday, I arrived from Jakarta.
Yeah.
Next week, I have to be back in Jakarta, which was arranged 7-8 months in advance.
Oh.
Jakarta, right? Huge gathering taking place. One of the largest gathering after Hajj that I ever attended. That is taking place, 3 gatherings taking place. One in Thailand, where we're expecting about possibly 200 to 300,000 Muslims. Right? In that there are 3 things. Meeting with Sheikhul Islam in Bangkok, appointed by the King of Thailand. And then this program, 200,000-300,000 people attending, mashallah. And then a conference on Gaza. So 2 days in Thailand, 3 tasks. And then coming to Indonesia, where much bigger program taking place. It's not Al Khair program, but just imagine that our team have constructed 3,000 toilets, temporary toilets, for that program in Indonesia. We have 100 water tankers.
Wow.
100 water tankers of 20 to 30,000 liter each that will constantly be filling the waters. We have 46 or 56 dispensaries, medical dispensaries to deal with any emergency. So you can imagine that, I mean, the date for this event was finalized in September last year while I was in Somaliland. So it is a huge event. So next week I have to be there back. And then 3rd event following that is in Sydney, Australia.
And you're coming back and then going back again?
No.
You're going to stay there?
Yeah, basically it's with 3 days gap. Event in Thailand is not in Bangkok itself. You have to take flight from Bangkok and it's like whole jungle area taken over and transformed into...
Mashallah.
So,
amazing. May Allah bless your work.
So people know Thailand for different reasons, but after this event, people will realize the power of Muslims of Thailand, inshallah.
In South Thailand, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a big community there.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, mashallah.
So I'm involved in that for simply to manage logistically and to provide water and washroom and hygiene and medical facilities to that. Without attaching ourselves to the concepts of or speech. I didn't agree to speak in that. And even if I want to, maybe I might not be welcome, because certain projects we have doesn't go according to the ideology of that event. So, but it is, after all, our elders and scholars who are in it, inshallah. So in 1 week, 3 large events, and last one being in Sydney in Australia, and to come back from there. Wallahi, I'm telling you, people think about sleep time and eating time, right? How it disturbs your sleep time and eating time. For the first time, I want to mention something to you. For the first time, you never heard of this. You know, when you wake up in the morning, you go to washroom, you relieve yourself, right? And after that, you have whole day. It disturbs your washroom time. It disturbs the frequency and the cycle.
Yeah. There's a hadith that mentions travel is like it's like
That's age.
Okay, grandmother.
That's age.
Why don't you come with me on this trip, and let's see, you know.
If it's about age.
In fact, you are invited to Istanbul conference tomorrow.
Oh, actually,
Oh gosh, my husband will be ringing now saying, "Don't you dare."
I was just speaking to a friend of mine. You might know him, Mansoor.
Yeah, Mansoor will be there.
I was just speaking to him now on the phone.
Yeah, Mansoor.
We were talking about Sami Hamdi's, so he's helping with his case. So he asked me, he said, okay, do you want to come to Istanbul? I said, no, I've traveled a little bit too much. But, I mean, we're just amateurs compared to your travel, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So anyway, Al Khair, mashallah, is now at very next different level. And alhamdulillah, I mean, these trips definitely bringing results. As you can see, basically, that is definitely bringing results in terms of the impact we are creating. Right? But it's affecting my life very, very badly, very, very badly.
I can imagine you need to delegate like anything else, right?
No, you see, when it comes to chairman, right, if there is any agreement being signed by head of an organization that is much bigger than Al Khair, I cannot send my deputy.
No, you can't.
You know, and the majority of the organizations we are dealing with, their annual budget is 200 million, 300 million, $100 million, like that. You know, big organizations. You know, let me give you one example. Our Gaza Qurbani, right? You know, we are the largest Qurbani project provider on behalf of Muslims of UK. So largest portion of Qurbani donation comes to Al Khair. There is one single organization, right, who gave more than double the amount of UK donors. Total UK donors. You know, our UK donors Qurbani is like $2.2 million, $2.3 million, £1.7 million roughly. There's this organization who gave more than $5 million for Qurbani alone. So
outside of the UK.
Yes, outside of UK. So when it, not only basically when it's time for signing documents, but when they arrive on a mission, when they are at the delivery, ideally I should be there. You know, on the day of Eid al-Adha, right? I landed in Ethiopia at Fajr time, led Eid Salah, and Addis Ababa was cleaned, mashallah, decorated, traffic stopped, and so on, this and that. Salah took place, main Salah took place in a stadium, but I was in other part, mashallah. So the Prime Minister of Ethiopia sent escort car for me to pick me up from airport, because he knew that this guy is coming only for 6 hours to Ethiopia. So within 6 hours he needs to be back in airport. Within 9 hours of landing was my departure.
Wow.
Right. So I arrived in Ethiopia on the Eid day, early morning Eid Salah, and after that slaughtering 2,000 cows took place there. And these are Ethiopian cows. You will forget Brazilian cows, literally. Right? Normally African cows are small, but this is different. And it's first time in the history of Ethiopia that millions of dollars of worth of meat being exported from Ethiopia. That's why the Prime Minister of Ethiopia was excited about it and sent, you can say, this protocol for myself.
Because everybody, its association is always from the 80s, isn't it?
Yeah. So, so basically by 3 p.m., 4 p.m. I had my flight from Ethiopia, landed in Cairo, had connecting flight from Cairo to Gradaga, arrived in Gradaga. By the time I arrived in Gradaga, it's next day morning, went to slaughterhouse. Again, another 2,000 cows slaughtered there. and this is the second day of Eid. Then in the evening, 6 p.m. took flight from there to Cairo, midnight flight from Cairo to Delhi. From Delhi, covering different, India is huge.
You're not getting cows there, right?
Right?
You're not getting the cows there.
Wallahi, with the attending animal slaughters, slaughtering animals itself, I'm telling you, wallahi, for 3 days, I didn't find time to take shower.
SubhanAllah.
Yeah. Just had to wipe out the blood using wipes and like that. Just changing clothes using wipes, cleaning the blood, or maximum wudu, but didn't. I thought maybe like in lounge or like that I'll be able to take shower, but in Cairo and in these places there was no lounge available. You know? So if people think that this guy travels so much and this and that, do you think this is a fun?
I can't imagine it's fun.
No, no way.
Of course not.
No way.
No.
And after 3 days, my brain was so numb because of lack of sleep, and you know, you think you went through torture in Guantanamo? Look at me, man. I'm the biggest victim here.
No, travel is, I mean, when I travel, especially the continuous flights, and there's nothing like yours, it sends my mind in a different place, so I can't imagine how you would function. So alhamdulillah, you're doing it for a wonderful cause, and Allah bless you and increase you in ability and, and goodness, and accept from you, inshallah. So,
anyway, as a conclusion of this program, so what I wanted to say is basically, look, we are in Britain, and a Muslim and a believer is that person who wish best, goodness, khair, for the people, for the community where he or she lives. Right? That's what we want. If there is anything wrong in Muslim community or in our neighbors or our community or our country, then we need to highlight those faults, those shortcomings, and find a solution for that. The solution are 2, 3. One solution, you kill all the Muslims from the world. Right? That's the solution, isn't it? Right? Which is impossible to achieve. Right? You know, with the success rate of our growth and our production of children, mashallah, and this and that, Muslims is largest religion in the world. Right? Yes, we are victim of politics and this and that and so on, but obviously the first solution cannot be achieved, to wipe out Islam and Muslims from the world. It will not happen. Right? The second solution is basically that we correct ourselves. We correct our policies. We stand for humanity and justice. We forget the past, whatever has happened. You know, Britain is the one who created Israel, and Britain at last has recognized Palestine, right? So whether basically there is some merit or there is some weight in this or not, but still, hey, there is a step. Now let's move to next step from this. Let's try to give justice to people of Palestine. Right? Let's try to give them sense of livelihood, sense of something to live upon, you know, sense of some dignity, you know, where father can give some basic necessities to children, that father and mother don't become so hopeless, or to the extent that they become so injured that children have to go out and fetch flour and look for bread and so on. So what we're looking for is ideally our system to be so just and so refined that it stands for humanity. Not Muslims, not Christians, not Jewish or like that, but for everybody, for humanity. Right? That's second solution. Third solution, which is also possible, that with time, Britain will become majority Muslim country. Whether basically by our natural progress or by conversion, the way people are embracing Islam, right? And that is happening in many countries where Muslims, including Ethiopia, that Muslims are part of the government now, right? Integral part. And I'm not talking about few members dotted here and there or 1 or 2 mayors or like that. No, I'm talking about whole system, right? Kenya is Christian country, Right? Kenya is a Christian country. But you will be shocked and surprised to hear, I'm disclosing to you today, that Kenya is mainly controlled by Somali nationals. Somalians, instead of focusing on instead of focusing on Somalia, they focused on Kenya. They established themselves over there. They are the biggest landlord in Kenya, Somali nation, biggest landlord in Kenya. And now these Somalis are very practicing Muslims generally, right? And they are integral part of Kenya, right? In Malawi, subhanallah, every week over 1,000 people are embracing Islam, mashallah, thanks to the efforts of our brothers and sisters. Over 1,000 people embracing Islam. That's basically between 5 to 10,000 people embracing Islam every month as minimum. That's, you're talking about basically around 50 to 100,000 people embracing Islam every year in a small country in Malawi, which was the biggest hub of conversion from Islam into Christianity. Now, with the effort of past few years, the tables have turned around. And you know, I was in Malawi just 2 months ago to advance this program. So who knows, in Britain tomorrow, it could be something that people start to embrace Islam, and very same people, they become the means for the protection of Islam. You know? So nobody is going out from their place, right? Everyone is here to stay, inshallah. Nobody, if we are immigrant, then others are immigrant also. You are not native here, right? So we have done a lot for this country, and this country, our wish and our desire for this country to flourish further in line of humanity, inshallah. And that's what message I'm trying to give through this program, inshallah. At the same time, we need to educate ourselves. We need to know what are the problems. We need to know the history. If you know the history and if you know what happened, right, to learn and to study history is not basically something wrong. To talk about history or historical events is right of everyone to acquire knowledge and to have understanding of it. Not with the idea of basically passing blames and so on, but with the idea of recognizing the situations and preparing future accordingly and correcting ourselves. And that is the mission of this program, inshallah. I hope that inshallah this country, from where Israel was created and from where many Muslim countries were attacked, very same country will become beacon of light for humanity, champion for human rights, inshallah, and basically correct itself. Although, if you look basically, I was going to mention which country has killed most people in the world, right? Which country? Second World War is about 20 million, right? Second World War. And after that, going basically, if you look at top 5 Chinese things and this and that, and Soviet Union, 50 to 70 million and so on. Britain, 100 to 150 million people have been killed by Britain. Right? Now, do I hold this as a reason to spoil my future and basically become hopeless? Or do I hold this and try to get justice for the atrocities and correct ourselves for future? Inshallah, that's what our aim is. I would like to thank all of you. We don't want to start going in further discussion, otherwise I'll miss my flight for sure. Sister Yvonne has been here, mashallah, traveled all the way from Fotila to here via Israel to attend this program.
And via South Africa.
Yes, she was in South Africa, mashallah. You know, I lost one very important guest because of you. Senator Mushtaq Hussain, he said, I will attend Turkey conference only if Yvonne is coming. And I messaged you, I think because you have new phone, so that's why maybe something happened. And I message you, are you upset with me? If yes, then party. So anyway, but if you would have come to Istanbul, Senator Mushtaq also would have attended.
Oh, well, is he not going?
No, he's in Pakistan.
I was going to say, well, next time you see him, give him my salams, because he came under tremendous pressure to sign this form.
Yes.
To say that he had entered Israel illegally. And I think that they were threatening him. They threatened me with 8 years, but I think they threatened him with considerably more.
18 years.
18 years, And he was, you know, strong, mashallah, and he just refused to sign. And, you know,
there is huge conspiracy going on against Senator Mushtaq that he resigned from Jamaat-e-Islami after coming back from Fotila, maybe because he became famous as a result of this. But the reality is that he resigned from Jamaat-e-Islami while he was in Fotila, before even being arrested.
Why did he resign?
The reason is basically that, you know, when he contacted the organizers of Fotila, that I want to be on board, they said that we have given our allocation to the organization. He said, which organization? They said, Jamaat-e-Islami. He said, I'm part of that organization. I'm one of their key members. So he approached the organization. They had 3 allocations that they could have given 3 seats. They could have sent 3 people. He tried to convince them to send him, basically, but they didn't accept. They didn't send him, nor they sent anybody else. So those 3 seats were going waste. On top of that, he registered an organization called Save Gaza. There was a website for that and so on, account detail. They forced him to close that account if he wants to remain part of that organization. Right? They forced him to close that account, to shut down that website, to stop basically this organization and so on. And then there are other things basically. So then he approached the organizers of Fotila in Malaysia, Malaysia wing, that guys, look, this is my profile. I've been standing for the rights of Palestine. I've been marching, you know, I've been speaking about it. And he's number 1 voice for Palestine in Pakistan. So they then, on the basis of his profile, they allocated him 5 seats. That, okay, you and 4 more people can come in. But he said to those 5, I will be the first one to go. So if they allow only 2 people, then I and that person will go. If they allow only 1, then I'll go on, this and that, like that. So he was disappointed. Right? Now this is internal issue. And we shouldn't make this issue of someone being right or wrong. Jamaat-e-Islami might have taken steps thinking, doing their own basically risk assessment and due diligence. Right? So we shouldn't be holding against them. And if he resigned well before reaching Israel and this and that, they're saying he resigned after being pressured in Israel by the Israelis. And this, no, his resignation was submitted before. Yes, if they didn't want it to accept, they should have informed him by text message or like that. So I have his recording, his interview on video, which we'll be releasing inshallah. So anyway, I think people need to realize his level of his sacrifice, the steps he took, the bravery he have shown, which basically is witnessed by so many people. I mean, Yvonne mentioning just now, but so many people who were there with him in captivity of Israel, they given testimony about him. Anyway, may Allah accept everyone's effort, inshallah. Brother Muazzam Beg, thank you very much for being here. I know you're getting up and down.
I've got to drive back to Birmingham, which is not far compared to where you're going, but it's still a distance.
It's still a bit, I did offer for you to stay the night here,
yeah,
inshallah.
I've got to get to an airport in the morning, not for myself, but for somebody else.
Right, okay. Maybe you can drop me on the airport on the way, inshallah. So, Jazakallah everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. Has been a very different program, mashallah, but until next year, we would like to educate, inshallah, people about these things and certainly about conspiracy theories, inshallah. Until then, take care, inshallah. And I would like to thank all my guests, all the guests who attended the program today, online and in the studio. And sorry if we couldn't accommodate any of the guests or any of the callers and viewers. Fi amanillah, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
After weeks of displacement, Palestinian refugee Amal Rabi returned to the devastated neighborhood that once housed her family home. As the sole survivor of her family, she carefully navigated through piles of rubble and steel, undertaking the solemn and meticulous task of sifting through the debris, seeking any tangible connection to the life abruptly halted by the conflict. Her home once resonated with the comforting rhythms of everyday life, now lay scattered, poignant remnants of what once was. The meticulous search was agonizing and quiet, yielding only fragments buried beneath the weight of destruction, a stark, visceral testament to the total erasure of her former existence. Your immediate support is vital in restoring that lost sense of self-worth and for rebuilding shattered lives in Gaza. Take action today to empower Palestinian refugees like Amal. Your support can help restore their dignity and hope for a brighter future. Visit alcare.org now, and together, we can turn despair into determination.
I think you're going to have tremendous success, and Gaza is going to be rebuilt.
US President Trump announced a ceasefire, and 2.1 million people in Gaza exhaled a sigh of relief. The inhuman suffering they had to face for more than 2 years is now in the past. But people in Gaza now have another battle to face, one to rebuild their lives. In these 2 years, more than 67,000 Palestinians lost their lives. Over 90% of homes were damaged or destroyed. Thousands of families were displaced, and hundreds of children were either separated or orphaned. As families make their way back into Gaza, all they see is piles of rubble everywhere. For them, the conflict lies ahead, one to rebuild their future. With the controversial GHF aid delivery plan to be shut, Gaza would once again be entirely dependent on humanitarian aid. They would need food, water, and medicines. They would need education and public infrastructure. Humanitarian aid will help restore dignity. This isn't just charity, it is survival. Al-Care Foundation is prepared to deliver aid into Gaza, but it is only possible with your generous support. Donate. Help Gaza rebuild.
جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتصفو الحياة بنور هدى وتطلب نفس له طاعة ويبلغ سعد إلى منتهى فؤاد شغوف إلى ربه أحب رضاه أحب لقاه يظل يجيء إلى ربوة قرار ويسمو وذا مرتضى فلا لهو يثنيه عن سيره ولا جمع مال تغشى يا غافرا رجوتك عفوا ولا لي سوى ودمع يسيل.
The devastating aftermath of the recent Myanmar earthquake has left countless families facing the immediate, life-threatening reality of exposure, forced to endure chilling nights without adequate protection. IQRA Foundation's immediate, critical response has focused squarely on distributing essential, durable tents, a vital intervention that moves survivors from the vulnerability of open fields into secure, temporary shelter, shielding children and the elderly alike from the relentless elements, looming disease, and the profound trauma of displacement. This urgent appeal with your generous contributions is not merely a monetary donation, but a direct investment in the immediate safety, dignity, and survival of families desperately seeking refuge. Stand with IQRA Foundation now, ensure that no survivor is left to face the harsh reality of survival under an open sky. To make your impactful donation, please call us now or visit IQRA.org today.
Millions in Gaza felt relieved the moment ceasefire was announced. While the constant airstrikes have reduced, the prolonged conflict has left many scars, broken education system being one of them. The children of Gaza have suffered the most. Constant displacements, starvation and psychological trauma have left the future uncertain for these tender minds. For many, school was their only refuge, a place to dream, to grow, to feel safe. But even that sanctuary was shattered. Today, education in Gaza survives in fragments, schools lie in ruins. But despite the devastation, the will to learn remains unbroken. The ceasefire has created an opportunity to help rebuild Gaza. With humanitarian aid entering Gaza, social infrastructure also needs to be looked at. Gaza has more than 600,000 school-going children. They need stationery, classrooms, and infrastructure. Bringing them back in schools would be the best therapy for these young minds. IQRA Foundation has been delivering humanitarian aid into Gaza for a long time. We understand the importance of education in restoring hope and in opening doorways to a brighter future. Your donation is a step towards rebuilding not just schools but futures. It gives children the chance to learn and dream again. Donate generously.
In the heart of Africa, where the sun beats down, there lies a thirst that knows no bounds. The people cry out for a gift so pure, a gift of water, of life's allure. Be the first to donate, to lend a hand, to bring water to the dry, parched land. With our care, the goodness in your heart, you can make a difference, you can play a part. Let's come together as one, to give the gift of water, to shine like the sun. For water is life, a precious gem. Let's give generously, let's be the ones to stem. With your support, we can make it happen, and give the gift of water, with love and compassion.
An uneasy quiet has settled over Gaza. The latest news of the ceasefire has silenced the airstrikes, but the echoes of destruction remain. What was once a vibrant, bustling city is now a landscape of rubbles. The conflict may have paused, but the humanitarian crisis is far from over. For the nearly 2 million people, the battle has only changed its form. Famine casts a long shadow over the entire strip. Clean water is still a luxury, and the healthcare system is almost collapsed. The scale of the devastation is staggering. An estimated 84% of Gaza has been destroyed. More than 50 million tons of rubble will need to be cleared before any meaningful rebuilding can begin. The immediate needs to rebuild Gaza are immense, but the road to recovery is long and daunting. The United Nations estimates it will take at least $70 billion to rebuild homes, schools, hospitals, and public infrastructure. But in the face of this immense challenge, the spirit of the people endures. Despite of challenges, people are returning to Gaza. They are hopeful and have begun working to rebuild their lives and their future. Now, as they take the first steps, they need our help. Al-Khair Foundation has delivered over $90 million worth of humanitarian aid since October 2023, but a lot more needs to be done. The people of Gaza are ready to rebuild. They cannot do it alone. They need you. A donation today can provide immediate relief and contribute to the long-term recovery of Gaza. Please donate generously.
After more than 700 days of conflict, people of Gaza have nowhere to go. The toll on lives, infrastructure, and hope has been relentless. The recent evacuation orders cover entire of Gaza City, home to nearly 1 million people. Leaflets dropped from the sky and loudspeaker warnings have triggered a mass exodus as families scramble to flee amid relentless bombardment. More than 200,000 Palestinians have been on the move, heading towards the already overcrowded south where shelters are full. Resources are extremely scarce and aid is hard to find. As the conflict intensifies, humanitarian groups have warned of catastrophic consequences. Al-Khair Foundation's emergency response teams are battling the odds to deliver fresh meals, food packs, and canned qurbani to those displaced. Our teams are working round the clock, but the need is overwhelming. Your support can help thousands who are exhausted, afraid, and out of options to survive. Every meal delivered, every child fed, brings hope. Please keep donating.
The humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza has disproportionately targeted its most vulnerable population, displaced infants. Uprooted from their homes and forced into overcrowded, unsanitary makeshift shelters, these babies face an acute crisis of malnutrition. The severe scarcity of clean water, nutritious food, and essential medical supplies, compounded by the ongoing siege and destruction of infrastructure, deprives them of the very basics for survival. Small, fragile bodies witness rapid wasting, their tiny limbs resembling sticks, their cries often too weak to be heard. Unable to articulate their pain or understand the horrors surrounding them, these infants endure silent, agonizing suffering, their plight a stark, heartbreaking testament to the devastating human cost of conflict and blockade, demanding immediate, unrestricted humanitarian intervention to avert a generational tragedy. Access to clean water is a fundamental human right and a necessity for survival. Unfortunately, millions of people, particularly in Africa, still lack reliable access to safe drinking water. The Al-Khair Foundation is addressing this critical issue through its innovative Water is Life project. One of the noteworthy initiatives within this project is the distribution of water roller drums, a practical solution designed to revolutionize the method by which communities in Africa have been accessing water for more than 2 decades. The roller drums are ergonomically designed to make water transportation easier and more efficient. The project recognizes that providing the means to collect water is only part of the solution. Therefore, alongside the distribution of roller drums, the Foundation engages in educational programs in local communities to teach about water conservation, hygiene, and the necessity of using safe water sources. This holistic approach ensures that the benefits of the water roller drum extend beyond mere transportation, fostering an understanding of water management in the context of health and hygiene. Supporting the Al-Khair Foundation's water initiatives is easy and impactful. With just £35, you can donate a water roller drum that can change a life in Africa. By addressing the challenges of water access, the Foundation seeks to create a ripple effect of positive change, ultimately leading to healthier communities and brighter futures. Join the movement to transform lives, because no one should have to struggle for one of life's most fundamental resources. In the midst of ongoing conflict and humanitarian crises, the heart-wrenching reality of transporting the wounded, the deceased, and children caught in the crossfire is poignantly illustrated in the efforts to reach Al-Orda Hospital. Each day, medics and volunteers brave the perilous streets, risking their safety to ferry those in desperate need of medical attention to the sanctuary of this hospital. The urgent sounds of sirens and the shouts of medics punctuate the air, echoing the chaotic urgency of this life-saving journey. As they arrive, families cling to the fragile threads of hope, praying for the recovery of their loved ones, while mourning those they have already lost.
In the heart of Africa, where the sun beats down, there lies a thirst that knows no bounds. The people cry out for a gift so pure, a gift of water, of life's allure. Be the first to donate, to lend a hand, to bring water to the dry, parched land. With our care, the goodness in your heart, you can make a difference, you can play a part. Let's come together as one, to give the gift of water, to shine like the sun. For water is life, a precious gem. Let's give generously, let's be the ones to stem. With your support, we can make it happen, and give the gift of water, with love and compassion.
Ojwa dates are back in stock, fresh from Medina Munawwara. Enjoy the finest Ojwa dates, freshly sourced from the blessed city of Medina. Each date is carefully picked and nurtured with love and care, ensuring exceptional quality. Beautifully presented in attractive packaging, they make the perfect gift for your friends and family. Get your 1 kilogram box for just £15, available now at your local Al-Care branch. To order, call 03000 999 786 or visit us in branch. Don't miss out.
Despite all the dangers and the challenges that surrounding us, Alhamdulillah, the humanitarian aid convoys for Al-Khair Foundation have been arrived Gaza Strip safely. This convoy is loaded with thousands of food baskets that contain the essential food items that will be distributed inside displacement camps for the affected and displaced people who are in a dire need and lacking the essential needs for life in the shelters of the south of Gaza Strip. Alhamdulillah, today with your donation we can satisfy their hunger and meet their basic needs during these difficult times. So I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the donors and the supporters of Al-Khair Foundation for their generous stand beside the needy people here inside Gaza Strip during these harsh circumstances. All thanks and many respects and appreciation for you. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Today, Al-Care continued its vital food parcel distribution across the Gaza Strip, a lifeline for countless families grappling with severe food insecurity. Teams on the ground, braving challenging circumstances, ensured the timely delivery of these parcels, addressing the needs of children, the elderly, and those facing starvation. Give your support today, call our emergency hotline number or donate online at alcare.org.
جنگ بندی کی خلاف ورزی کرتے ہوئے اسرائیلی فوج نے البریج کیمپ اور شمالی غزہ پر حملوں اور مغربی کنارے میں فائرنگ سے 3 فلسطینیوں کو شہید اور 3 کو زخمی کر دیا۔ حماس نے 2014 میں اغوا کیے گئے فوجی ہیڈر گولڈن کی لاش اسرائیل کے حوالے کر دی ہے، جبکہ اسے ایک اور اسرائیلی یرغمالی کی لاش مل گئی ہے۔ اسرائیل نے ریڈ کراس کے ذریعے مزید 15 فلسطینیوں کی لاشیں واپس کر دیں۔ جنگ بندی کے بعد اسرائیل 300 لاشیں واپس کر چکا ہے، جس میں سے صرف 89 کی شناخت ہوئی ہے۔ لاشیں ملنے کے بعد شہداء کی تعداد 69,000 سے تجاوز کر گئی ہے۔ مقبوضہ مغربی کنارے میں صہیونی آباد کاروں کے منظم حملوں میں فلسطینیوں، غیر ملکی کارکنوں اور صحافیوں سمیت درجنوں افراد زخمی ہو گئے۔ اقوام متحدہ کا کہنا ہے کہ صرف اکتوبر میں آباد کاروں کے 264 حملے ریکارڈ کیے گئے۔ انڈین صوبے مدھیہ پردیش میں پولیس کے نئے بھرتی اہلکاروں کو ہر شام بھگوت گیتا کے ابواب پڑھنے کی ہدایت دی گئی ہے۔ کانگریس نے ہدایت کو پولیس کو بنیاد پرست بنانے اور بھگوا رنگ دینے کی کوشش قرار دیا ہے۔ انڈیا میں دینی اور نیم سیاسی تنظیم جمعیت علماء ہند محمود گروپ کے صدر مولانا محمود اسد مدنی نے کہا ہے کہ وندے ماترم کو اسکولوں میں لازم قرار دینا مسلمانوں کی مذہبی آزادی سلب کرنے کے مترادف ہے۔ وندے ماترم مکمل طور پر شرکیہ عقائد پر مبنی ہے۔ ایران نے پاکستان کو افغانستان کے ساتھ بڑھتی ہوئی کشیدگی کم کرنے اور تنازعات کے حل میں مدد کی پیشکش کر دی۔ دونوں ممالک کے وزرائے خارجہ نے ٹیلی فون پر 2 طرفہ تعلقات، علاقائی صورتحال اور عالمی امور پر تبادلہ خیال کیا۔ روسی وزیر خارجہ سرگئی لاروف نے تصدیق کی ہے کہ صدر پیوٹن کی جانب سے ممکنہ جوہری تجربے کی تیاری سے متعلق حکم پر عمل شروع کر دیا گیا ہے۔ روس کو امریکہ سے ٹرمپ کے حکم کی کوئی وضاحت موصول نہیں ہوئی۔ یہاں برطانیہ میں ہوم آفس کے اعداد و شمار کے مطابق جمعے کو 9 کشتیوں میں 648 پناہ گزین انگلش چینل پار کر کے برطانیہ پہنچے، جس کے بعد رواں سال برطانیہ پہنچنے والے پناہ گزینوں کی مجموعی تعداد 38,223 تک پہنچ گئی ہے۔ اور یہاں برطانیہ میں ہوم آفس ڈنمارک کے سخت سرحدی اور پناہ گزین قوانین کا جائزہ لے رہا ہے تاکہ غیر قانونی ہجرت کو کم کرنے کے لیے نئے اقدامات پر غور کیا جا سکے۔ نئے قوانین میں خاندان کا ملاپ اور پناہ گزینوں کا عارضی قیام محدود کر دیا جائے گا۔
غزہ میں قحط کی باقاعدہ تصدیق کر دی گئی ہے۔ 6,40,000 سے زائد افراد ہولناک بھوک کا سامنا کر رہے ہیں۔ خوراک کا نظام مکمل طور پر تباہ ہو چکا ہے۔ بچے بھوک سے نڈال ہو رہے ہیں اور 15 لاکھ سے زائد افراد خوراک کی شدید قلت کا شکار ہیں۔ دنیا بھر میں غزہ میں بھوک کے خلاف آوازیں بلند ہو رہی ہیں، لیکن ناکہ بندی، امداد پر پابندیاں اور مسلسل جاری تنازع نے صورتحال کو اور بھی بگاڑ دیا ہے۔ مگر اس اندھیرے میں آپ کی مدد امید کی کرن بن رہی ہے۔ ہماری ایمرجنسی رسپانس ٹیمیں میدان عمل میں موجود ہیں۔ ہر دن تازہ کھانے تیار کیے جا رہے ہیں ताकि मुतासरा अफराद को जिंदा रहने के लिए दरकार बुनियादी खुराक मिल सके। हर खाने को एहतियात से पैक किया जाता है। फिर हमारी टीमें टूटी फूटी सड़कों और तबाहशुदा इलाकों से गुजरकर खुराक उन लोगों तक पहुंचाती हैं जिन्हें इसकी सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत होती है। जब खाना पहुंचता है तो चेहरों पर मुस्कुराहटें बिखर जाती हैं, बच्चे हंसते हैं, वालिदैन सुकून का सांस लेते हैं। बास के लिए ये कई दिनों के बाद पहला नवाला होता है। तमाम तर मुश्किलात के बावजूद अल खैर फाउंडेशन पुरअज़म है। हमारी टीमें फूड पैक्स, गर्म खाने और कैंट कुर्बानी फराम करके गजा की आवाम की मदद कर रही है। ये सब आपके एहतियात की बदौलत मुमकिन हो रहा है। आपकी मदद से खुराक गजा तक पहुंचती है और बहुत सी जानें बचाई जा रही हैं। गजा में आपकी इमदाद की अशद जरूरत है। बराए करम मदद जारी रखें। आपकी हर नेकी किसी की जान बचाने का सबब बनती है।
ألف لام را تلك آيات الكتاب المبين إنا أنزلناه قرآنا عربيا لعلكم تعقلون.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال الملأ الذين استكبروا من قومه لنخرجنك يا شعيب والذين آمنوا معك من قريتنا أو لتعودن في ملتنا. قال أولو كنا كارهين قد افترينا على الله كذبا إن عدنا في ملتكم بعد إذ نجانا الله منها وما يكون لنا أن نعود فيها إلا أن يشاء الله ربنا وسع ربنا كل شيء علما على الله توكلنا ربنا افتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين. وقال الملأ الذين كفروا من قومه لئن اتبعتم شعيبا إنكم إذا لخاسرون. فأخذتهم الرجفة فأصبحوا في دارهم جاثمين. الذين كذبوا شعيبا كأن لم يغنوا فيها الذين كذبوا شعيبا كانوا هم الخاسرين. فتولى عنهم وقال يا قوم لقد أبلغتكم رسالات ربي ونصحت لكم فكيف آسى على قوم كافرين. وما أرسلنا في قرية من نبي إلا أخذنا أهلها بالبأساء والضراء لعلهم يضرعون. ثم بدلنا مكان السيئة الحسنة حتى عفوا وقالوا قد مس آباءنا الضراء قد مس آباءنا الضراء والسراء فأخذناهم بغتة وهم لا يشعرون ولو أن أهل القرى آمنوا واتقوا لفتحنا عليهم بركات من السماء والأرض ولكن كذبوا فأخذناهم بما كانوا يكسبون أفأمن أهل القرى أن يأتيهم بأسنا بياتا وهم نائمون أوأمن أهل القرى أن يأتيهم بأسنا ضحى وهم يلعبون أفأمنوا مكر الله فلا يأمن مكر الله إلا القوم الخاسرون أولم يهد للذين يرثون الأرض من بعد أهلها أن لو نشاء أصبناهم بذنوبهم ونطبع على قلوبهم فهم لا يسمعون تلك القرى نقص عليك من أنبائها ولقد جاءتهم رسلهم بالبينات فما كانوا ليؤمنوا بما كذبوا من قبل كذلك يطبع الله على قلوب الكافرين وما وجدنا لأكثرهم من عهد وإن وجدنا أكثرهم لفاسقين ثم بعثنا من بعدهم موسى بآياتنا إلى فرعون وملئه فظلموا بها فانظر كيف كان عاقبة المفسدين وقال موسى يا فرعون إني رسول من رب العالمين حقيق على ألا أقول على الله إلا الحق قد جئتكم ببينة من ربكم فأرسل معي بني إسرائيل قال إن كنت جئت بآية فأت بها إن كنت من الصادقين فألقى عصاه فإذا هي ثعبان مبين ونزع يده فإذا هي بيضاء للناظرين قال الملأ من قوم فرعون إن هذا لساحر عليم يريد أن يخرجكم من أرضكم فماذا تأمرون قالوا أرجه وأخاه وأرسل في المدائن حاشرين يأتوك بكل ساحر عليم وجاء السحرة فرعون قالوا إن لنا لأجرا إن كنا نحن الغالبين قال نعم وإنكم لمن المقربين قالوا يا موسى إما أن تلقي وإما أن نكون نحن الملقين قال ألقوا فلما ألقوا سحروا أعين الناس واسترهبوهم وجاءوا بسحر عظيم وأوحينا إلى موسى أن ألق عصاك فإذا هي تلقف ما يأفكون فوقع الحق وبطل ما كانوا يعملون فغلبوا هنالك وانقلبوا صاغرين وألقي السحرة ساجدين قالوا آمنا برب العالمين رب موسى وهارون قال فرعون آمنتم به قبل أن آذن لكم إن هذا لمكر مكرتموه في المدينة لتخرجوا منها أهلها فسوف تعلمون لأقطعن أيديكم وأرجلكم من خلاف ثم لأصلبنكم أجمعين قالوا إنا إلى ربنا منقلبون وما تنقم منا إلا أن آمنا بآيات ربنا لما جاءتنا ربنا أفرغ علينا صبرا وتوفنا مسلمين. وقال الملأ من قوم فرعون أتذر موسى وقومه ليفسدوا في الأرض ويذرك وآلهتك قال سنقتل أبناءهم ونستحيي نساءهم وإنا فوقهم قاهرون. قال موسى لقومه استعينوا بالله واصبروا إن الأرض لله يورثها من يشاء من عباده والعاقبة للمتقين. قالوا أوذينا من قبل أن تأتينا ومن بعد ما جئتنا قال عسى ربكم أن يهلك عدوكم ويستخلفكم في الأرض فينظر كيف تعملون. ولقد أخذنا آل فرعون بالسنين ونقص من الثمرات لعلهم يذكرون. فإذا جاءتهم الحسنة قالوا لنا هذه وإن تصبهم سيئة يطيروا بموسى ومن معه ألا إنما طائرهم عند الله ولكن أكثرهم لا يعلمون. وقالوا مهما تأتنا به من آية لتسحرنا بها فما نحن لك بمؤمنين. فأرسلنا عليهم الطوفان والجراد والقمل والضفادع والدم آيات مفصلات فاستكبروا وكانوا قوما مجرمين. ولما وقع عليهم الرجز قالوا يا موسى ادع لنا ربك بما عهد عندك لئن كشفت عنا الرجز لنؤمنن لك ولنرسلن معك بني إسرائيل. فلما كشفنا عنهم الرجز إلى أجل هم بالغوه إذا هم ينكثون. فانتقمنا منهم فأغرقناهم في اليم بأنهم كذبوا بآياتنا وكانوا عنها غافلين. وأورثنا القوم الذين كانوا يستضعفون مشارق الأرض ومغاربها التي باركنا فيها وتمت كلمة ربك الحسنى على بني إسرائيل بما صبروا ودمرنا ما كان يصنع فرعون وقومه وما كانوا يعرشون. وجاوزنا ببني إسرائيل البحر فاتوا على قوم يعكفون على أصنام لهم قالوا يا موسى اجعل لنا إلها كما لهم آلهة قال إنكم قوم تجهلون إن هؤلاء متبر ما هم فيه وباطل ما كانوا يعملون قال أغير الله يبغيكم إلها وهو فضلكم على العالمين وإذ أنجيناكم من آل فرعون يسومونكم سوء العذاب يقتلون أبناءكم ويستحيون نساءكم وفي ذلكم بلاء من ربكم عظيم وواعدنا موسى 30 ليلة وأتممناها ب10 فتم ميقات ربه 40 ليلة وقال موسى لأخيه هارون اخلفني في قومي وأصلح ولا تتبع سبيل المفسدين ولما جاء موسى لميقاتنا وكلمه ربه قال رب أرني أنظر إليك قال لن تراني ولكن انظر إلى الجبل فإن استقر مكانه فسوف تراني فلما تجلى ربه للجبل جعله دكا وخر موسى صعقا فلما أفاق قال سبحانك تبت إليك وأنا أول المؤمنين قال يا موسى إني اصطفيتك على الناس برسالاتي وبكلامي فخذ ما آتيتك وكن من الشاكرين وكتبنا له في الألواح من كل شيء موعظة وتفصيلا لكل شيء فخذها بقوة وأمر قومك يأخذوا بأحسنها سأريكم دار الفاسقين سأصرف عن آياتي الذين يتكبرون في الأرض بغير الحق وإن يروا كل آية لا يؤمنوا بها وإن يروا سبيل الرشد لا يتخذوه سبيلا وإن يروا سبيل الغي يتخذوه سبيلا ذلك بأنهم كذبوا بآياتنا وكانوا عنها غافلين والذين كذبوا بآياتنا ولقاء الآخرة حبطت أعمالهم هل يجزون إلا ما كانوا يعملون واتخذ قوم موسى من بعده من حليهم عجلا جسدا له خوار ألم يروا أنه لا يكلمهم ولا يهديهم سبيلا اتخذوه وكانوا ظالمين ولما سقط في أيديهم ورأوا أنهم قد ضلوا قالوا لئن لم يرحمنا ربنا ويغفر لنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ولما رجع موسى إلى قومه غضبان أسفا قال بئس ما خلفتموني من بعدي أعجلتم أمر ربكم وألقى الألواح وأخذ برأس أخيه يجره إليه قال ابن أم إن القوم استضعفوني وكادوا يقتلونني فلا تشمت بي الأعداء ولا تجعلني مع القوم الظالمين قال رب اغفر لي ولأخي وأدخلنا في رحمتك وأنت أرحم الراحمين. إن الذين اتخذوا العجل سينالهم غضب من ربهم وذلة في الحياة الدنيا وكذلك نجزي المفترين. والذين عملوا السيئات ثم تابوا من بعدها وآمنوا إن ربك من بعدها لغفور رحيم. ولما سكت عن موسى الغضب أخذ الألواح وفي نسختها هدى ورحمة للذين هم لربهم يرهبون. واختار موسى قومه 70 رجلا لميقاتنا فلما أخذتهم الرجفة قال رب لو شئت أهلكتهم من قبل وإياي أتهلكنا بما فعل السفهاء منا إن هي إلا فتنتك تضل بها من تشاء وتهدي من تشاء أنت ولينا فاغفر لنا وارحمنا وأنت خير الغافرين. واكتب لنا في هذه الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة إنا هدنا إليك. قال عذابي أصيب به من أشاء ورحمتي وسعت كل شيء فسأكتبها للذين يتقون ويؤتون الزكاة والذين هم بآياتنا يؤمنون. الذين يتبعون الرسول النبي الأمي الذي يجدونه مكتوبا عندهم في التوراة والإنجيل يأمرهم بالمعروف وينهاهم عن المنكر ويحل لهم الطيبات ويحرم عليهم الخبائث ويضع عنهم إصرهم والأغلال التي كانت عليهم. فالذين آمنوا به وعزروه ونصروه واتبعوا النور الذي أنزل معه أولئك هم المفلحون. قل يا أيها الناس إني رسول الله إليكم جميعا الذي له ملك السماوات والأرض لا إله إلا هو يحيي ويميت فآمنوا بالله ورسوله النبي الأمي الذي يؤمن بالله وكلماته واتبعوه لعلكم تهتدون. ومن قوم موسى أمة يهدون بالحق وبه يعدلون. وقطعناهم 12 أسباطا أمما وأوحينا إلى موسى إذ استسقاه قومه أن اضرب بعصاك الحجر فانبجست منه 12 عينا قد علم كل أناس مشربهم وظللنا عليهم الغمام وأنزلنا عليهم المن والسلوى كلوا من طيبات ما رزقناكم وما ظلمونا ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون. وإذ قيل لهم اسكنوا هذه القرية وكلوا منها حيث شئتم وقولوا حطة وادخلوا الباب سجدا نغفر لكم خطيئاتكم سنزيد المحسنين فبدل الذين ظلموا منهم قولا غير الذي قيل لهم فأرسلنا عليهم رجزا من السماء بما كانوا يظلمون واسألهم عن القرية التي كانت حاضرة البحر إذ يعدون في السبت إذ تأتيهم حيتانهم يوم سبتهم شرعا ويوم لا يسبتون لا تأتيهم كذلك نبلوهم بما كانوا يفسقون وإذ قالت أمة منهم لم تعظون قوما الله مهلكهم أو معذبهم عذابا شديدا قالوا معذرة إلى ربكم ولعلهم يتقون فلما نسوا ما ذكروا به أنجينا الذين ينهون عن السوء وأخذنا الذين ظلموا بعذاب بئيس بما كانوا يفسقون فلما عتوا عما نهوا عنه قلنا لهم كونوا قردة خاسئين وإذ تأذن ربك ليبعثن عليهم إلى يوم القيامة من يسومهم سوء العذاب إن ربك لسريع العقاب وإنه لغفور رحيم وقطعناهم في الأرض أمما منهم الصالحون ومنهم دون ذلك وبلوناهم بالحسنات والسيئات لعلهم يرجعون فخلف من بعدهم خلف ورثوا الكتاب يأخذون عرض هذا الأدنى ويقولون سيغفر لنا وإن يأتهم عرض مثله يأخذوه ألم يؤخذ عليهم ميثاق الكتاب ألا يقولوا على الله إلا الحق ودرسوا ما فيه والدار الآخرة خير للذين يتقون أفلا تعقلون والذين يمسكون بالكتاب وأقاموا الصلاة إنا لا نضيع أجر المصلحين وإذ نتقنا الجبل فوقهم كأنه ظلة وظنوا أنه واقع بهم خذوا ما آتيناكم بقوة واذكروا ما فيه لعلكم تتقون وإذ أخذ ربك من بني آدم من ظهورهم ذريتهم وأشهدهم على أنفسهم ألست بربكم قالوا بلى شهدنا أن تقولوا يوم القيامة إنا كنا عن هذا غافلين أو تقولوا إنما أشرك آباؤنا من قبل وكنا ذرية من بعدهم أفتهلكنا بما فعل المبطلون وكذلك نفصل الآيات ولعلهم يرجعون واتل عليهم نبأ الذي آتيناه آياتنا فانسلخ منها فأتبعه الشيطان فكان من الغاوين ولو شئنا لرفعناه بها ولكنه أخلد إلى الأرض واتبع هواه فمثله كمثل الكلب إن تحمل عليه يلهث أو تتركه يلهث ذلك مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآياتنا فاقصص القصص لعلهم يتفكرون ساء مثلا القوم الذين كذبوا بآياتنا وأنفسهم كانوا يظلمون من يهد الله فهو المهتدي ومن يضلل فأولئك هم الخاسرون ولقد ذرأنا لجهنم كثيرا من الجن والإنس لهم قلوب لا يفقهون بها ولهم أعين لا يبصرون بها ولهم آذان لا يسمعون بها أولئك كالأنعام بل هم أضل أولئك هم الغافلون ولله الأسماء الحسنى فادعوه بها وذروا الذين يلحدون في أسمائه سيجزون ما كانوا يعملون وممن خلقنا أمة يهدون بالحق وبه يعدلون والذين كذبوا بآياتنا سنستدرجهم من حيث لا يعلمون وأملي لهم إن كيدي متين أولم يتفكروا ما بصاحبهم من جنة إن هو إلا نذير مبين أولم ينظروا في ملكوت السماوات والأرض وما خلق الله من شيء وأن عسى أن يكون قد اقترب أجلهم فبأي حديث بعده يؤمنون من يضلل الله فلا هادي له ويذرهم في طغيانهم يعمهون